morning, my friends. Oh man, dude, guys, you hear that? Now, I don't think I have video, but we definitely have audio. So we will be able to hear the Turtle Boy fake victim trial day 2. Well, that's totally what I was aiming for, San Antonio News. Make sure you print that, by the way. Oh man. Yeah, so fake victim has these bogus RO charges on Turtle Boy, and he's fighting them basically. What's going on here? And this is all just one of the more elaborate one of the many moving parts of the elaborate attempt to try to shut Turtle Boy up, seeing as Turtle Boy is the person solely responsible for the public having any attention on this case. Nobody would even give a fuck about this case if Turtle Boy had not pushed and pushed and pushed to get the truth. So, um, last year he was charged with I think 16 felony counts of witness intimidation in an attempt to shut him up. Then he was charged. Then he was his bail was revoked because fake victims set him up and colluded allegedly with Krusty Tanny, Kate Peter, Ken Mello, the special prosecutor assigned to Turtle Boy's case, and Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police. Sarah B. Creative, thank you so much. Happy Galeriversary, member for 4 months. I love it. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and pull this up because, well, I don't want to because I can't mute it. That's what's annoying about it. So I'm just gonna hold out. Actually, I'm gonna refresh. It's telling me to refresh. Well, it's actually telling me to log out and log back in. So that's what I'm gonna, but I'm afraid to though. I mean, but if it's the same code and I'm let in, fuck it, I'm trying it. Fuck it. Fuck it. All right. Join. Just get the looks that kill. That kill, yeah. Fucking motley motherfucking crew, y'all. Hold on. That can't be right. Hold on. Oh, yeah, that is right. Hold on. All right. Now I got to hope that they let me in. So I probably should not have logged out. But hopefully they let me in now. I might have fucked this up, guys. All right. I have another alternative, though. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Well, here, I'll show you guys what I'm doing here. So they got to let me in. The host is there, obviously, but they gotta let me in. So, but it kept saying an error had occurred. So, I'm gonna try something else here. I'm gonna try a backup plan here. Hold on a second. El jefe. Good morning, Amy McCabe. Thank you so much. All right, so hold on a second here. Now that's if they accept the conference. Oh, we're good. All right. You shut up.
Criminal session.
Oh fuck, they kicked me out. So somebody came onto the Zoom and then we're like, "What are you here for?" But I was trying to do the backup thing. Hold on. I'm doing this again. All right, hold on. Let's try this again because they're like, "We're done for the day. We've got one more case." Um, what in the hell is going on? But I couldn't unmute. It wouldn't let me unmute. So what I'm gonna do, I couldn't unmute, man. All right, hold on. Let me do this all over again. Oh, that is so annoying. I couldn't tell that she was talking to me. That's never happened before. That has never happened before. Where they're like, "What are you here for?" Where somebody actually was talking to me directly. And I have to be muted. I know I have to be muted. But the problem is that when it asks you to join, it tells you, "Are you okay with doing this without being muted?" Or without mic or camera enablement or something like that. It's really weird. So hold on a second. Let me. All right. It's saying that I still can turn on my mic, and my browser is preventing access to my microphone. So I don't think they're going to let me on, man. Like it won't let me turn on my mic. Hold on, learn how to access um click the time in the what? On my Chromebook. What? Yeah, I can't turn on, it won't let me turn on the microphone. Um that's so fucking it's unless I can turn on my microphone and explain myself, they're not going to let me on, guys. Um I'm going to do the best I can here. Um but I'm going to try again. Hopefully we'll get lucky, but I would not count on it, guys. Fuck. Yeah. I mean, they're not going to let me back on, I don't think. It doesn't matter. Like I have the passcode. Like it doesn't matter if I use the Zoom app. It's not a technical issue. It's the fact that the clerk came on to the Zoom while I was muted and kept asking me. I was on the other phone call thing. That's why you guys could only hear the music. But she was like, "Hello, what are you here for? There's only one more case, which is Aiden's case." She's like, "There's only one more case. So um, you need to tell us what you're here for." So I mean, I'm gonna try the phone one more time, but I don't think they're gonna let me on because it is past 11 and they probably started the case. So I'm beyond pissed right now because the reason why I couldn't talk to her was because of a technical issue. So because it won't let me activate my mic. See that? Or my camera. So yeah, like Mac iOS. Okay, well, wait a minute. System settings. Where the fuck is system settings on my MacBook or on my Mac? This is fucking ridiculous. So ridiculous. All right, hold on. I got it. Hold on. Let me see. But it doesn't matter because she's not gonna let me on. So privacy and security, microphone, it's all on. Zoom is on. So hmm. Yeah, so I'm in my settings where it's telling me to do it. Like I'm following the steps to enable my microphone on Zoom, but it is not allowing me to do it. So, all right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try um fuck. Can I, like, redial that number? Yeah, I can. Uh Fuck! Alright, I just tried, and it just told me I tried to call the number, and it told me that it reached capacity. So, we're fucked. I'm trying it again, but
The tone. Please state your name, followed by the pound sign.
Will.
Thank you. There are 20 parties in conference, including you. The leader has not activated this conference. Please stand by until your call begins.
Alright. Bullshit.
The leader has not yet arrived. Please try your call again later.
Yeah, like, Paul O'Keefe is supposed to testify and everything. I should have never fucking signed out of there in the first place. They hung up on me. It fucking hung up.
Welcome to the conferencing center. At any time during this message, please enter your passcode.
Your passcode has been confirmed. If you need technical assistance during your call, press *0. After the tone, please state your name, followed by the pound sign.
Will.
Thank you. There are 15 parties in conference, including you. The leader has not activated this conference. Please stand by until your call begins.
That's so fucking annoying. Like, I was on. Like, I was on it. So Cosgrove hasn't even shown up yet. So the judge just asked Bradle if he has seen Cosgrove, and he said he saw him walking into the building, so he's here somewhere. So he should be on his way in. No, I gave Tom permission to stream me. Tom doesn't need my permission to stream me. Like, you know how many times I've streamed Tom? Jesus Christ. Like, anybody can stream me. Anybody who wants to stream me can stream me. It's perfectly okay. Yeah, I just don't know, man. I don't think we're going to get to hear any of this. Like, there's one person's job who handles this. Like, if this person already tried to give me the chance to come on here, then that's it. Like, they have to manually host this meeting, and they're vetting the people who are going to be on there. What do you mean try calling? Do you not hear the music playing in the background right now? What do you think I'm doing? What do you think? I'm playing music just to enjoy hearing the music? Yeah, they have to pick up the phone. So yeah, they don't want people to watch this. And they don't want people to hear it. Like, this lady was straight up like, what are you here for? What are you here for? There's only one more case, and I couldn't unmute. It's like it wouldn't let me. Like, when I first logged in, it asked me, "Are you okay with having your mic and camera muted for this meeting?" So basically, it automatically has a setting to where you can't unmute, right? So I'm not giving up. I have it here in the background, and I have it here. I have the phone, but, you know, I'm on hold, but I'm not getting my hopes up that we're going to be able to get let in here. She would have, even though I was in earlier, she would have picked me out anyway. When she was like, "There's only one more case," she was obviously okay, hold on. Hey, Aiden, text that to me. Okay, hold on. Let's try this. All right, looks like we got something.
I'll allow it in, to whatever weight, obviously subject to cross-examination.
Here we go.
Richards, we're on a journey to become a leader in solving complex communications around the world. This is a journey.
Drop test conducted by me with a hybrid 3 falls backwards.
Everyone else needs to mute.
G's approximately. Remember he now. Now, Chris.
I can hear Melanie Little. I can hear all of these people. They need to mute. Oh my God. They're going to get this cut off.
Rest of the conclusions that you can read. Now they're at sidebar.
Like, I hear Melanie Little right now. Like,
For today.
Jesus Christ. Hold on.
Johnson, George Lee, other people, Sue O'Connell. You are on the Cesspool leader. Sue O'Connell has to.
Observe any movement by the system.
So not at the moment in the video that I watched back later.
So you didn't notice that it was the stuff.
Anyway,
Oh my God. And Andrea Burkhart too? Are you kidding me right now? What the fuck is going on?
Because it's testing. No, I just want to share, is this dehumanizing? Is this just tearing this expert apart? Personal attacks? Of course not.
Good morning, ma'am. So your last answer there was
Okay.
that you didn't notice.
So
Mr.
yeah,
Conley
somebody
until you
who
looked at the
was
video
not
later on,
muted.
right?
did not notice the movement. I noticed him standing at the registry of deeds when we walked out, but then wasn't too concerned about where he was. I was more concerned about the mob that was screaming at us, that I wasn't focusing on where he was. But when I watched the video back later,
No, you listen to the question, answer it, and then just wait for the next one. So the answer is you didn't notice him moving. You looked at the video later on and figured things out, right?
Yeah.
And that's what this whole case is.
Yeah, I got it.
Everybody in your group, including Ms. Gattani, had no idea he was there until later on when you looked at the video and then reverse engineered this whole thing, right? Okay. The fact is, nobody noticed Mr. Carney, to your knowledge, when you got back to the parking lot in the registry of deeds, isn't that right? Objection. Sustained as to the form of the question.
So this is the cross-examination of the girl from yesterday.
Anything about seeing Mr. Carney, did they, when you got back to the registry of deeds parking lot? Objection. Overruled.
So, and she claims
there
that
was other people saying they saw him.
that Aiden followed Gattani into the courthouse.
So who said they saw him?
I don't know.
You don't know who it was?
No, there were multiple people.
You answered the question. You don't know who it was. Next question. Who were the people that were with you in your crowd?
My brother Colin, my,
Did Colin say he saw him?
yes, he did.
So that's one that now you know that said it.
Yeah.
And what did he say?
Objection. Overruled.
What did he say?
I think Turtleboy was up on the corner.
I think Turtleboy was up on the corner. Okay. Who did he say it to?
The group,
Who's in the group?
myself, my aunt, a couple cousins.
Can you give us names, please?
Sure. My aunt is Buckley. Do you want last names as well?
Yes.
My aunt Kathy Faulkner, Shannon Sullivan, my brother Colin McCabe, Tucker McCabe, Matthew McCabe. Some extended family on Jennifer's side, but I don't know all their first names.
How about Lindsay Gattani?
She was in a group, yes.
What'd she say when you said that? So the answer is she didn't say anything?
I don't know if she said anything.
So you knew she had a restraining order on Mr. Carney, right?
Yes,
In fact, that was the whole purpose of you and your group bringing her to this hearing, wasn't it? So let's unpack that a little bit. So you said on direct examination that you were going to gather in the rear registry parking lot, right? When we got there,
correct.
that was the plan among you and all your folks that you were going to go in with, right?
Correct.
And you said that you were going to meet someone there, right?
We're all meeting together.
And you knew that you were going to be meeting Lindsay Gattani there, correct?
I did not know Lindsay.
And when you got there, she was there, wasn't she?
She arrived after.
Did you talk to her?
I believe we introduced ourselves.
And do you know who invited her there?
I did not.
Do you know how she came to know to congregate with you and your group in the back parking lot? So you get there and you don't know anything about Lindsay Gattani or why she's there or what's going on. Is that your testimony?
Correct.
So you're there with Colin McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you're there with who else?
Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe. I said my aunt, my cousin. Extended family from Jennifer's side.
This woman's name is Malin.
I believe some friends were in the group. It's honestly hard to think about too exactly who was there.
Okay, so we're gonna stay with when you got back from the hearing, okay? And you say the hearing was an hour, right?
I believe it was around an hour, maybe two.
Wasn't it really just 10 minutes?
We don't know.
You don't remember? So your memory is pretty selective from that day, isn't that a fair statement?
Get her, Bradle.
You're having difficulty remembering everything about that day, aren't you?
Not the logistics, but I think that these little details of how long things were.
You're remembering just enough.
This is the
to
first time I've ever heard
hold Mr. Carney
Bradle
accountable, right?
question a witness.
So those are your words, right? You've said in the past that you want to hold Aidan Carney accountable for everything he's doing in the Karen Reed case, right?
Yeah.
And that's your state of mind, is that you want to get him if you can, right?
Get him.
In this situation, I feel that the law is the law, and so there is.
I'm asking what your state of mind is.
Right.
You want to get him, don't you?
You wanna
If
get
you
him.
can.
I want to abide by the law, and if laws are broken, and I have the video, then I'm going to share it.
So let's talk about accountability. You wanted to have him be held accountable for all of his reporting and criticisms and such, right?
Yeah, sure.
And on this date, you and your group had just walked by and you say you saw Mr. Carney, or some people saw Mr. Carney, and yet no one held him accountable right then and there, did they?
Objection. Overruled. If the witness can understand the question, answer it. If you don't
Yeah.
understand it, you can say, I don't understand.
Oh, I like this, Judge.
So. Can I describe?
Scared me. I thought it got cut off.
No one, well, ask the question again. No one held Aiden Carney accountable at 2:15 PM on
Right.
2/26, when you had the chance, supposedly, right?
Right.
Nobody called the
Oops.
police about a restraining order violation, did they? Everybody was worried about her minivan, right?
That's where the attention was drawn.
Good
No
move
one
getting a
called
bench trial.
911 about Aiden Carney.
I don't know,
To your knowledge, nobody did, right?
to my knowledge.
You haven't seen anything of the sort in your prep with Mr. Cosgrove, have you?
No, I did not, no.
And when you were there, everyone was worried about some damage to her car, right? And she claims that she had a smashed rear taillight, isn't that right?
Don't recall the damage.
Oh,
Did you see
there's
him
nothing
smash
going
your
on with
taillight?
Melanie. I texted her and then I
I saw
apologized
a-
because it was somebody who was on
Okay, so
Zoom who was
A scratch on the
watching
car.
her really loud.
Yes,
So you saw a scratch on her minivan, right?
yes,
And that's what the focus was, right?
it came from.
No one was talking about, hey, wait a minute, he's over there, Aiden Carney's over there, that's a violation, let's get him accountable. Nobody discussed that in your presence, right?
Interesting.
My husband's film.
Yeah, it was such a horrible
You
situation.
didn't hear
Nobody
anyone
thought to take
when
action
you
at the
walked
time.
by yelling liar, liar, did you?
I heard multiple people yelling a lot of things.
Excuse me, you just have to listen to his question and answer it as best as you can.
Oh, I like this judge.
I don't know.
So you don't know, you either know or you don't. I mean, did you hear it or not? You don't recall hearing it? So can we say that's a no, or do you think it might have happened?
Could have happened?
Could have happened, but you have no information on it, do you? And you're up there videoing every inch of that scene, aren't you?
I'm videoing the entire scene,
And you have no information for this court that Aiden Carney or anyone else was yelling liar, liar, correct? When Ms. Gattani met you and your group at the registry parking lot before you went into the hearing, did Ms. Gattani have her restraining order in her hand?
I did not know.
Ms. Gattani arranged so that somebody in your group would call the advocate in the case, correct?
I'm not aware.
You walked in with Ms. Gattani and all of your other family and friends, correct?
Ms. Tommy was not in our group that walked in.
Where was she?
She was behind with another group of people.
So then you came into the building, correct?
Yes.
Who did you come in with?
I came in with some of Jennifer's extended family, my brother Colin, my aunt, my cousin, and we came in together.
Did you go up the stairs?
No, we came up the wheelchair.
I'm sorry, I mean, in the building, did you go up the stairs to the second floor?
Yes, correct.
Were you with Jennifer McCabe? Were you with Ms. Gattani?
No.
Can you say whether you went in before Ms. Gattani or after Ms. Gattani into the courtroom? Sorry.
I went in both.
You went in before her? So did you see her go in after you?
Yeah.
What happened when she came into the courtroom?
Walked in. And took a seat.
Hey, do not
And
tell me other creators have video. Do not tell me to stream other people's streams. I'm not doing that. I'm logged onto the Zoom. This
And
is
who
what I
was
can
he,
get. This is what I got. This is
facing
what
when
we're
he
watching.
said that? Was he facing Ms.
If you want to
Gattani
go
or was
watch
he
it somewhere
facing the
else,
other
go
one?
watch it somewhere
I
else.
think it's somebody sitting.
And did you hear him say anything else at all?
No.
Where did Ms. Gattani go when she came in and sat down?
A few rows in front of me. Probably the second to last row back.
Is it fair to say that she was with the O'Keefe family when she sat down? Did you hear Jennifer McCabe say to Ms. Catani prior to them entering the courtroom, just say you're with the O'Keefe family?
I did not.
Objection. Rounds? Yes, sir. Well, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, sir. It's being offered, first of all, witnesses' memory, among other things, overruled.
When Ms.
Sorry,
Catani,
did you answer that
Yes,
question? I
that is
apologize. Thanks.
when Ms. Catani went into the room
This judge knows
and
she's a
sat
liar.
down, it's fair to say
This
that
judge is
Mr.
awesome.
Carney and another young woman got up on their own and left very quickly. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Nobody had to tell them to leave or anybody had to grab them or usher them out, right?
Did not recall. I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. So this Malin person is Matt McCabe's sister, apparently.
So you've introduced a number of
What a shit show.
still shots, or I should say the prosecution through you has introduced a number of still shots, a number of videos, correct?
Yes.
And
Grant,
in
Grant can
nothing,
stream
I'm
me
sorry, go
too.
ahead.
That's
One
okay.
video.
What's up, Grant?
And in none of these photographs, none of these videos, does it show both Mr. Carney and Ms. Gitani at the same time? So it's fair to say that Ms. Gitani came to this hearing. You had just met her. Yep.
Yeah.
You saw her come into the courtroom where Mr. Carney was already situated, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Carney immediately got up and left, correct?
So what are we doing here?
So she goes to him. right?
This is outrageous, dude.
Objection. Sustained.
Then outside, when the hearing's over, you and Ms. Gitani and everybody else leave. And once again, you're going to where Mr. Carney is. Isn't that right?
Not, no,
That's not physically true that you are going to where Mr. Carney is?
we were not going to the street, we were going to our cars.
So what you're saying is you were not anywhere near him.
I'm
in
gonna
any
need this bitch to
relevant
speak up.
type of a material way, were you?
Objection. I don't know the relevance of the charge. Still can be argued that the objection sustained, but I understand the question, but let's move on.
Sure. So you walk out and you make a right and you walk down towards Dedham Center, right?
I'm not familiar with the area, we walked to the right of the,
Let's try it this way. You walk towards this building from Superior Court.
yes, correct.
So you're walking away from where Mr. Carney is, right? And Ms. Gitani is walking away from where Mr. Carney is, right? So even if he were to have seen her, she is extracting herself from the area, isn't she?
Yeah.
And then you make a left and you go towards the registry parking lot, correct? And you start to continue to extract yourself from Mr. Carney's location, right? Yeah, one moment, John.
Okay, so the person who's testifying is, I don't know her first name. It's Malin. As I understand it, it's Matt McCabe's sister. And what they're testifying on is that there's apparently, so right now, Turtleboy's on trial for violating a restraining order that Lindsay Gattani, the fake victim, had on him. And apparently it's because of an incident that took place in court when Lindsay Gattani was invited by the O'Keefe family and the McAlberts to attend court. And then they used that to say that Turtleboy being there at court, covering the case as he does, violated the restraining order in some way. So he was basically set up. And he was set up by the McAlberts. And this is what he's fighting. Like, this is...
Thomas, another cop, please.
Yeah, this is the spin-off. Okay? This is Frasier to Cheers. Okay? As far as this to the Karen Reed case. Okay, so who's this? Let me find out from Jess.
Another cop, good morning. Would you introduce yourself to the court, please? My name is Thomas Nadekop.
Thomas what?
And what is a GIS manager? What does a GIS manager do? I manage the database that contains all the towns, utilities, features, sign lines. And anything that exists on his map, and how long have you held that position, sir? I've been with them for almost 3 years this fall. And were you employed before you went to work in the town? I was prior to this, I was for 2 other municipalities, but also and can you tell us a little bit about?
I don't understand any of that shit.
Yeah, I went to the University of New Hampshire for geography with a focus in geotechniques, which was essentially GIS work. And GIS work means what? I'm sorry, geographic information systems. A lot of my projects were based on mapping municipal.
Okay, so this guy's supposed to this guy's supposedly an expert on geographics, I guess the GPS location of where Turtleboy was. Are they really breaking this down to GPS?
Were you contacted by
This is ridiculous.
a police officer and asked if you could prepare a diagram? Yes. And can you tell us what the request was for?
For a violation of a restraining order. I love this.
Around
What a fucking joke.
Steps. And how did you go about it? Did you do that? And how did you go about it? Using our aerial imagery, which is taken by.
Like, he's got a tech expert, bro. Like, Cosgrove is like.
From there, I visually created a point for the steps.
It's just fucking ridiculous.
Software that we use, to create a buffer or set a distance.
The thing is I don't give the slightest fuck of what this guy has to say. We know where Turtleboy was at the time. We know where he was.
So, you said you used an aerial photograph. As far as I know, the time of that, we have their own airplane. Where did the aerial photographs? We have a subscription with Near Map imagery, which we provide aerial imagery to many municipalities in the Northeast. It provides 8-inch accuracy imaging. And how long does the time?
Dude, this is like
motion strike.
getting a fucking crime lab out for a bag of weed.
Other company and their accuracy.
For a dime bag. That's what it. It's unreal, dude. They got hazmat suits.
All right.
Ready to fucking dust prints for a fuck on a dime bag of weed to find out who had the dime bag. That's what this is, dude. This is fucking ridiculous.
Documents.
It is, John Miller. It's fucking embarrassing, bro. This is like, if I'm local there, I'm like, dude, this is a fucking embarrassment.
What does it show? It shows a 300-foot buffer with a circle that surrounds the vegetation steps, which is the star. Do you agree with me that a 300-foot radius is the same as a 100 yard radius?
Objection.
Exhibit 11.
No further questions.
Anything on cross? Briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. So you went online and accessed a company that has aerial photographs?
Welcome, John Miller.
Yes, we have a subscription, so I have access. We have access to the database connection. That's my next question.
And you printed out the registry.
That was
report
the whole
correct?
direct. Like
Did you do anything else with respect to this?
Bradle's already on cross for this guy.
So it's fair to say that you created kind of a, as the crow flies map with respect to the distances, right? But people don't walk and move as the crow flies, do they? So did you go into the Norfolk Superior Court and measure the distance that one would have to walk down the stairs, around the corner, outside, down the steps, over to the registry, up the steps in any way? Did you use any kind of
No.
measuring wheel to do something like that?
Measuring
To get kind of
wheel.
a real life walking distance? Thank you, nothing further.
Dude.
No, thank you, sir.
So you didn't do shit to actually determine where Turtleboy committed this horrible crime where he just showed up. Oh my God, this is the biggest farce I've ever. Dude, I thought fucking Karen Reed was bad, bro. This is like worse. This is even dumber.
Power. Oh, I'm sorry, no.
Dude,
Brian Crump, please.
Cosgrove is like, I mean, he might as well just have an oxygen tank coming out there. Like he's not like, even with a jury trial, there's no way this guy's gonna win over a jury. There's no fucking way.
Hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
All right,
God.
who's this?
Thanks.
Good morning, would you introduce yourself if you would? Sure. Officer Brian Crump, we have a police officer, 26 years.
It's a cop. It's a cop. I just don't know what his name is. I can't make out what his name is.
On duty on February 26th of 2020. Yes. What was your assignment? My assignment that day was to cross people in the crosswalk and to the rest of the leads and the spirit. Is there anything in particular?
Oh, Officer Crump. Okay. The crossing guard. Awesome. This guy should be damning.
What was the traffic light?
Right. Agreed. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Thank you.
The demonstrators. Just. People. A lot of people. A lot of people. Is it a lot of noise? Smarter. We'll go up and down and.
Hey man, this guy's doing God's work, man. Like
Point,
when I was limping across the street last time I was there, dude was like real helpful. I'm not even trying to lie. I'm not even being funny.
And did you know him or know him previously, or was this your first step? Just vaguely, I don't think I ever met him personally, but just from people talking about him. And how did you happen to encounter him? I was waiting to cross a bunch of pedestrians across High Street.
Well, it's a good thing I'm doing CBD and weed too. Stephanie Flynn, thank you. Nah, man, this judge seems solid, man.
Yeah. And to the best of your recollection.
But thank you, I appreciate it.
You say to him, and what did he say to you? Well, he did say he brought my attention to a restraining someone that had a restraining order.
Is Altman in here? Oh, Altman raid. What's up? What's she saying?
I think I responded. I don't know who you're talking about or where they are.
Furry arms. I love it.
And we walked. Again, watching them kind of go in the direction of the Main Street, across the road. So, that way, you know. But he was walking away at that point, and I think now focused on getting out.
Did you have any further conversation with him after that?
After that time.
You know what's funny is I can't understand anything that's
You
happening,
didn't seek him out.
but I know it's completely fucking
You
irrelevant.
didn't seek
It
you out.
doesn't fucking matter that I can't hear it.
Did you sort of keep an
What's
eye
up,
on
Dana?
him after you cut it off, or?
And
did you
thank you,
decide-
Diane, for the Venmo.
He was
Appreciate
not
it.
going in the direction away for the street, with people around going with him. So after when I came back to the cross side of the crowd, didn't see him.
Your attention was to the traffic at that point?
Yeah, people want to get over and
All right. Did you have occasion, to view a video of your conversation with him?
yes.
They're gonna show a video.
Was it the video you viewed, correspond with your memory, but it really inaccurately reflects your conversation?
I watched it over a year ago, and then I started, prosecutor having to do a briefly after station. I think it was 1 year ago.
To play the video at this point, we're in
No objection.
sixth place.
Oh wow, Bernie, thank you for the Venmo. Appreciate it.
So I was a 1% board that was paying $100.
Oh well, I get charged. I wasn't there for that.
Thank you very much.
But if they were gonna charge me for anything, they would have done it already. Like they're not interested in me, man. They want to shut him up. They don't give a fuck about me.
Now, at the time you have the conversation with Mr. Kearney, were you aware that he was recording the conversation?
Yes, going up, I assumed you was, I assumed you was. I wasn't sure.
It's how you do it.
Dude, they know that if they would have charged me,
But he did say.
it would have blown my
want this
channel
on
up. I would have just accumulated more viewers.
record. The moment
That's all that
you're
would have
asking-
happened.
When I offer the recording of the conversation and evidence.
No objection.
Crump is being questioned right now, direct
No
examination.
objection.
Exhibit 12,
Thank
thank you.
Your witness, Mr. Burns.
Thank you.
He's a cop that helps people cross the street in front of the courthouse, in between the courthouse and the registry of deeds.
May I inquire? Good morning, sir. So you were in the crosswalk on 226 at approximately 2:10 p.m. Is that fair to say? You were approached by Mr. Carney, right? He expressed to you an interest in documenting his situation. And you were just about to find out what that was, right?
Oh yeah, that's
As
right.
Out in obvious kind of recorded position, right? And you were fair to say you were trying to deal with Mr. Carney, but also you had traffic duties and there were people all around, right? But it's fair to say that the courthouse hadn't yet started to empty out, right?
I just believe, you know, a few people.
Right. It wasn't a huge crowd yet that came out, right? And so he approaches you, and we saw in the video that he told you that there was someone inside that had a restraining order on, and that he was desirous of wanting to know what he should do, right?
Why would
And
Cosgrove
it's
call
a
that
little
guy
bit
to this?
hard to say, to hear, but right when Mr. Carney's talking, you can kind of get the little snippet of you saying, "Go over there," right?
I was more into the area.
So
And
yeah,
and what you
Turtleboy
meant
came
by
up
that
to this
was
guy and
go
let
up
him
there
know.
by the registry building, right?
At least, yeah, he was making distance. I felt like he was making a good.
Oh, this is a great witness for Turtleboy.
Sure. And
Motion to strike.
so it's fair to say that his behavior and actions and statements didn't give you any suspicion that there was any violation occurring. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, gosh, I didn't know where the person was. I don't know what said in the court, and I believe at that time it was a superior court, and the main court was back. It was very away from Main Street, so. They didn't tell us at that time.
Sure. So to your knowledge, does he go where you gesture?
He was heading that way, and yeah, I didn't see him right on the sidewalk.
Sure.
I was kind of focused on people.
And
Sure. You're
thank you,
busy.
Bernie.
It's not-
I appreciate you,
Not
Bernie.
quite a time when you can kind of take out your notepad and write down some notes from Mr. Carney, right?
Right.
All right. And Mr. Carney went up to the direction you gestured and was waiting there for you as far as you knew to make a further report. If you know, if you knew.
I didn't take it like that. I think it was,
Sure. Okay.
not violent.
And it's fair to say that he didn't say anything about that, but you're not privy to what his thoughts and intent is, right?
True.
So it's fair to say that a couple minutes later, many, many people come out of the courthouse.
Yeah, you know, because court's done. So
How long were you there?
There was a few of us assigned there, we were rotating. I don't know how much longer after that.
Okay.
Oh, we were.
Vetero's still his lawyer, but I'm not sure if he's
Okay.
dealing with
Can
this
you
case.
recall whether or not the hearing ended a little bit earlier than expected, perhaps? Do you know if you were still directing traffic when a large group of people came out of the courthouse, rather? At some point, did anyone that came out of the courtroom and the courthouse when you were there approach you or try to talk to you about any sort of a restraining order violation? Did you observe anyone complaining to any other officers about a restraining order violation at the time? What's the protocol if you're present at a scene and someone reports a domestic situation such as a restraining order violation and the perpetrator is on the scene?
Great
What do
question.
you have to do? I'm sorry.
I would say just verify the order of inspection to the defendants.
And if there's a violation, do you have to take any action?
Right, fine, what?
And what's the action?
And if they're out.
Sure.
I just wish I could hear his answers
Maybe
more
we'll see.
more clearly, because Bradel's asking some great questions. I mean, what is the best thing for Turtleboy to do in that situation? Hey, someone who has a restraining order against me just showed up basically where I work. So I'm here to just let you know this, that I'm not trying to violate anything. Like, he did exactly what somebody in that situation should do, is contact the law enforcement agent immediately. There happens to be one helping people cross the street.
Kathy, go back.
Do you swear in the matter now in hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning, Officer Kozak. Could you introduce yourself to the court, please? Yes, Officer Kozak.
Officer Kozak.
Officer Kozak.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. Like, this is why it's great that they chose a bench trial, because a judge with common sense and a sense of the law is going to sit here and go,
Law enforcement, or did you have a previous employment?
well, he walks right up to a cop. That's exactly what he's covering the Karen Reed trial. He's a journalist, and he walked right up to a cop when this person showed up.
So if I could turn your attention to February 26th of 2024, you were on duty that day.
I was.
And What was your?
Thank you, Lindsay, for the Venmo. I appreciate
Yes, I
it.
was the Providence Highway car that day.
And at some point during the day, were you dispatched some?
I was.
And, what was the nature of the dispatch?
Dispatch informed me that, Lindsay Tiny was at her vehicle in the back of the registry of deeds, and that she wanted to report, her car was in some of the one with one.
Okay, so this is the cop that responds to the
And
bullshit
at the
claim that
time
her
you
car was
received that,
vandalized.
Dispatch. How far away were you, if you say, from the locale of the registry of deeds?
Well, at that point in time, I was on another call. I had a citizen in my cruiser. So by the time I got to that gentleman, I was explaining to him I couldn't give him a ride home. And then I don't know how long, the whole call was pending. I don't know how long it was pending before I was told by dispatch to go down there.
So from the point that dispatch tells you to go down there, I take it you do go down.
I didn't go down.
And.
What is happening right here?
From Providence Highway to Albuquerque Beach. On a normal day, a couple minutes, I don't recall how the traffic was, but
So you arrive at the registry of deeds and then you proceed to the parking lot at that point?
yes,
And, when you get there, you make any observations?
yes, I see a group of people standing around a vehicle that was clearly damaged at some point.
All right, and did you speak to anybody?
I spoke to Lindsay and then another person that was there pretty quick.
And, that's your recollection, what did you say to Lindsay and what did Lindsay say to you?
Really out there, what I thought was the, damage to her vehicle, so I explained to her that I would canvass the area of the cameras. Because no one there was an eyewitness to the crime. That's really the one thing I could do as far as trying to find someone who went back there and damaged the vehicle.
Was there any conversation about protective orders?
Yes, Lindsay did inform me on scene that she had a restraining order against the crime, yes.
And, did you ask her why she was mentioning that?
I don't recall asking, I did not.
You just answered the question. You did listen to the question, answer it, and just wait for the next one.
In your own mind, did you draw an inference as to why she might be mentioned?
No. I thought
Go ahead, do you have more?
yes, because I thought there was some speculation that maybe he had done it.
Thank you for the Venmo, Elizabeth.
It's related to that she is someone who has a restraining order, you may want to target her.
All right, so you didn't ask her about it, did she explain to you at that point why she was mentioning the protective order?
I don't recall.
In terms of the vehicle, did you do anything to document the damage?
Yes, I took photos of the vehicle.
How many photos did you take? Was it all?
I believe it was 3.
And 3 photos.
Yeah, this judge is great. This is a smart move by Bradle and Turtleboy to make this a bench trial and not a jury trial. This guy's seems honest.
One by one.
Yes, this is the rear driver's side of Lindsay's van.
See, I wish we had video. I was trying to get video here, but
capture that portion of the van.
maybe Jessica will post some pictures.
Yes.
Could we have number 20, please, on the screen? Is there any damage visible on this photograph?
Yes, that line there, that's not supposed to, that white line going down the side, that's not supposed to be, there. That's the thing.
The one running from the back over the gas tank down to the rear tail light?
Right.
Now after that,
No objection.
Exhibit 13.
we'll show you a second, photo, you know, identify that.
Yes, that would be the back of Lindsay's van with the license plate.
And you took that one.
I took that, when we take photos of vehicles, you want to make sure you get a picture of the license plate, whereas the other photos, I don't believe show the license plate. So,
Thank you. So can we have 21, please? And I don't this.
No objection. No objection. No.
Exhibit 14.
Trying to identify this.
yes, this is a picture of a broken tail light. Same side, driver's side. So looking at that picture, it will be the left tail light. And it appears to have been punctured, so it like spiked the glass.
Thank you. And can we have 22, please?
No objection.
For that, no.
Attorney Brado, no objection.
No objection.
Exhibit 15.
Now, when you were talking to Ms. Catani, did you make any observations about it?
I thought she was kind of quiet on Zoom, but that's what I remember, that she seemed kind of quiet.
She made any comment to you about needing to go somewhere or anything?
Objection to the leading form of the question. Well, it's sustained, but it's all right if it's not controversial. But just rephrase it, please.
You have any conversation with her about her further plans?
I don't recall anything in it. Going to something else.
Did she mention the children?
I don't recall.
Don't recall them. All right, thank you, officer. No further questions.
Officer, good afternoon, sir. You responded to the rear of the registry of the motor, the rear parking lot of the registry of the motor vehicle, registry of thieves, pardon me, at 143206, right?
Right.
And we know that because there's a section in your police report where you document these kinds of things, right?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wrote down.
Wherever it comes from, it's a routine part of your police reports, right? And so here, this was received at 143206, right? And you can look at it if you can't remember. But is that about right?
I'm sorry.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm just going to approach and just show you the report. Also, you have that, right?
Yeah, this.
Let me show you this document. That's your report, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and in that report, it has a section for when the call is received, right? And when the call is cleared, right?
Correct.
So can you tell us when it was received and when you cleared the scene?
So it looks like it would have been 1432. Is when dispatch would have received the call, and then 1447 is when I would have radioed that I was with it.
Meaning that we leave, right?
Correct.
So that's how much time altogether.
For the call, yes, for the time dispatch received for the time I left.
All right. So that's about 15 minutes, right? Okay, so you were there about 15 minutes.
There's no way I can say that, because as I stated earlier, my sergeant first called me and said that there was a call pending, which was this call, and I was in the middle of the call on Route 1. So I really have no idea how long dispatch had that call before I got sent.
Okay. So it's even less than the 15 minutes that you probably dealt with this, right?
Correct.
All right, and you get there and there's a complaint about damage to a vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gattani or some of those other folks that were with her communicated to you that they had left from the courthouse and they came back to the back lot, right?
I believe so.
Okay. you received information that the vehicle may have been vandalized, right? And did you document the alleged vandalism with photographs?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain any sort of evidence that this was any sort of fresh damage versus pre-existing damage?
The only thing I did then was just simply reach out to the actual physical structures close to the vehicle to try to obtain camera footage there, but
You know what, sorry, let me ask you a better question. When you looked at the car itself, were you able to ascertain whether that was sort of fresh damage or whether it may have been just pre-existing damage?
I can't in a position to say because I don't have that sort of training.
Sure.
I know if it was within a half
You
hour.
answered the question.
Sure.
It's all right.
So the precise answer is no, you didn't do anything to ascertain it. And you're not trained in any sort of accident reconstruction or anything like that, right? But we're all trained in common sense, aren't we? And so there's no like fresh paint powder.
I mean, most of us
curls
are.
Paint or anything, right?
Nothing that I noticed there.
Sure. And there was no pieces of tail light laying around? So there was,
Again
it's
with
fair
the
to say
tail
that
light.
there was no affirmative indicators such as those that this had just happened, right?
Right.
Right.
There you go.
So
it didn't happen.
did anyone say to
No
you
tail light pieces?
that there had just been a violation of a restraining order?
No, at that time when I was in the call, I was just focused on.
Sir.
So nobody even said anything about a violation of the restraining order to this
Listen to the
guy.
question and answer it, that's all.
Did anyone say that someone had just violated a restraining order? Did Lindsay Gattani say someone had just violated a restraining order?
Not that I know.
Bro.
You're upset?
This is awesome.
I mean, you said she was kind of quiet.
Quiet, just over there to the right of me, so I.
It's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Exactly on
What a farce.
what it said or how it said, I don't know.
Sure. So you were focused on this alleged motor vehicle damage. And you mentioned on direct that sort of like trying to speculate about how this might have happened. Somebody, or Ms. Gattani said that I have a restraining order against someone, right?
Correct.
So she raised the topic of a restraining order, didn't she? And she didn't say anything after that to the effect of, and he just violated it 15 minutes ago, right?
Well, with that, I told her on scene, didn't have to see the order, so I didn't even attempt to look at it.
Sure. That's my next question. Was she trying to show you the order? So she had it out in her hand?
I love Bradle, dude.
What would you have done if you had received information that a restraining order was violated by someone 10, 12, 15 minutes prior, right up the street? What
Right.
would you have to do?
At that point, I would be going up to the courthouse.
Now, were there any sort of impediment to you investigating or doing anything with respect to either the damage or anything else at the time?
Like anything, stop.
Sure. Was there a big mob of people descending upon you in that back parking lot? at the
Descending
registry?
upon you.
Notice a large group of people.
Did you have any trouble, anything from the scene give you any trouble in concentrating or focusing or dealing with anything at that scene? And then you were going to mention earlier about some of the steps you took to try to investigate this damage claim to the vehicle. What did you do?
I reached out to the registry of deeds and I reached out to the Norfolk Debt Insurance Group, which was the building right next to where her vehicle was parked.
And were you able to find any surveillance video or anything like that?
No, not really.
How many people were in this group that Ms. Gattani was in?
5 or 6.
Thank you very much. One moment, please, Your Honor, if I may. Thank you very much, Dr. Nothing further.
Nothing on the, thank you, sir, you're excused. Lindsay Gattani, please.
Lindsay Gaetani.
Oh, shit. Lindsay Gattani's going to testify. Oh, shit. Fake victim's going to testify, y'all. This is wild. This is absolutely wild. Dude, I want to order food, but I'm sick of everything, dude. Fucking sick and tired of everything. I need to like. I just need to get back to the gym so that when I eat nothing, it's for a reason. There's a purpose behind it. Let me get some pasta, maybe.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear in the matter now in hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Good morning, could you introduce yourself to the court, please?
Popped, right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop. This is Ken.
Gaetan.
Good time, directing your attention to February 26th, 2024. You plan to go somewhere. Where do you intend to go?
Norfolk Superior Court.
And once you arrive, what did you plan to do?
I planned to meet with, the group in the parking lot behind the registry of deeds and then walk in. Look at outside of deeds.
And how did you get there?
I drove.
What kind of car did you drive?
It was a, 2018 Green Honda Odyssey.
And when you drove, was there any, when you got in the car to drive over, was there any damage to the car, such as a scratch on the side or broken tail light or anything?
No, it's not that, it just,
No, you answered the question.
yeah.
I love this judge,
Have you had
dude.
any work done on your car recently?
Yeah.
And what did you have done and what was the approximate cost of doing?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. When you arrived. Point that you arrived. The point that you arrived, what did you do?
I arrived Did not see anyone from my group yet, so I waited in my phone.
And, how long would you say you waited in the car?
Not for long, maybe 5 to 10 minutes at the most.
And relative to the registry of deeds, can you give us a ballpark of where in the lot you park?
I decided to park at the very back end of the parking lot, closest to the tree, farthest away from the registry.
And you said you waited in the car 5 minutes or so. Eventually, did you see someone or some people from the group that you were planning with?
I did. I had made a call first to see if they were there, but then I did actually.
And who did you?
Gentlemen,
And when you got out of your car, was it a result of that phone call or a result of seeing someone or what prompted you to get out of your car?
my memory serves correct. I believe she said she was there, so I didn't call again. I just saw. And then after 5 or 10 minutes, several cars pulled in and I recognized some of the people from the group.
Yes, you remember who was recognized?
I did see, Jennifer McLean and, some other, some of her family members and other witnesses.
And did you walk over to meet them? Did they walk back to you? What happened?
I got out of my car, they parked, and then we all, just stood in the vicinity of our cars, and waited for other parties to arrive that were part of the group.
But I mean, since you called Jennifer McCabe, did you have your cell phone with you?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Tony, do you have any children?
I did.
And did you make arrangements for the care of your children like that?
I did.
What arrangements did you?
My 2 youngest were, in a daycare. So, again, all day daycare, and then my 2 oldest, who were supposed to get out around, a little past 3 o'clock. I had arranged for a babysitter to get them off the bus and bring them into the apartment.
And did you have a plan to get back or a desire to get back at a particular time?
I wasn't sure how long the hearing was gonna last, but I told the, who had never met my sister before, I told her that I would, check into it. She got to say something.
I went to this hearing. Did you have any understanding as to whether or not Mr. Kearney would or would not be present? And it's fair to say that you had a former relationship with him, is that correct?
Yeah.
And did you have a restraining order against Mr. Kearney?
I did.
Protective order? And did you have a copy of that with you at the time?
I did. I was surprised.
At this point,
Dude, this is your witness. This is the whole reason we're here. Get your shit together, Cosgrove. What are you doing?
I guess I'm saying it's your body and ask if it's going to fine.
Copy of the same order that I had.
Alfred,
Man, you see that?
Listen, bro, y'all need to quit with this shit. The whole Turtle Boy needs to not date and like, how do you not know she's psycho? Blah blah. Dude, I'm trying to tell
No
you all,
objection.
dude. You don't know. Like
Civic
psychos
safety.
hide that shit until they feel comfortable, bro. That's how they do.
so.
See, that's what I'm
as you
saying, bro.
mentioned,
Let her play a play. You know what I mean? Let her play a play, man.
Walking to the courthouse.
Can you tell us the path you took?
Right, exactly. Exactly. They don't fucking know, man. Like,
Walk up to the courthouse and
A lot of people.
how do I sound if I'm like, you need to stop dating? I don't know your fucking life.
And I believe I was in the first group. And we started walking through the parking lot of the registry of deeds. And we went to, in the back, we went towards the right, I believe, around the registry of deeds to come around and cross the crosswalk.
no question. And if you cross the crosswalk, where is going?
Went up the stairs.
I wish I could understand a fucking word that's being said. That'd be nice.
Before you entered, did anybody in your group make contact by telephone with anybody else?
Dude, that's what I'm saying, dude. That's part of the psycho, is the manipulation. That's part of the psycho.
Question. And, do you understand the purpose of the call?
Yeah.
What was the purpose?
To inform the court officers that somebody from our group was in murder.
Now, when you got over to the courthouse, were you met by it?
When we got inside, no, we went through security.
And after you went through security, what happened?
Then we were met by the advocate who brought us into a back room. Because there was a big crowd.
And do you remember who the advocate was?
See, y'all are looking at this the wrong way, man. Y'all are looking at this from the wrong perspective. Sticking his dick in crazy has a minor issue with sticking his dick in. Look, bro, the whole thing with that is
So,
like,
Mr. Nelson takes you to a room somewhere?
if you, for some reason, crazy tends to be more uninhibited.
First floor, second floor?
And some of us don't like dead fish, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No,
And then you just kind of take the chance that they might be crazy, but you got to know, have like a crazy contingency plan. Like I have a plan these days. You know what I'm saying? Like I take I take steps. I take steps. I don't just jump into bed with anybody anymore. I take steps. I feel people out. You know what I'm saying? Like, is this person, as soon as the hoity-goity gets inside them, are they gonna fucking switch? You know what I mean? Like, you have to like take steps to assess the situation. Like, and then you got to be ready in case they beat your steps, right? in case they bypass your fucking security system. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then you fucking burn them down, and then they go crazy. You got to have a contingency plan once the crazy comes out. See, now Aiden, see, I got a few years on Aiden. That's the thing, is now Aiden, this was the lesson. Lindsay was the lesson for him to come up with the contingency plan. Guarantee you Aiden has a contingency plan moving forward for Psycho. You know?
Is the door open or closed? So you see it? Take it for the doors of glass.
Well, a part of this is
Tops. So.
Yeah, none of this matters.
Listen here
Like,
saying-
we can't even hear it anyway. So you might as well just hear me talk about Psycho pussy. But then when Bradle will cross, like, you'll be able to hear it, because Bradle actually is a decent lawyer and understands that words being heard matter.
All right, did you proceed to go into the court?
I got to the group that I was with, and I believe it was the court officer that led us to the right, the bench on the right, and had us be.
Dude, I feel bad for her kids, man. Like, those kids get the worst of it. They got to live with her all the time.
After we were sitting there, only a couple minutes, I saw a court officer walk by us down the aisle, and well, I turned over, and the court officer went up to where Mr. Carney was sitting, and then Mr. Carney stood up.
And after he stood up, what did he?
I saw him move.
Did he leave by himself, or did he leave to accompany with someone else?
With a woman, you know.
Dude, if you end up in jail because of a psycho, a trashy ass, shitty, nasty fucking psycho bitch, like, if you end up in jail for something you didn't do because of that person, dude, you're gonna not only come up with a contingency plan, but you're also gonna tighten security. You know what I mean? You're gonna tighten security. Like look at Meredith. He's fine. She's great. You know what I'm saying? He's good.
It wasn't very long, maybe 15 to 20 minutes.
And while you're sitting there, you see Mr. Carney off.
No, but I wasn't looking at him.
You were facing the front of the courtroom, with the judge, et cetera. So, the hearing is over.
I don't know why there's no video,
You leave alone, or you leave in couples, someone.
but I'm not leaving this again. So I tried to get video.
As you're walking through the courthouse.
Can't get it.
you make any observations about the people nearby?
Inside the courthouse, there was still a lot of people in the hallway that were looking at.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Wallace. How about you go fuck yourself and your mother while you're at it?
So you continue on your way up. You go down the stairs.
So as we walked, I did out the entrance doors, we took a right instead of going upstairs.
Okay, you're ahead of me, Mr. Tony. I was talking about the stairs from the second floor to the first floor.
Oh, I apologize.
You take those stairs down,
Yes,
and then when you get down there, you go out the same door you came in, or you go out of it.
same one.
And that's the front
This is
door.
fucking ridiculous, dude.
Now I think we're on the same page. What happens?
Then we walk out the front door.
And as you walk out the front door, you make any observations?
I know you do, Altman. I know you do.
So the number of people around, you know, what you're hearing is sick.
Sometimes people just don't understand how things work around here. That's all. You know, sometimes you got to let them know. They got to watch from afar.
And as you're walking out.
Well, there's not going to be any captions, man. Like, I'm not streaming this off YouTube. This is directly from the Zoom. This isn't getting national coverage yet.
As soon as I walked out the front doors and looked straight ahead right before we went down the ramp, I could see him standing straight across from me on the steps of the registry of deeds.
Other than standing there, did you not see doing anything?
Just holding his phone up.
So what do you do with that? When you do?
So I was a little nervous, the group that I was with.
Excuse me, you have to listen to the question, please.
I love this
Where'd
judge,
you
bro.
go?
To the right, down the ramp.
Listen to the question
You went down the ramp and then,
before you open your goddamn mouth.
do you remember who you were near at that point, who was in front of you, who was behind you?
I know that John McCabe stayed closest to me at all times. I didn't really know a lot of the others because I was just introduced to many of them that day. So I just know that John McCabe and one of his sisters.
No, ask Bob. I never met her. Thank God.
So in terms of where you were in the pack, so to speak, were you in the front or in the back?
I was kind of in the middle.
Remember how you addressed that?
Peter, thank you for the Venmo. Appreciate it, buddy.
A long black, kind of a key coat, I guess. Black pants, black flats, and a white purse.
So you proceed down to, you go to the bottom of the ring.
No, Krusty's not going to get called to the stand. I heard Turtleboy talking about that, I think this morning, that they're not going to call Krusty to the stand. Not for this. They will in the other case where Bettero's on. That I guarantee. Almost guarantee. Who knows?
So do you cross the crosswalk? And where do you go from there?
And you cross the crosswalk, and then it leads across to a street that's between the middle of the registry of deeds and the district court. So we proceeded to go towards the back street that's in the middle of both buildings.
And where along that route do you see this? Where was it? Something like that.
It was on the left, on the,
I know. Oh God, please let it be that we can hear Bettero grill Krusty Panties on the stand. Love that.
So they moved from the previous location?
Yes.
Did he move towards you or away from you?
Right.
At some point, do you believe you heard him say something?
Yes.
And what do you believe you heard him say?
Lion.
And,
Now, this is how bad of a lawyer Cosgrove is.
To me, it sounded like his voice.
You believe you heard him say something. Why are we here if you just believe you heard him say something? You believe? You're not sure? This is a trial, right? You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did this. But you believe you heard him say something. Okay. When a psycho's on the stand and they say they believe they heard that they heard something, well, that's not very credible.
And then stopped for a couple minutes.
So you walked about halfway, are you near your car at that point?
Dude, Cosgrove is the worst lawyer ever, bro. I thought Mello was bad. This is I don't know which one's worse, him or Mello. I don't even know. I think him.
with the 35 thing.
Fine. And after you did that, if people want to the house. You want to your.
I don't know if Aiden's going to testify. I wouldn't if I was him. I'd just let this case fall apart.
Did anything about your car attract your attention?
Yeah.
What was it that caught your eye?
I noticed that my back driver's side tail light was scratched.
Fine. And did you like it? So I take it when you noticed that, you probably approached your car.
Yeah.
And when you approached, did you make any further observations about you?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
There was also a deep indent and scratch that went from the smashed tail light all the way down through 2 quarter panels, the rear quarter panel and the second quarter panel where the door is sliding door began.
And can we have a photo of that one second? We have number 2, please. Does that photo show that they see a car?
The crack tail light and the beginning of the fracture indent where the front of the tail light.
And could we have number 20, please? Directing your attention to the photo that's now on the screen, previously introduced as an exhibit. What does that photo show?
The remainder of the scratch and that.
And what was your reaction on seeing this?
Dude.
And did you take any?
Into the glare of the Commonwealth has showcase into the glare.
Oh, get out of there.
The pictures. If there's somebody else that probably.
You didn't call the police yourself?
No.
You did it yourself, didn't you? Is there any reason why you didn't call the police yourself?
My mom had died.
When you say died, you mean the lost its charge? Charges expired. Did you ask the other person to call the police?
I don't believe so. I think it was detected.
So after the call was placed to the police, what happened?
The police arrived.
I mean, she's trying to say that the fucking car was damaged, dude. There's no taillight pieces. There's no indication that any damage done to her car was done at that moment. Like, there's nothing to indicate that. Like, Bradel already covered this and already, like, got the cop to testify to this. So everything she's saying at this point is complete and utter bullshit.
When he arrived, what
He got in the car and came over and asked what the issue is.
They have video of Aiden damaging her car? I don't think so.
I think it was pretty general. He didn't really know who he was talking with.
Another conversation.
Oh, Marco, there is a comment list stream. You can no longer comment. This stream is a commentless stream for Marco. Because now Marco can no longer comment. You see how that works? Marco can no longer comment. I mean, you can't comment. Marco can't comment. He can't comment.
Did he ask you about these things?
Yes.
What did he ask you?
I remember they told him it was again. I guess someone named Eden Carney, I started to explain who he was, and he stopped me mid-sentence and said that he was aware.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Altman, for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Very sweet.
Was that the extent of the conversation?
Yeah.
Well, so
I explained to him what had occurred in the courtroom, how he had left because of the restraining order, and that I believe, in my opinion, that had threatened, and that I thought that he had instructed somebody to get in the car because he was upset about that.
And what did the boss tell you he was going to do if anything?
He told me he was going to.
I'm glad you're here, Lynette.
The cameras in the nearby area. He would do his best to do anyway, anything like that. The person would go back to the engine car and if he was in touch with
Dude, Aiden's recording
Now, when you have
from
this
the phone in his
conversation,
pocket sounded better than this.
concern about your children?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to cross.
I was nervous because the babysitter I had hired to get my children off the bus, like I had mentioned earlier, had never met my children before and didn't know what they looked like. So I told her I would call her, step out and call her, and then we would talk to her, I didn't make sure she got them off the bus. And because the problem is that I had no way to do that.
So what did you want to do with that?
I wanted to just get in my car and get back to my house as soon as possible.
I see counsel.
Ask Bob. Ask Bob just asked me if I've ever met a woman as psycho as the fake victim.
Or the recess in this case
Yeah.
until 2:00. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully they can do this way, or back, or next audience.
Comment also.
Yes. Ask Bob.
Quiet, just like go.
What the fuck is going on?
Court is in recess from the Carney case, 2:00.
2 o'clock until 2 o'clock. Okay, hold on. Fuck. We gotta hope that they're gonna let us back in though. But I still got the passcode, so we're good. We'll see. So let's see what Jess was saying about that. Let's check in with Jess. All right. So Jess says, judge is looking around the room. Hold on. All right. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just trying to get caught up to the most recent tweets from Jess Machado because Jess Machado is awesome. 3 hours. Okay. So 16 minutes. Will Paul? No. That's That's from 3 hours ago. No, that doesn't work. All right. So most recent ones is judges looking around the room. And then another one says Gitani says she hired a babysitter to get her children off the bus. And the babysitter had never met her children before and was worried about them. She wanted to get home. Okay. I mean, that was okay. That was really relevant. That was really relevant. So hold on. I got to break that down in my mind. So Lindsay Gattani hired a babysitter to get her children off the bus, but the babysitter didn't know who the children were. So she was worried and wanted to get home. Yeah, fake victim. Nobody gives the slightest fuck about that. Like, the fact of the matter is that we're streaming a trial, dude, a fucking trial over whether or not Aiden violated his restraining order that Lindsay Gattani, the bullshit restraining order that Lindsay Gattani had on Aiden when he showed up to cover the Karen Reed trial, like a hearing in February, right? Like, it's his job. It's what he's doing. Like, his whole bread and butter right now is, I mean, this dude right now has a documentary crew following him around because of his coverage and what he's done with the Karen Reed case. So he kind of belongs there. Lindsay Gattani being there served no purpose. The fact that she was invited by the O'Keefes and entered the courtroom with the O'Keefes says a whole lot. This is something that we have to be very aware of when looking at this case. It says a whole lot. What is Lindsay Gattani's connection to John O'Keefe exactly? I'd love to know. I'd love to know what business Lindsay Gattani, because she hasn't advocated in any way for justice for John O'Keefe, not that I'm aware of. She isn't known for advocating because, like, Karen Reed will invite YouTubers such as myself, such as Brian LTL, such as Larry, the DUI guy, that Karen Reed will invite us because, and boots on the ground people to sit because we are talking about the case. We are helping spread information. We are helping with creating and perpetuating awareness for Karen's case. So Karen, out of gratitude and appreciation, will invite some of us to attend court to be in support of her and her family. Now, Lindsay Gattani does not fall under these categories. She's not an advocate in any way, shape, or form. The only thing that Lindsay Gattani has done is fucked Turtleboy and then fucked him over. That's it. That's all she's done. That's all that Lindsay Gattani has done of any note whatsoever, of any merit for recognition, is that she put the intimidator in her mouth. That's it. That's it. She hasn't done anything of merit at all. So what would be the purpose of the O'Keefe family inviting Lindsay Gattani to sit in court with them, if not to try to get Aiden Carney violated on his restraining order. This was clearly facilitated because the common denominator between the O'Keefes and Lindsay Gattani is one thing, and that is Aiden Dr. Turtleboy Carney. That's it. There's no other connection. That is the common denominator between those two parties. So the only thing that makes sense is that she was invited there in order to somehow railroad Turtleboy and have his restraining order violated. Which is, what does Turtleboy do? The most logical thing, first thing he does when he sees her, bolts out of the courthouse, goes to a cop, lets him know, hey, just wanted to let you know that this person has a restraining order against me and has no business being here other than to get me jammed the fuck up. So here we are at a trial where this is easily proven. And the funny thing is, much like Karen Reed's case, it's not even on his, he's not even burdened with the responsibility to have to prove this. She has to prove that he violated the restraining order, that he deliberately did so. And what she's doing, this is what's beautiful about this right now, is that not only is Bradel easily proving that he didn't violate any such restraining order, but the restraining order probably should have never been put in place in the first place. He's not a threat to her in any way, shape, or form. He shows up to work. She shows up to his work. He goes, hey, this woman who has a restraining order against me, officer, shows up to my work. And then somehow she tries to nab him on a violation of his restraining order. And Turtleboy wanted this. He wanted this to go to trial so that he could prove it. And it's beautiful that it's a bench trial because he has to just show this one judge who is just wearing common sense. He has to just convince this one judge, dude, this bitch is fucking nuts. That's all he's got to do. Oh, one more time?
Listen to the glare of the Commonwealth's National Case.
The emo of the shoe, folks. Fuck yeah. Oasis Cat, it was awesome, man, for making that. I appreciate it. Dude, 50K today? That shit won't happen. But it'd be awesome. Yeah, if you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe, y'all. Fighting going on at trial? I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if there's a much more recent. And then judge calls a sidebar, and we are headed to lunch until 2 p.m. Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, my food got here. I hope they didn't leave it. Oh, cool. Okay. I'm going to go grab my food real quick, y'all. Here, I'll leave you with this song real quick. Actually, no. I'm gonna leave you with this video for a moment.
People are talking about John O'Keefe sneakers. What are they saying?
On the bottom, white. He goes, no. He's like, no, bro, that shit is fucking black, dude. Like, you could see the snow on top of it. Look at it, dude. Use your eyes.
It appears that the sole of the shoe is darker in color. It might be the lighting. It might be the snow packed onto it.
Shadows don't work like that, bro, where you can see white, and I mean white, right here, dude, right here, right here, right here, right here, right here, dude. Shadows don't fucking work like that.
Yeah, and it's a big discussion online, too. Everyone is posting pictures of the shoe in the snow next to the shoe in evidence and saying one has a black sole, one has a white sole. People have researched that Nike makes a shoe that looks like that with a black sole with the white around the side of the sole, but the bottom being black. So there's a lot of controversy about that, and we'll see how it manifests itself inside of the courtroom, how far the defense goes with it through cross-examination, etc.
Like, you can see the shape of the sole, the design of the goddamn shoe, bro.
What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Ferry Road, Kansas. Yes, you are.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
What was that?
I don't care what you say. That is not the same fucking shoe.
Is there a theory that a shoe was planted? Where did that shoe come from? Where's the other shoe with the white? How did someone have another Nike with a black sole? There's a lot of questions that it raises.
It doesn't take a fucking attorney to see that that's a fucking black-soled shoe, dude. It takes someone with eyes.
What are we doing, magic tricks here? Eklund, what just happened? What is that?
Foolishness, because that's not the same sneaker. Listen, I am not a sneakerhead by any means, but that is two different sneakers. I think this would open the door to like a My Cousin Vinny type moment in which you make a sneakerhead an expert.
I don't like your attitude.
What else is new?
I'm holding you in contempt of court.
Oh, there's a fucking surprise.
What'd you say?
What?
What'd you just say?
What'd I say? What?
Fuck about being right in the public's eye. I give a fuck about it. Right? I just need to know. Does Karen Reed and her team know that is not the same fucking shoe? That's all I want to know.
I asked Karen Reed about it after court today. Take a listen. Karen, there's a debate over the shoes. Do they match from the picture to what John was wearing?
Just look at the evidence, look at the pictures. I didn't collect them. I've seen that though.
That is a different fucking shoe.
And then there's another picture of two shoes side by side. The way that that picture is shot, one looks bigger than the other, one looks darker than the other, more dirty, I would say.
Dude, that is clearly a shoe with a black sole.
What was that? I mean, he's saying that's the shoe that was found on the curb. No, that was yesterday in the left shoe. Take a listen now. They take this break, this mysterious break, and then they come back and it's like, oh, that never happened. Take a listen to this.
Kingdom Radio, y'all. So, yeah, mark my words. I will have satisfaction by the end of this trial when it comes to these shoe shenanigans. Okay? Mark my words, people. All right. What sucks now is, like, I bet you they're at lunch. You guys want to review a little bit of some testimony here from Karen Reed in the meantime? Makes sense to do that, don't it? Makes sense to do that. Hey, look at that. Miss Shorty's on Uncivil Law, man. Good for her. I hope her channel grows. That's cool, man. Oh, there's a final trailer for Superman, but I can't play it on here. I can play it on Kick, though. Bettero's going to be on Nurse Kim tonight at 6. That's awesome. Let's see what we got here. Let's review some testimony from Dr. Rentschler.
Matter, doctor?
They do.
Well, Nick Rekieta's
Dr. Rentschler,
he's an
facts
attorney.
matter, don't they?
They do, yes, sir.
Yeah, so Nick Rekieta, he's an attorney. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I think he's wrong. You know, he knows better than I would, but I just don't see, unless this jury's tampered with in some way, how this is just not a straight up acquittal, considering the evidence. Like, the bottom line here, like the next to bottom line is that the jury hates Hank Brennan, and the defense has put up a very compelling case, and Brennan has done nothing but panic ever since the defense has put up their case. So, but the bottom line is that the prosecution, the Commonwealth, has absolutely failed to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So common sense dictates that this would just be an acquittal. I mean, if the jury's smart, then this would just be an acquittal. If the jury has common sense, then this would just be an acquittal. But if the jury's tampered with, which I have reason to believe, I think it's fair to think that the jury would be tampered with, considering that Fanning was in charge of the jury last trial. And then when it was brought to the defense's attention and the defense brought it up in a motion to dismiss this case pre-trial, Judge Beverly Cannoni got defensive about it. It was weird. Judge Beverly Cannoni got defensive about it, like as if she was defending herself in that process. But Fanning had no business having even to any degree any contact with that jury. He should have not had anything to do with that jury whatsoever. He was a witness in the case. And on top of that, do we need to talk about Sandra Birchmore and his role in that? Do we need to do that? I don't think we do. Lo mein.
Sir.
You said it many, many times. Facts matter. Isn't that correct?
I think it was details, but facts matter too.
Do details matter, doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
The irony in that is beautiful. The irony in that answer, like that was just a perfect fuck you to Hank Brennan right there. You said earlier that facts matter. Did you not, Dr. Rentschler? Did you not say that facts matter? Dr. Rentschler was like, actually, it was details. You know, like the fact, like the detail that I stated that it was details. And yes, details actually matter. Yes, sir.
Aren't they?
If you want to prove that something happened a certain way, they're critical. Yes, sir.
When you were the jury and giving opinions about where Mr. O'Keefe might have fell or not fell, you were discussing where Mr. O'Keefe was lying on the side of the yard, weren't you?
Where he came to rest?
Came to rest.
Well, approximately, we don't know the exact position, but yes.
You said 10 to 20 feet, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said that 3 times, 10 to 20 feet. Do you think Mr. O'Keefe was 20 feet from the roadway?
Well, I think he's maybe 10 feet, but 20 feet is from, if you're hit by the car, you need some distance to travel. He couldn't travel just horizontally, or perpendicularly. So it would be at least 10 to 20 feet if you look at the total distance.
You have no idea.
This is more ridiculous shit. We all know it's impossible.
Nobody does.
John O'Keefe to end up where he did, based on the theory by the Commonwealth. There's just no way.
Go ahead and ask the question.
Dr. Rentschler, before this jury, have no idea where the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
That's correct. There's no evidence.
Play exhibit 2, please. When you were giving your estimate,
No
10
evidence.
to 20 feet, Dr. Rentschler. Did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
I'm sure I have.
Well, when you say you're sure you have, are you guessing or have you seen it or not seen it?
I'm sure I've seen this before, yes.
So you've seen this before?
Yes.
And when you look at this video, did you look at the street and look at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Sure, yes.
Sure?
Yes.
20 feet, Dr. Rentschler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir. 10 to 20 feet.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly do, yes, sir.
Take that down, please. Did you speak to anybody today
Condescending prick.
before you testified about Dr. Welch's testimony in court?
I did not today, no, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welch's testimony?
I did not, no, sir.
At any point, did anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid free dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did, yes, sir.
And you hadn't even finished your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolf or you and Dr. Wolf chose to use a 50% dummy?
Not at all, no, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony, was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
I didn't know it was an issue, no, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 170
Excuse
pounds.
me, Spanky, but I believe you made it very clear to us yesterday, Spanky, that Randy no longer identifies as a dummy, but as a mannequin.
71, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was he?
He was 73 inches, I believe.
So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight, no, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, they would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any conclusions, or did you know that when Dr. Wolf did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy, he didn't make any adjustments?
What do you mean? What adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio, force and mass.
I think we got a ratio.
If you use a light, sure, yes.
And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
Did
You
he
had
say
testified
50%?
before, hadn't you?
Did Spanky just say 50% dummy? I mean, I would venture to say that Spanky's probably 100% dummy. Am I right? 100% dummy. Not 50, but 100. Spanky's 100% dummy, y'all. Oh my God. Woo.
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss with anybody, you said?
I did not, no.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
The party that
my employer
retained
asshole
us told us things. I didn't break any sequestration. They were the ones in contact with the court. So it was my assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything, but yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case, weren't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe we can approach briefly.
Oh man. We can fast forward through this. Because I got a face full of noodles. Isn't it true, Dr. Wrenchler, that I'm a big fucking pank?
Last year, you were receiving information, not from the defense, from your employer, about other witnesses' testimony during the event, weren't you?
I don't know if they told us about witness testimony. They told us about certain evidence. I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court.
The
They were in
FBI.
talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do. Anything I got was from that organization.
The FBI organization, that is. So y'all don't know, man, but there's a certain art to opening squeeze packages of sauces, right? I'll show you. I got this because I like to squirt my hot mustard on my egg rolls individually, right? But look at how perfect I got that opening. You know what I mean? I got full control over the amount that I put on my egg roll, bro. Fantastic.
Voir dire 2, 118, line 15. Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare?
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I don't think it made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today, you are denying that that information certainly helped you prepare.
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question. I want you to give me a very specific answer.
So just go ahead and ask the question.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare?
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Details can matter.
Details matter. So let's talk about detail.
Sure.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare? You denying it?
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I'll ask you a different question. Receiving that information from your employer, are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I'm going to allow that.
Of course you're going to allow
I don't think
it.
that it did. I don't understand that. I understood what was happening. I understood what the theory was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything. Doesn't affect what my understanding of the trial was or what was happening or what
Exactly. This guy's not a fucking DNA analyst, bro. That shit's got nothing to do with what the
When
fuck
you
he
were
discovered.
traveling out to testify last year, you had phone conversations with the defense, didn't you?
I think I had like 2 phone conversations, 2 or 3.
So that sounds like a yes, you did.
Yes, there was one right before my qualifications, my voir dire, where I talked to Mr. Jackson, and that was it. Other than that, I think it was just planning and scheduling.
Mhm. Was there any discussion on how you could portray yourself as independent?
I don't believe there was.
You say you don't believe.
Yeah, there was no need to.
That's not the question.
Portray yourself as independent.
Was there any attempt?
So the objection's sustained. I'm going to strike that, folks, okay?
Yeah, like what the
Questions, Mr.
fuck?
Gordon?
Was there any attempt in your conversations to portray yourself as independent as far as your arrangements were concerned and coming out here?
No, I don't think so, because there was no need to, because it was independent.
When you had conversations with the defense, did they offer to give you transportation assistance getting here?
They provided a ride to and from the airport, yes.
Did you tell the defense that you prefer to take an Uber so that it would appear independent to a jury?
No, because I didn't take an Uber. I took their ride. If I wanted to appear independent, then I would have taken an Uber.
Did you have a conversation about that you were thinking about taking an Uber?
It didn't even cross my mind, sir.
Yeah, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Did you stay independent?
What do you mean independent?
Well, did you have any bias for it?
Any bias?
Bias, yes.
What do you mean? Did I have any bias?
Well, after you testified,
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people. And so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
Had a ham sandwich. Did you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
When you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Well, certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember.
Let me alert you to something. When you were there at the luncheon,
Dude.
did you see a camera crew
I believe I did, yes, sir.
filming and documenting, right?
There were a lot of cameras, yes.
You know that you might have been on some of that footage?
That's fine. I could care less.
Okay.
Right.
So do you think maybe you were talking about the case and your answers and laughing it up a little bit?
I have no idea, possibly.
You were involved in conversations with the defense attorneys, were you?
What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure I heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks.
Wait, what? Hold on. What?
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare
you? Nancy, yes, thank you so much. Hand sandwiches for everyone. Yay. Oh my goodness. Dude, let me tell y'all something, man. That's lunch every day. Lunch every day during the Karen Reed trial. They order like subs and they just have a bunch of subs there. Like, it's the easiest, quickest thing to eat. They're thinking about nourishment and nourishment alone. That's it. They have sandwiches every single time that I've ever had lunch with Karen Reed and her defense team. It's always sandwiches because they're not thinking about nothing but nourishment. And believe it or not, they're not talking about the case. They might be discussing case related things more or less, like very loose nothings, small talk, you know, but like somebody's suit or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, but it's never like the last time, like if they're discussing the case in any way, shape, or form, like last time we ate lunch at one of their offices, right? And there's a conference room. And Karen and her defense team were in the conference room and discussing who knows what. But the door was closed. Then, when they were done discussing the case, they opened the door. And then everybody kind of, you know, and that was it. You know, but there's nothing being discussed that's of any, like this 99%, there's a 99% chance that they were standing around and giggling about something. Talking about music, talking about a TV show everyone likes, who knows?
You and you answer.
Sure.
Did you have conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue what we would have talked about.
Do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the then prosecutor on the case and laughing about the answers?
I have no idea. I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
Right.
You remember when you were having conversations with some of these folks and you were laughing about when the prosecutor asked you about other evidence like DNA? You had a response, well, the physics doesn't change. You remember?
I don't specifically remember that.
How would Spanky even know that?
How long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long?
Unless he saw the footage
I
from the camera crew.
honestly don't know. 10 minutes. How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
I don't know, dude. Yeah.
And after you finished your ham sandwich and then you told us
10 minutes as the crow flies, bro.
You got a ride back to the airport?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah. After you got back to the airport, ultimately your company billed the defense for your time preparing and traveling and testifying?
I believe they did.
Well, you wrote your bills down, didn't you? You wrote your time down?
Well, I don't know who gets billed to it. I think it was actually, I wrote my time down and it was the same time code for the original employer that we had. I'm not involved in billing. I don't know who the bill goes out to. I just put my time in and do my work.
Do you know that the defense paid that bill?
I have no idea if they paid it or not.
And then now you have a new contract with the defense. Or I should say you have a contract with the defense, don't you?
I assume ARCA does. Again, I'm not involved in that. I don't do any part of the financials. I just do my job.
Right. He's not the fucking senior vice president
I
of
enter my
ARCA.
billing every week, yes.
Do you know how much you've been paid so far in this case?
I haven't been paid anything. I'm a salaried employee for ARCA. I have no idea how much ARCA's been paid.
How much has ARCA been paid because of your work so far?
I have no idea. I'm not
I don't
involved in
fucking know,
financials.
bro.
You have no idea how much time, how much compensation your company's going to get for the work that you've done and continue to do on this case. You have no idea.
It's not my concern. It's not my department, so I don't.
That's a no?
That's a
No,
no, sir.
for the fifth time,
When
it's
you
a no.
communicated with the defense, you texted, didn't you?
When?
At any point.
There were some texts, yes.
And at some point, there was a court order for you to bring a copy of your text?
I believe so, yes.
But when you say you believe so, details matter.
No.
Do you know whether
Condescending
there was a court
fuck.
order for you to bring your text?
I believe there was, yes.
Did you comply with that court order?
I complied with, yes, with whatever I had.
Did you have any of the text messages?
I don't believe so.
What happened?
Well, there were like 2 text messages about where I could get my ride and what time. And so after that day, like I do many times, I'd probably erase those texts.
When you say probably, did you delete the text that you had with the defense last year during the trial?
Again, I had like 2 texts about scheduling, and I'm sure I deleted them like sometime around that time, like I do with most texts.
Did you ever use Signal?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
I have no need to.
Why would you have a need to?
Oh, shit. I don't like that.
I wouldn't have a need to. That's why I said I don't use it.
What's Signal for?
It's for, I think, for encrypted messages.
Do any of your colleagues use Signal to have conversations with their clients?
I'm going to allow that you're aware.
I have no idea what my fellow employees or cohorts do.
One of your fellow employees is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wolf. Yeah, you work very closely with him on this case.
Dr. Dimples, do you,
I've worked
bitch?
with him on this case, yes, sir.
And working with him on this case, were you aware of his habits, of whether or not he used encrypted apps like Signal?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm not aware of Dr. Wolf's habits, no, sir.
Yeah, I watch him take a shit and I wipe
When you
his
worked
ass.
on this case, when you began, you worked with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Klein?
But Scott Klein is another engineer at ARCA that worked on the case, correct?
And you worked with Dr. Wolf?
That's correct, yes.
You worked as a group?
Well, I mean, we all worked on the project together. I'm located in the Pittsburgh office, and Mr. Klein and Dr. Wolf are in the Philadelphia office. So we didn't physically work together, but we worked on the same project, obviously.
When you first began your testimony yesterday, you said that you were restrained in what you could do. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, yes.
And when you said you were restrained, were you attempting like a preemptive strike because of certain things you didn't do to try to ward off any questions about that?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me ask it this way. Were the rules different regarding your initial investigation for you as opposed to Dr. Wolf?
I don't know that they were. I don't believe they were.
Did Dr. Wolf have free reign to do whatever he wanted?
Objection. Sustained.
Were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I don't believe we were, no.
You, though, were you?
Was I?
Yes, were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I mean, there was budgets and we had to stay within certain values. So I wouldn't say I was given free reign because I couldn't do whatever I wanted.
Did anybody tell you what tests you could or couldn't do?
I don't think there was a list of specific tests or not, but you would discuss what would be done or what we could do and what the cost of those tests would be.
Were you free to suggest any tests that you wanted to?
I'm assuming I could suggest whatever I wanted to. Sure.
Were any of your suggestions
The
denied?
big takeaway from this whole cross-examination is that Spanky is not challenging any of his scientific analysis. He's not challenging any of it. He's not defending Welchers, and he's not challenging Rentschler's here. So that should tell the jury a lot. The jury's looking at that going, okay, well, this guy's an expert. So you're going to spend your whole cross-examination trying to discredit him and make him repeat the same answers over and over and over again, asked and answered, bro. And yet Bev doesn't do anything. But Bev's doing a good job of teaching the jury the law when she does it to the defense. So the jury, if they have any common sense, they're looking at this and going, well, look at this. Like, I just watched her call out the defense on this, but I saw her let the prosecution get away with it 10 times.
Denied.
I can't remember. I don't know that they were. I mean, we had what we were constrained is what the client wanted to know. And so we tailored our tests to do that and tried to keep the budget and the cost of what we did in our analysis down for that very purpose.
Could you have suggested crash tests?
Probably could have suggested whatever I want.
Did you suggest crash tests?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it might have been brought up, but I'm pretty sure that would not have been within the budget. So
I want you to be detailed. I don't want you to guess.
Yeah, they didn't have a fucking almost $500,000 budget there, guy.
Did you
from
suggest
taxpayer
doing crash tests
money
last year?
I can't remember. We obviously didn't, but I don't know if that was brought up or not.
Do you, since your memory is difficult?
What an asshole.
Sustained.
Yeah, knock that shit off, dude. The fuck are you doing? Yeah, like he's being a condescending prick to this guy nonstop, and Bev's not doing shit about it. And Peggy is laughing. Look at Peggy O'Keefe laughing. What's funny exactly?
To remember things, do you write them down?
That's one of the ways you can do it, sure.
Do you write down things so you don't forget?
Depends what it is.
Like, what is with these questions, dude?
You provided a CV, which is a resume.
That's correct, yes.
Resume outlines your education,
Yes, sir.
areas of specialty,
Correct.
and then it highlights your accomplishments as far as the focus of your specialty or the focus of your profession, what you like or what you do a lot, right?
Some of it, yes, sir.
So, for example, you have a number of publications that are peer reviewed.
Correct.
And peer review publications mean that you've written something that's been evaluated and considered by other experts in the industry and have been adopted or recognized, correct?
Well, that it's been published, yes, sir.
You have a long list of peer-reviewed articles dating back to 2003. Is that correct?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, most of my peer-reviewed articles are all written when I was in graduate school. Correct.
Have you had any peer-review articles since 2003?
Probably not. No.
In your peer review articles, 2003, deal with the evaluation of selected electric-powered wheelchairs.
That was one of them, yes, sir.
The next one, intelligent walkers for the elderly.
Correct.
Comparison of fatigue life for 3 types of manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of a pushroom activated power assisted wheelchair.
Correct.
Displacement between the seating surface and hybrid testing dummy during transitions with the variable configuration wheelchair.
The hybrid 3, yes, sir.
Assessment of manual wheelchair ride.
Correct. I was looking at forces and accelerations on the body. Yeah.
Fatigue life of 2 manual wheelchair cross brace designs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of selected ultralight manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Augmentation of 100 key ISO wheelchair test dummy to accommodate higher mass.
Yes, sir.
And so you would agree that all of your peer review articles deal with wheelchairs?
Well, wheelchairs and the kinematics and kinetics forces associated with propelling wheelchairs and injuries associated with that. Yes, sir.
Do any of them deal with pedestrian collisions?
No, they don't.
You've written a book chapter,
Yes, sir.
Smart Technology for Aging,
Yes, sir.
and again, nothing on pedestrian accidents.
That's correct.
Expanded abstracts, you've written a few.
I have, yes, sir.
Suffice to say, dealing with wheelchairs.
And assistive technology, that's correct, yes, sir.
Any have to do with pedestrian collisions?
I don't believe so, no.
Looking at your CV, you can note any area of specialty you'd like, correct?
You can put down whatever you like, I suppose, sure.
No, I'll be going back to
Have you
Turtleboy's
listed
trial
any
at 2. They're at lunch.
specialty as pedestrian collisions?
Well, not specifically. That actually falls under impact biomechanics, biomechanical injury causation. So I didn't list it specifically, but it certainly falls under the actual expertise that I perform.
Now, doctor, when you worked with Dr. Wolf, did you have a chance to look at his report?
I did, yes.
If you saw anything in the report that was off or mistaken, would you have an opportunity to discuss that with him?
I'm sure I would, yes, sir.
Did you find anything about his report that was wrong as far as data?
I don't recall. If I did, I probably would have talked to him, but I don't recall.
You and Dr. Wolf were collaborating together, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you collaborate, you relied on each other's data at times, didn't you?
To some extent, yes.
Some things Dr. Wolf did, you relied on ultimately for your interpretation and your conclusions.
I did, yes.
Did you write a report and talked about the acceleration of the ATD, the test dummies, regarding its hands and arms?
I did, yes.
When you wrote your report talking about this very specific data, do you remember what you determined was the acceleration for the ADT right hand at 29 miles per hour? How many G's that was?
Let's see. Accelerations for the right hand.
Page 6.
Yeah, it looks like 863 Gs.
And when you were comparing data with Dr.
I know you
Wolf, if
paid
something
your
was
fucking
different or off,
bullshit
would
expert
you
over
correct it?
400 G's.
Oh, I talked to him about it, sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about his collection of data regarding peak acceleration?
Did you ever talk to
with the
Ham?
Arm and hand experience?
The arm and ham
29
experience?
mile per hour.
Arm and ham, right?
Well, when I think that 863 is from 1,000, the CFC 1,000 hertz low pass filter. And in his report, he used a lower number from a 180 hertz. So they're both accurate numbers. It's just how you actually filter the data.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
And I ended up using a lower number.
Do you
than
know what
when I
I'm
did my
talking about?
calculations.
Could we have exhibit 1, please?
Do you know what I'm talking about, bro?
Into the glare of the color of that showcase.
Yes, sir.
Any of those wounds with puncture in your mind?
I don't make medical diagnoses, so I'm not going to comment on
Yeah,
that, sir.
dumbass.
About x-rays and injury. I know you don't make medical diagnosis, but you were very careful to be detailed about what this was. Not a laceration, right? It is a superficial abrasion.
That was what was diagnosed by the medical records. Yes, sir.
And you were very careful to make that distinction when you were critiquing Dr. Wells.
Sustained.
And so you also looked at x-rays, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you look at them, you try to give the impression that you've read them, even though you're not a doctor and you can interpret them.
Sustained.
Were you trying to interpret them for us?
No, it was actually interpreted by the medical examiner. That there were no acute injuries.
When you were giving all this information to the jury about the x-rays, was that your personal opinion, or were you just regurgitating something you had read?
That was the medical examiner's opinion, but certainly you can look at the x-rays and see that there are no actual fracture lines or space displacement between the joints. But it's the medical examiner and his diagnoses that I rely upon.
So when you were going through an
Her
explanation of all
diagnoses, my friend.
photographs
Her.
and x-rays, you weren't trying to portray that you were giving your own personal opinion?
Girls could do stuff now.
I don't give diagnoses, but if there's no fractures on an x-ray is diagnosed by an MD or physician, you can look at the x-ray and then you can see why there are no fractures. You can look at the x-ray and see where the fractures are if there's a diagnosis. So the diagnosis was no fracture, no acute injury, and that's certainly consistent with looking at the x-ray itself.
So when you were looking up the x-ray and holding it up, was that just a prop? I mean, were you simply just regurgitating what you read in the report? Or were you doing Or a
you're
certain
just
kind of- were you doing any
regurgitating?
kind of analysis yourself
Regurgitating.
when you were sharing with us what those x-rays showed or didn't show?
The analysis is that there's no fracture or acute injury, and that's what the medical diagnosis is, and that's what the x-rays showed.
Yeah, exactly,
Are you
plebin.
giving us your opinion, or are you regurgitating what you read in a report?
That is what the medical
I don't
diagnosis
have an
is, that
opinion.
there's no
I don't
fractures,
have
no
a
acute
medical
injuries.
opinion.
That's what the medical opinion
I'm not a
is.
medical professional,
You're
you
regurgitating
dickhead.
what's in the report.
Sustained enough.
Did you see any MRIs?
I don't believe any MRIs were taken or performed.
In
no.
x-rays, does it depict deep soft tissue damage?
Normally, it does not depict soft tissue damage, no.
How about muscle tears?
No, it does not.
How about tendon tears?
Not normally, except you can see laxity in the joints if there is tendon or ligament tears. Normally, you can see laxity in the joints, but it doesn't show the ligament or the tendon itself.
Nerve injuries?
No, sir.
Avulsion fractures?
Yes, sir.
People sometimes get MRIs to see if there's a fracture that doesn't appear in an x-ray. Yes?
Sometimes x-rays are the best for looking at bony fractures. MRIs looking at soft tissue injuries.
Looking at boner
Speaking of
fractures.
wounds, you've cited a number of references, a number of materials in your reports, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And one of them that you've cited is forensic pathology.
Yes, sir.
This is a legitimate source to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've relied on it for at least part of the basis of your study or opinions.
Well, I relied on it because it speaks and looks at the difference between, for instance, a laceration and an abrasion.
A person could be struck by a motor vehicle and not indicate any bruising to that area, wouldn't you say?
At what speed, what part of the vehicle were they contacted, what part of the body were they contacted? It depends on the amount of force associated with that. There's a number of variables involved.
Okay. Does the absence of a bruise...
Where do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get them?
...that there was no blunt force trauma to the area?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that?
Well, the absence of a bruise, can you repeat that again?
You were talking
I'm
about
alone.
bruising.
Can you answer that?
Does the absence of a bruise necessarily indicate there was no blunt force trauma to an area?
No, you have to look at all the evidence and you have to look at the force. If there's 4,000 pounds of force applied to the body or to the arm, then certainly you would expect a bruise. And if there's no bruise, then you would have to question if that impact or contact actually occurred. You don't just look at that by itself in isolation. You look at all the variables and facts involved with the case to determine if an injury occurred.
Have you ever seen collisions where more than one person was hit or struck by the vehicle?
Multiple
Brooks?
pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
That is so vague, and you'd have to go back and look at a specific case,
vague as
look
fuck,
at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. You can't just say, is it possible this could occur? You have to look at a specific case and demonstrate that that could actually happen.
Well, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm asking your experience. Have you?
I'm going to allow that.
Have you ever?
You need to shut the fuck up.
Pedestrian crash where there are multiple pedestrians hit by one vehicle and they sustain different or in some cases no injury. Is that going to happen in your study?
Sure, because it depends where they're hit, what part of the body they're hit on, what the force is for that hit. The people aren't going to be hit the same multiply by one vehicle. You can certainly have multiple people in different types of injuries.
Have you seen people hit by a vehicle at a particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle similar speed but have no injuries? Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Yeah. What do you mean by injuries, bro?
Pedestrians hit at a certain speed and have injuries. In another case where you look at where there is a similar type of
Trace the signal.
So again, do you mean abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same cars? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Having experience in pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity
Okay,
between
smart
cases
ass.
as far
Let's
as
see what this
vehicles
mystery's
and
all
speeds
about.
and totally different injuries occur.
Can you?
Do you mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer?
I don't believe I've ever seen a case where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed with the same force with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Yeah, like how the fuck can you even correlate that?
Have you done any study
That's
about
crazy.
the directionality of glass or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
The
About when
directionality
something
you said
shatters,
out loud.
How it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters, does it shatter differently?
I mean, it certainly depends on the impact.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive. You can't use that to come to an opinion about what happened.
Oh, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks differently.
Well, sure. I mean, the testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently, and we didn't get any contact. So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll get to the contact. When you look at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that. And I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
I didn't ask you that. Is that funny?
It's not funny.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm going to strike the.
Is that funny?
Seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
I didn't ask you that. Is that funny?
He didn't even laugh.
So,
He didn't even laugh. Like, what is this guy's problem?
I'm going to strike the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more comments.
Brennan's fucking
When you did your experiment,
panicking,
the
dude.
sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
the angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
No.
I didn't specifically count. No, we looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
Mannequin.
No matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not. No, sir.
You had talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
Well, that was the only test he performed, and he
Right.
referenced that test
Get him.
for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the tail light cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the tail light cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his
How do you like your eggs? Exactly.
analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm gonna see counsel outside now.
Yeah, Jackson's not putting up with that shit. Jackson's like, look at this motherfucker, dude. Just because his fucking case is tanking doesn't give him the right to berate my witness. Is that it? Okay, they went to lunch then. Okay. Wow. That was crazy. That was just fucking crazy. Just in time, too, because I do have the Zoom pulled up here, but the host has not started the meeting yet. So hopefully we get let back in, because I want to hear Bradle's cross on fake victim. That's going to be fantastic.
The case to determine if an injury occurred.
Have you ever seen collisions where more than one person was hit?
All right, I'll play it at regular speed now since y'all are so
Multiple
fucking,
pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
you guys are
Have
so
you ever
picky.
seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
That is so vague, and you'd have to go back and look at a specific case, look at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. What the force is for that hit will be of injuries.
Particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle similar speed but have no injuries. Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Have you ever seen in any of your cases pedestrians hit at a certain speed and have injuries, and another case where you look at where there is a similar type of collision with different injuries?
So again, do you mean abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same cars? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Having experience in pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity between cases as far as vehicles and speeds and totally different injuries occurring.
I'm going to allow that. Can you?
Do you mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed, with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can
I
you
love this
answer?
shit.
I don't believe I've ever seen a case where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed, with the same force, with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Yeah, because it
Okay,
doesn't
exhibit
happen. Because
one.
the chances
Have you
of
done any
that
study
are
about
fucking
the directionality of
astronomical, you
glass
idiot.
or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
About when something shatters,
Directionality.
how it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters, does it shatter differently?
I mean, it certainly depends on the impact.
Right.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Dude, this is the most.
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're
This is the most shining example of reaching that I've ever seen a line of questioning be.
claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive. You can't use that to come to an opinion about what happened.
Right.
No, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks, it breaks differently.
Yeah. Well, sure. I mean, the testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently.
It's the most
and we
irrelevant
didn't get
line
any
of questioning
contact.
ever.
So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll get to the contact. When you looked at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
Well, I didn't ask you that.
Wow.
Is that funny?
Wow.
It's not funny.
Okay.
So I'm going to strike the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more comments.
When you did your experiments, the sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
Not a matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
It does matter if there's a need.
You had talked
It
quite a
does
bit
matter.
about
What do you mean it
Dr.
doesn't matter if
Welcher's
there's
test
a
with the
need? Of
paint,
course
so I
it
wanna
matters
ask
if there's a
you some
need.
Questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
I'm going to allow it.
Well, that was the only test he performed, and he
Right.
referenced that test for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent
Exactly.
with the taillight cover. That's the
No
only test he did. So if it
evidence.
doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless. in his
Meaningless.
analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Wow.
So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm going to see counsel outside.
Now I want to hear what AJ's saying here because it's hard to
Mr.
tell.
Brent,
It's hard to tell. I'm going to slow it down. Try to listen very closely.
all right. I'm going to see counsel outside. All right, Mr. Jackson, stage. So,
My question.
stage. So, Mr. Jackson.
That doesn't help.
Mr. Brent. I'm going to see counsel. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm going to see.
I'm going to ask the court to admonish. That's all I heard.
So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm going to see counsel outside now.
Yeah, I don't know what Jackson said exactly there. Dude. All right. Still waiting for the host to start the meeting, folks. So it is 2:00. So hopefully they let us back in because they ended the Zoom meeting. They ended the Zoom meeting for lunch. So it's not like I logged out. So don't get mad at me for not if we can't get back in. It's not my fault. Oh, here we go. Oh, they almost did. Oh, host is joined. Okay. Host is joined. So we're just waiting for them to. All right, here we go. And we got video this time.
I don't know. Okay, maybe there's some like.
I don't think that's video, though. I think that's just a.
And then I'll plus your back in.
300 people.
What? I was, but John's doing the new arrest and lockup, so I now have to stop. There's only one DA. So we're gonna go right into this. Thank you.
It comes up on.
Whenever he's on that. Yeah. Because I'm like getting up and like.
All right.
Wow. This picture right here.
Go Order goes back in session, maybe speak for yourself, put away, thank you.
One moment, Your Honor, let me just get on the record, yeah. Commonwealth versus Carney.
Can you check the notice?
Your state attorney?
When did you have?
Ma'am, I'll remind you, you've been sworn in.
And, job. I think when we left off, these are just described, the police officer described these investigatory steps that he was intending to take, correct? Did you wait around while you did that, or what did you do with happening? Included in the conversation?
For me to be in
So at that point, what do you do?
I got plug my phone into the phone, pull out.
And at some point. Your phone remains charged.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you do at that point? 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3:06, 3:07.
Our first call, the babysitter, because,
And, after you were, and after you were reassured about that, my terms when things.
Yeah.
And what was that?
To call the police back to inquire about the violation.
And by violation, you mean what?
The officer had told me he would check the cameras about the vandalism, but I had realized I was upset about my part because he mentioned what steps he was going to be taken about the restraining order. The violations.
Objection, non-responsive motion is
Sustained.
No,
So
he didn't hope to squash anything. He hoped to quash his testimony, meaning that he hoped to
If I needed to
not have to
go
testify.
back to the police station or the matter is already being handled.
And, did you receive a response?
Yeah, there was.
What if anything you would suggest that you do?
I believe they said that I would have to either come back down to the police station or go to the courthouse the next day.
And, what was your situation then in normal life in terms of, going to the police station?
I did that home, and the sitter was, everyone's going to be there for a period of time, and so I let the officer and phone know that I had to go home to my kids first, and contact would be okay if I returned later then.
Did you?
I did.
And you returned later in the evening, what happened when you got?
I met with an officer in the lobby of the police station.
Remember who it all was?
I'm not sure.
If I said office of power, would that help?
I believe so.
And, did you make a statement to us?
I did.
And did you provide him an explanation with that occurred?
I think at that time I showed him a video or pictures on my phone.
All right. And, if it's just a moment. At some point.
Today, Junior.
Let's go, Crossgrove. Jesus Christ. Ask your witness a question. The fuck?
Remember at what time you called the police station?
I
Do you remember at what time you called the police station?
was around 3 o'clock, I believe.
And is that recorded on the phone or something?
Should have been on my call.
I'll show you this and that's it.
Yes. Just, I called at 3:07 PM, on February 26th.
Is it true and accurate copy of the call on?
Yes.
At that time? I don't know. You objection.
No objection?
No.
Exhibit 17.
Unreal, bro. Like every time it goes silent, I think that Cosgrove just fucking died. Like I feel like he just fucking keeled over right there and then.
Now, at
Like
some
I feel like
point,
it could happen any minute.
At some point the next day, actually, did you have occasion to view a video presentation or YouTube presentation or internet presentation? By the defendants,
Interweb nets presentation. Shut the fuck up.
his point of view of what had happened in the courtroom.
Yeah, I was alerted to a law that,
Did you view that law?
I did.
I'm going to show you a stack of pictures. You have to do this first. Remember the title of that blog?
Not with the word.
Let me show you this and I said what this structures were. What was the title of that blog?
Museum cover up part 299. McAlbert used fake domestic violence victims in the time as human shield with this award-winning drone.
Well, aren't you? Fake domestic violence victim. 100% accurate.
Which one? And are you anywhere? Follow on.
Yes, the pictures and both pictures.
Could we have my apologies then?
Jesus, dude.
First of the consent.
My apologies, Your
That what you're
Honor.
referring to?
I have to go get dialysis
where
done
is
real
the,
quick before I
where
can
is
finish
first?
the slide of questioning.
Picture on the left, I am
Jesus, bro.
the female in the middle with the white person in the black jacket.
How about
And on the right, I again am wearing the black jacket.
It's a little difficult, Your Honor, to get through this live questioning while I'm getting
I
a
know the relevance
colonoscopy.
to this proceeding.
Are you suggesting those photographs were taken on the day of the alleged incident?
Exactly.
All right, I'll take it to Benny for that objections. Next example.
Yes, Your Honor. Exhibit 18.
Well, just for the record, I'm not concerned about whether it's that day. I'd be willing to concede it's that day, but I don't want there to be any implication that my client took those pictures or had anything to do with those pictures.
It is what it is. I know. I got it.
Thank you.
I'm all right.
Well, regardless of who took these photographs, Mr. Tony, the hero of this presentation, is that correct?
On his blog that's posted on his website.
I'm gonna hand you a stack of photographs. I ask you to thumb through them and look at them.
I'm going to ask you to get through these photographs that I picked up from the Kodak booth. These photographs that were taken with a Kodak disc camera from 1982. I'm going to ask you to look through them, Miss Catani.
Have you seen these photos before?
Yes, sir.
And where did you see?
Those are off pictures from the same blog in question.
And
So
these
fucking
pictures
stupid.
record the events of the day of the alleged violation.
Most of them.
All right. I'm going to ask you if you would put them up on the screen one at a time in order. Following this one, just one, I'm going to ask her to comment on each of them. What does this picture show? It's the type.
That shows me in the middle of the group. And I believe this is as we were walking into the courthouse.
All right, next picture, please.
Judge, I'm just trying to keep track, and are these exhibit numbers or are these in evidence yet, or what are we doing?
What are we doing, dude? The judge is like, bro, what are we doing?
First turn, that, so I can know what we're looking at for later. I don't have an
Why don't you
objection.
offer them and you're objecting to them? Probably.
I don't think so, Judge, if I can have a quick look.
Fucking stupid.
By the way, take as much
Okay,
time
I
as you
need
want.
you to take the phone and type in, but I don't seem to see a keyboard here. I don't understand how you're supposed to. What do you mean you're supposed to type on the screen? The screen is how you see it. I don't change the
Okay.
channel on my television by touching the screen. What are you talking about?
Let's let's start at the back and with the consecutive.
If it please the court, Your Honor, I would really like my nurse to change my bedpan while we wait for Miss Gitani to look through these photographs. I believe I had an accident, Your Honor. No, no, Your Honor. These are not baby diapers because the baby diapers have stickers. They have what's more like an adhesive, but since I'm an adult, I wear adult garments and they have a button that they button and fasten that way so that they don't become undone and there's not a mess on the courtroom floor, Your Honor. Jesus fucking Christ. What is going on right now, dude?
This is 1933.
Oh, false alarm.
So, Mr. Tani, I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit 19. Which I believe is 30. What does this photo show?
I think it's the same picture, we just, where they described, but again, I'm in the middle, the black.
No, you answered the question. Just listen to the question.
Just listen to the
I
question,
was,
lady.
I'm in the middle with the black jacket and the white dress. Walking and I think walking in the morning.
And then I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit number 20, which is 31.
I'm gonna direct your attention to
What does
the
this show?
defibrillator that's to the left, just in case I drop to the ground and start convulsing.
That I was with and I walked in for support.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit 21. Which is R 32. What does this show?
This is a picture of myself and the group I was with as we were exiting the courthouse.
And where are you in this picture?
And behind the woman with the white sweater, I'm wearing sunglasses.
Thank you. And now I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit 22, which is top 33. What does this show? And if you're in the picture, tell us what.
So a picture of myself walking into the courtroom. Or courthouse.
I'm going to skip exhibit 23, which is essentially the same record. And let's go to exhibit 24, also very similar, you agree? And let's go to exhibit 25, which is, thank you, Mr. Mariano, now which is 35. All right, what did this show?
The picture of myself walking into the courthouse. With the group that I'm in.
And now let's go to 26, which is our 36. What does this show?
Again, picture myself with the group I was with, leaving the courthouse, and that's what you needed, like, that, near the back, with the white person.
Who were the other people in the picture with you?
In the very front, that looks to be like not McCabe. And then I see Jennifer McCabe next to the woman with the white sweater. But I can't, my eyes, I can't make out the other three.
All right, thank you. What number is that, council? That was 26. Let's do exhibit 27, which is our 37. But the same group. A little further down.
Yes.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
I'm doing the best I can here, but it looks like the world went and got itself in a damn hurry.
Exhibit 28.
Brooksy was here, Your Honor.
Which is our 30. Who does this picture show?
Yeah, it's myself, with the group that I was with walking out of the courthouse,
Who is that in front?
Jennifer McCabe,
And where are you in this?
behind her, she's like, not the woman that's behind her on the right, but the left.
All right. Okay, do 29.
Jesus Christ.
Actually, that's all. Let's do exhibit 30. Which is our 42. What does this show?
Picture of myself and the group I was with, I think, leaving the courthouse. I'm sorry, we're actually, I think we're entering.
Dude, this is the biggest crock of shit ever.
Let's do 31, which is our 43.
Like this couldn't happen to somebody better though. You know what I mean? Like this kind of bullshit happening to a guy like Turtleboy, because all Turtleboy's gonna do is make fun of it. That's all he's gonna do. He's gonna clown this shit for what it is. Like, if I'm Turtleboy and I'm charged with this shit, dude, I am gonna have so much fun with it. I'm gonna make it work for me. This is fucking ridiculous. Do you know how much I envy Turtleboy in this situation? I don't envy that he's going through what he's going through, but like I've had like I've had crazy psycho bitches fucking just try to destroy me, dude. And like I would love to have had the world watching. You know what I mean? Like I would have loved to have had the world watching. I envy him in that sense.
All right. And let's do 32, which is our 44. And this one?
Another picture of myself in the court.
Oh, I'm sure he can,
Where did
Christy.
you see all of these pictures?
Dude, Turtleboy's gonna sue so many
Mr.
people,
Kenny's
dude.
blog that's
Like
posted on his
Karen Reed,
website.
both Karen Reed and Turtleboy are gonna sue so many fucking people. It's gonna be beautiful.
Aside from
Like, buckle up, folks, because I'm gonna be here covering
this
shit
is
in
a
Massachusetts
thing
for a
where
minute.
pictures of you
There's gonna be a lot to cover.
other than board and that. Awesome.
Yeah.
Show you now. 29, which is our 41. And let's get the calendar like that.
This is a picture from a vacation I went on with my children several years ago at a water park.
Right? Do you know how it came into Mr. Kearney's possession, custody, and control?
Objection relevance to this picture.
In just a moment. At some point, Ms. Katani, did you have occasion to view one of Mr. Kearney's video broadcasts? In which he explained.
Every time he says video broadcasts, dude. I love that shit.
When Mr. Carney broadcasted over the airwaves, there were 4 major networks.
Is there any objection, Mr. Fergal? No, Your Honor.
Which one? And I'm sorry. The bird is conflicts among.
No, Your Honor, I was not able to actually view the broadcast because my great-grandchild pulled the knob off of the television.
That is not the case.
What's going on now?
Talking about, is actually, he videotaped it himself, he placed it on the internet, there was a police sergeant the entire time. I was standing on the public corner, so Mr. Carney was still speaking from about.
Stop that.
Did I see counsel?
Okay, she's just going off. Oh, she's showing her crazy.
What am I watching? We're watching it say, oh.
I love that we can hear sidebar.
Well, quiet, please, I'm not done till start.
To avoid the. And it's the purchase.
You think it was the video that they were showing? Oh, that was Krusty's voice on tape?
He's no objection. No.
Would you resume, please?
Okay, so they're going to keep playing the video.
Okay, stop it there. I was on a public street corner and Mr. Carney approached me. As soon as she says that, it's over. The judge knows. So your excuse is that he approached you. That's your excuse. That's not, you've probably heard that excuse 1,000 times in his courtroom. For people, these people do orders all the time. And people are always like, well, I was there first, and she approached me, Your Honor. That's why she called me, Your Honor, and that's why I had a conversation with her on the phone. Because she approached me. It's not fair or not, that's not how it works. So if that's your excuse, you've already lost. You're fighting a losing battle. If you go in there and say shit like that. I don't know what she could say. And then she throws it out the door. Read it on the internet, Your Honor. Some video. Oh no. And I was behind the cop, so it's okay. I can violate the order as long as I'm hiding behind some dead cop. Okay. Now, so she's already this is why we're gonna tell you not to talk to her. Don't represent yourself.
And immediately went to the sergeant who I was with and attempted to evict me from the public street corner. The sergeant informed him that I was there first and he'd walk around because that's the shorter route to the court.
So the sergeant informed, and again, this is where she goes wrong. It's like, bro, you can't blame a cop here. You can't do what the cop said. The cop said I could violate the order. Doesn't matter. She knows it's an order. It's her responsibility to leave. If she interprets it as me sneaking around, that's not something I can control that she sees it that way. That's not what I was doing. But it doesn't matter anyway. She tells us to leave.
Objection, motion to strike.
Overruled, it will stand for whatever way that it will.
Thank you. And Judge, I want to offer the disc of the video. Perhaps I could take that out while Mr. Kearney is beginning his cross-examination.
Do we have the other DA?
I'm waiting on ADA Roberts. Is he out there?
Your Honor, as I was stating before, the television knob came off, and I was looking through the couch cushions for the knob because you have to put it back in just right, or I have to find a flathead screwdriver and change the channel by cranking the screwdriver.
Drugs or alcohol or medication that might impair your judgment or thinking today? Let's talk about the idea of a restraining order. A restraining order issues because a judge finds that there's a likelihood of imminent bodily harm, right?
Objection. Stand up.
The gist of getting a restraining order involves you going to court, right?
Yeah. Get her,
You
Bradle.
swear, you take an oath, right? You sign an affidavit, right? And you say that you're in fear of being harmed by someone, right? And you want the court to order them to stay away from you, right?
Right. To stay away from you.
To protect you from the person going near you, right?
Exactly.
So it's like a shield from the court, right? But you use it as a sword, don't you?
Woo!
You go to the courthouse, claim that you're scared of someone harming you, you get an order, and then you go find the person, don't you? So let's talk about 226.
Not to be confused with
You knew
227.
that Mr. Carney was going to be at that 226 hearing, didn't you? You did. So you know now that from all the cross-examination and testimony that you and I have been through together, you know that Mr. Carney announces when he's going to be at court and when he's not, right?
He does. Every time. I'm sorry, Nutty, I can't hear you.
You scrutinize his blogs, don't you? No. So you wrote a statement to the police about this incident that was about 65 pages, didn't you? You provided Officer Power on March 11th, 2024 with a big thick packet of materials, didn't you?
So,
No,
And
you
you
can't
wrote
hear
a
Lindsay,
4 or 5
Deanna.
page signed statement at the beginning of it, right?
I mean, just very little, but
And you signed it, right?
not sure.
Would you like to see it? You don't remember? Yeah, approach.
would you like me to show it to you? Would you like me to present you with evidence since you're failing to present the court with any?
Remember providing this packet to the police?
I do.
Deanna. Like the here go. Lindsay Gattani got a smelly coochie and it itches too. Ah, thank you very much.
Now, this 226 hearing was just a few days after Mr. Carney got out of jail, right?
I don't remember.
Well, let's go back. Do you remember the night before he got out of jail? You tried to call him? Let's try it another way. Your phone somehow called Mr. Carney's phone the night before he got out of jail, right? So you had him blocked though, didn't you? You never blocked him. So you wanted to keep communicating with him? So that call jogs your memory about this time period, right?
About the phone call, yeah.
So let's just try to put you back in this time period. You called him the night before he got out of jail on about the 22nd of February, right?
That's the date.
Then the next day he actually got out of jail, right? And then the 26th, you're in court at the Superior Court, right? And so you've never been to a
You called
Karen
him.
Reed court.
He wasn't even out of
proceeding
jail.
before
You
that.
tried calling him. Bro.
In fact, you were there with your paramour, Mr. Carney, at the time, right? I'm asking you. You said you had been there prior. And when was that?
Early September, maybe.
And that was with your paramour at the time, Mr. Carney, right?
Okay.
Since September of 23, you had never been to a Karen Reed hearing until 2/26/24, right? And you suddenly generated this interest right when Mr. Carney got out of jail and had announced that he was going to attend that hearing, right? No. You were in touch with Jennifer McCabe about that hearing?
I don't know if I was in touch with her prior about that hearing. I had been talking to her for quite some time before that hearing.
And you had been in touch with Kate Peter as well, correct? In fact, she was the one that was babysitting your kids on 2/26, wasn't she?
Whoop.
And who was babysitting your kids?
Elisa Bennett.
And who's that? Had she ever babysat the kids before? So you were concerned about that, right?
You're lying.
About it getting.
And you're a
on my
piece of
home that
shit.
It getting off the bus, I was concerned with her. That they had gone.
So you had called someone to babysit your kids. that your kids didn't know, and she didn't know your kids, right?
She did not know.
So why the fuck
your
did you
kids
hire
didn't
her to
know her,
babysit
right?
him?
So
So
it
you
was
didn't even
so
vet this
important for you
lady.
to
I
go to
love
this
it.
hearing that you set up this sketchy babysitting situation for your kids, right?
Sketchy as fuck.
You can have it without the word sketchy. You can characterize it a different way.
Sure, this upsetting situation to you, you left in place, you left your kids to deal with that, and you went to Norfolk Superior Court on 226.
Why? Right. Why?
A while.
And she was gonna get your kids off the bus, right? So back to your scrutiny of his blogs. You wrote in your statement to the police that, in fact, just in the 60 days he was in jail, he mentioned my name 92 times in his blogs. You wrote that, didn't you? And that it makes it obvious that you were scrutinizing his blogs very closely.
Right. No?
No. So you were able to figure out that your name was mentioned 92 times, but that doesn't mean that you would scrutinize his blogs.
Is that who that is?
I have a friend who was able to type my name in the search bar.
Oh my god, that's so scary. Yeah, I'm here to get you guys.
And
Mom,
who's this friend
where's
that's
my
so good with
mom?
the computer?
Where's my crazy mom?
I don't know his real name. I just know him from the
So someone who you don't know his name counted up your name 92 times in the blogs.
Just some rando counted your name 92 times in the blogs. Went through all the blogs, right?
And in
Some
his
rando.
blogs, you know that Mr. Carney announces when he's going to the Karen Reed hearings and when he isn't. Isn't that right?
He does.
And he announced all through that time period when he was going, when he wasn't. And of course, you knew he was in jail because you put him there, right?
Objection.
You put him there. Oh,
You knew he
man.
wasn't going to go when he was in jail, right?
That's awesome. I love how Bradle slipped that in.
And you didn't attend any Karen Reed hearings when he was in jail, right? You didn't go on January 5th or January 18th when Mr. Carney was in jail, right? So now we get to 226 and you have this overriding interest in going to a Karen Reed hearing when Mr. Carney is finally out of jail, right?
All of a sudden.
You hastily set up this unsatisfactory babysitting situation, right? Then you go to meet your newfound friends in the Registry of Deeds parking lot, correct? So who did you talk to arrange for you to meet them to attend this Karen Reed hearing?
Objection relevance.
Oh, it's relevant. It's relevant.
Who did you talk to among this group of people you met to arrange that meeting and time and place?
Originally, the person that invited me.
Who was?
Kate Peter asked.
Kate Peter.
One of the DOP family wanted me to go.
Okay, now who's Kate Peter?
A friend of mine.
And Kate Peter is also a very avowed, a very dedicated enemy of Mr. Carney, isn't she? You don't know? Is that your answer?
Excuse me, by the way, folks, you've been fine. If I hear anybody loud, I'm not gonna wait for court officers to say.
People in the gallery are like, yo, oh, hell no.
Thank you. You know that she hates him, right? Well, you know that she's manifested many expressions that she hates him. She wants him in jail. She wants him to burn. She wants him to go away. She wants him to die. She wants him to suffer, right? All throughout the internet for months and months and months and months. No.
No.
Because you don't look at any of this stuff? Well, didn't you text her directly in one of those kind of conversations where you both kind of expressed your hatred, and you wrote, "I hate him," meaning Mr. Carney, and she responded in kind, isn't that right?
Which conversation you got?
They're your conversations.
Yeah, bro.
You wrote in online and or in texting with Miss Peter that you hate him, didn't you?
I would have to see this. I don't remember any of this, so I would have to see this.
Objection, Your
One
Honor.
more
I
second.
stepped on my scrotum.
We'll get back to that in a moment. So you don't remember writing that you hate him,
I don't know which, I don't know, no, I don't.
but you do hate him, don't you?
I don't know if he could be the word.
This is beautiful. I love this shit. I fucking love this shit. Dude, we've been
Now,
waiting for this.
You said that you had this babysitting situation arranged with this friend of yours who had never met the kids and the kids hadn't met her. But that's not what you wrote in your statement to the police, is it?
I don't know.
You wrote, the officer, Officer Kozak, took a report, and at this time we could see a group of protesters at the opposite far end of the parking lot walking in our direction. So there was a mob bearing down on you, right?
Oh my God.
And then you wrote, due to this, meaning this group of people, and the fact that I had to be back in Medfield at 3:10 p.m. to get my son off the bus, I decided to call and follow up with the police about the encounter with Mr. Carney on my drive back to Medfield. That's what you wrote, right?
Yeah.
So you told the police that you had to get your son off the bus. But you had this
Twisted
babysitting
Tragedies wasn't
arrangement.
up for the task.
The finite details were necessary. I think you have to go and do things.
But that's not a finite detail. That's a lie, isn't it? You tell the policeman that you had to get your son off the bus when you had someone else to get your
It's a
son off the
fucking
bus,
lie,
right?
bro.
And no way to contact that person to know if they got them off the bus.
You were trying to backtrack and explain the unexplainable about why you didn't tell Kozak
The unexplainable.
that Mr. Carney, you say, had just violated the order, right?
Objection. The answer stands. Next question.
I didn't hear the answer, Judge. I'm sorry.
I did tell Officer Kozak.
So you did tell Officer Kozak that Mr. Carney had just violated the order, right? Is that your testimony? Okay. We play the 307 call.
Oh, we're gonna hear a phone call, y'all.
You called the Dedham police at 3:07 that day, right? Judge, we had the call. Let me play that.
Nice. Receipts, dude. Receipts. Dude, I'm telling y'all, man, like this makes up for a lot of the testimony we didn't get to hear in the Karen Reed case. This makes up for it, at least
Pause for
temporarily.
about 15 minutes on this.
This is great.
Court's going to take care of some other matters.
Come over to
Protocol.
Regina Armstrong.
No, leave this in.
Yeah.
Okay, keep it down.
Could you call me Armstrong, please? Thank you. And Attorney Sullivan. Oh, here you go. House number 29, thank you.
The fuck is going on right now? I can't even tell. Like I can't discern what's happening.
Have you spoken with this person, Mr. Sullivan, about whether she wishes to accept the defending cap plea?
I'm gonna think it.
No, they're not calling another case. They're in the middle of this case. Why would they be calling another case? Okay, Jessica stated that they're addressing another case. That's weird.
Check that, check the box, and I'll put you for bail only.
Well, no, I mean, the reason why I said that was because earlier the lady was talking to me on Zoom and I couldn't unmute. And she's going, hello, what are you here for? There's only one more case on the docket. This was before Aiden's case was called. She was like, there's only one more case. So you need to tell me what you're here for. And then she cut me off, kicked me out.
AMS to docket 2554 CR 010.
They are, yeah.
61. After a plea of guilty filing has been entered. You're sentenced to 3 months probation, 24 hours of community work service to be completed by July 31st. And there is a $50 victim witness fee.
Stay away from those.
Well,
Stay away from those
keep the
ones.
faith,
Seek
brother.
probation before you leave. 9/10/25. Thank you. Commonwealth versus Tariq Monroe.
All right, Tariq Monroe.
Yeah, and I did attempt to call Attorney Brown back, but I did not have any luck.
We will be on this.
Tariq Monroe. What did Tariq Monroe do?
Oh, did we confirm that he was with, what time he was with his new probation officer this morning?
I did call, you're right, I did speak to probation.
Dude, man.
This, is actually, was used all day, so.
That fucking cross-examination was awesome.
What time he came in?
What time were you there, sir? What time did you walk into that courthouse? Like right at 9 o'clock? And who did you be at 9 o'clock? You're saying you never saw the probation officer that you went to see? Why'd you leave?
This judge is letting him have it.
$50 default removal fee, and he's back here tomorrow at 9.
Oh, then remove $50 fee has been established.
This judge just read fucking Tariq the Riot Act and still was like $50, bro. Just get here in the morning. This judge is cool as fuck.
You wouldn't know if Mr. Marino's going to be in next week.
No, Your Honor, hopefully not.
You had a couple of
Did he just die, Brian Wilson? Get the fuck out of here. No way. Fuck. Brian Wilson just died. God damn it. Dude, I was going to see the Beach Boys at Riot Fest in September.
That's a yes.
Motherfucker.
7:31 at 9 o'clock. Compliance and election. Thank you. Yes, there is a person downstairs that I believe, Attorney Sullivan, you're going to speak with the person downstairs? Thank you.
John Stamos was probably going to play with him.
I think that's
He's a free Karen Reed. Uncle Jesse.
Step up. Say you come in and I'm ready to go.
Good, all right.
All right.
That's what I'm confused.
Listen, man.
I know.
I get it. I know it seems very selfish, but I gotta be honest though. Like Brian Wilson, when I saw that they were on the lineup for Riot Fest, I go, I thought Brian Wilson died. And I was like, oh, he's still alive. Awesome. I get to see them. So that's why it's the first thing that came to my mind, because I kind of already thought he was dead. So in my defense, that's kind of why I'm not like, oh my God, it's so sad. Because I already kind of went through it. It was just a false alarm. So the second time, it's just not going to hit as hard, you know? But yeah, it's very sad that Brian Wilson died. I'm definitely at this. I already went through my mourning phase. It was a false alarm. And now that it's for real, I'm like, fuck, I don't get to see the Beach Boys live. Sad. Sucks. It's not clairvoyance, man. It's just fucking common sense. The guy's old as fuck. You know? I mean, dude, did you guys ever see? Right. Exactly. Like, I mean, he hasn't really been here in years, you know? Like, let's just be honest. He hasn't really been here in years. You know what I mean? Like, did you guys see that movie? What the fuck is that shit called? I don't know. It's the movie where Paul Dano played young Brian Wilson and John Cusack played older Brian Wilson. It was pretty good. But man, John Cusack, man, like he was a mess. Paul Giamatti was like his manager or his psychiatrist. He was like caretaker. He was a dick. Paul Giamatti was awesome in that movie because he was a dick. Dude, the Beach Boys were fucking amazing. That movie was really cool because it like really went into like what Brian Wilson, like how innovative he was, man. Love and Mercy is what it's called. It's called Love and Mercy. It just came to me. Love and Mercy is the name of that movie. And like Brian Wilson was just innovative, dude. Like he would like bring fucking animals into the studio and shit to record them. Dude, like the song Good Vibrations is one of the heaviest fucking songs ever recorded. Like he had the vision for a distorted metal riff before distorted metal riffs were a thing, with the cello part in Good Vibrations. Like that's exactly what he had in mind for that. He just fucking used a cello. Like it's like listen to Good Vibrations, like smoke a joint and listen to Good Vibrations with fucking headphones on now after I just explained it like that, and that song will hit different. I guarantee you, I promise you it'll hit different. That song is fucking dope. I mean, they haven't cut off the session. Like we're still here. So I guess they're just waiting to get court to get going again. We're just waiting. Well, with the Turtleboy case, I guess I should probably talk about it since I've been streaming it. It's really hard to understand. It's hard to hear Cosgrove at all, and it's hard to hear the witnesses on the stand. The only person who's articulate is Bradel, and he's asking pretty straightforward yes or no questions for the most part. So you don't really need to hear Lindsay Gattani during that cross examination too much. But Bradel's questions are awesome. They're just great.
I'm thoroughly enjoying this cross-examination. I've been waiting for this cross-examination. And this is really awesome too, because we've never really, like, we've heard Bradel like in other, but like in a trial, like this is the first time where we're like really hearing Bradel like in action, you know. I'm looking forward to hearing Bettero in action in the other case. But court is back in session. Which court? This court? Like, I have it pulled up here, man. Like, as soon as we hear something, we hear something. Yeah, I had forgotten that Bradel has questioned her before on the stand. So I forgot. I have heard Bradel in action before. I
Wrote in your
forgotten.
statement to the police that you had to go
Oh, here we
get
go.
off the bus was not true. Was
Objection. Objection,
you
Your Honor.
wrote that on 3/9/24, March 9th, 24, right? So like 10 or so days after this happened, right? So you still wrote, even though you knew the real scenario that you had someone else get the kids off the bus, you still lied about it in the report 10 days later, didn't you?
Objection. Sustained. Move on to another subject.
Sure. If we could play the call, please. 307.
The call.
This is Better Concan in the Flander Quarter. Hi, yes. I was just at the Dedham Superior Courthouse for the Karen Reed hearing, and I had to meet an officer out back in the parking lot, the big parking lot behind the registry of deeds afterwards, because somebody keyed my car and smashed my tail light while I was inside the courthouse. But I think it was Officer Kozak that I spoke with. He took a report, but also I have a.
But also, so you wanted to add something that hadn't been reported, right?
No, I was that's the line.
And you wanted to talk about what you said to Kozak, right? Kozak, right?
I'm planning her to know that I had already spoken to an officer.
Let's press play, please.
A restraining order against the blogger that was covering the case. But he was in the courtroom. They made him leave the courtroom when I got in there, but then after I guess he was waiting outside on the steps for me afterwards. I have my restraining order says he's not allowed to be within 100 yards, and he was outside yelling stuff about me within the 100 yards as I came out from the courthouse. So I'm just trying to see how to report this violation, what I'm supposed to do. I had to.
So you're trying to see how you report this violation. That's different than as if you reported it and you're following up, isn't it?
Objection. Objection sustained. Council can argue whichever way you want to characterize it.
So that's not following up, is it?
Objection. Sustained.
You're trying to ask how to report it, right?
I wasn't sure what Officer Kozak was going.
I mean, it's a simple question.
Follow up in regards to the handle and give me an answer about what was going to happen. Reporting the violation. So
You claim that you had just walked by Mr. Carney violating your restraining order 5 minutes prior, right? And yet it's your testimony that you're more worried about a scratch to your car than using the ammo you just developed that you could get him locked up?
was I more worried about a scratch in my car? No, it wasn't just a scratch. It was almost $1,000 in damage. I just paid $2,000 to fix my car. Just got it back a week or two prior before that. So I was very upset to come out and see that my car had been damaged.
So you know how to get someone in trouble when they violate a restraining order, don't you?
Whoop! Get her. Overruled.
You know what to do.
You know what to do. How many restraining orders you got?
Yeah.
I know how to report, to call the police, and yeah, I never saw the police.
And you know that if you insist that someone is violating the order, they are obligated to go arrest that person. Isn't that right?
Objection. Objection overruled.
Woo!
If the witness.
I like this judge.
I don't have the obligation to report.
You don't know that if you're in the presence of someone, you have a restraining order, and you tell a policeman on the scene, I have a restraining order, he's violating it, that they don't have to arrest him? So you knew that you could have caused him to be arrested on that very occasion. Isn't that right?
No, somebody. You can be arrested.
And you claim that you saw Mr. Carney breaking the law, right?
I mean, that's why we're here.
And this isn't the first time that you've gone to someone and then tried to get them arrested for violating an order that you triggered the violation of, is it?
Objection. Objection sustained. Violation hasn't been found.
Sure. Who's Frank Keegan?
Whoop! Frankie. Enter Frankie.
On the restraining order, do 4 of your kids have his last name?
Objection.
Oh.
So he's the father of 3 of your children?
Yikes.
And you had a restraining order on him, didn't you? And when was that time period?
Shots fired, Bradle.
How about what year?
I don't remember when I first saw it.
You can't even say what year it was?
What?
It was before you got involved with Mr. Carney, right? So was it before 2023?
This is amazing. Oh my God.
I don't know.
How about on July 27, 2023? Was it in place then?
That may have been then I'm not sure.
And sometime after that,
She just throws
you
around restraining
located
orders.
him in a store parking lot.
She doesn't know the dates. She just throws them
You
around.
went into his car, you sat down, and you called the police on him, didn't you?
Oh, play the video.
Judge,
Play the
I did
video.
play the video.
Woo!
Objection.
He's gonna play the video. Bradle said, play the video.
So we talked. So this is the witness. I thought it was going to be.
Dude, that's the kind of girl that, like, you get to a point when you're with her that you're like, dude, what am I doing, bro? You might even be questioning your life choices altogether. Like, what am I doing with my fucking life, dude? What the fuck am I doing right now? This woman is fucking awful. Like, dude, like I remember that feeling, and it like cringes. You know what I mean? It's total cringe. You remember you think of things in your life and you go, you know what I mean? Dude, women like this are nightmares, dude. There's no other way to put it. They're fucking nightmares. Dude, they take knives at you, bro. Like, these bitches will cut you, dude.
Yep, that's the last one. And then he refused on 4/17. Yeah. Right, and that's when you refuse, and then we put a warrant.
Yeah, the theremin. Yeah, that's a very common instrument. Jimmy Page used it a lot too. I mean, of course, Brian used it way before, but Brian used fucking horses. You know what I mean? Brian Wilson used horses, dude. Fucking chickens.
I suggest the takeaway. Listening to this thing.
Dude, just play the fucking video, man. I want to see this shit. Well, we won't be able to see it, but we get to hear her. This dude is just like, get out of my car, please. Get out of my car. The cops are coming. Get out of my car. Then she put a tracker on this fucking guy's car, dude. Followed him, and then fucking showed up, and then got into his car and wouldn't get out. And then called the cops and got him on a violation of a restraining order. Somehow he got caught. He got caught on the violation of a restraining order for that.
Yes. You don't need any follow-up questions to the witness about it, correct?
And I don't know yet. Yeah, I think so.
So
I planned on it.
How long is it going to be?
It's like 2 minutes, Charlie.
The court's gonna listen to it in chambers as part of the evidence.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exhibit.
And you just have to play your time first.
So the judge is going to listen to it first. He's going to watch the video first.
All right.
So right now, the judge is going to go watch the Frankie fake victim video, which I'll pull up, as a matter of fact, while we got time. Sorry, I'm looking for.
Well, she's got to play both way during the recess. Thank you. Only a couple minutes.
Hold on. All right. I'm just trying to find the one. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I got it right here.
Ex-boyfriend.
This is the video.
Frankie.
This is the video that the judge is going to watch in chambers right now.
In July of 2023. And she also accused him of hitting her. She's accused 5 different men of every man she's ever dated. She ends with them hitting her, according to her. And she gets an order on him. And he was arrested in May for hitting her, allegedly. And then she has an order on him, but they still talk all the time because he's an idiot. And so she ends up putting a tracker on his car and finds him in a parking lot in Walpole and gets into with the kids. She's got 4 kids in the minivan, gets into his car and then refuses to get out of the car. And so he starts filming for his own safety. And this is what happens.
All right, I gotta go. Come on, get out of my car, please.
Get out of my car.
Get out of my car. Lance, get out of my car. The kids are sitting in there, probably sweating. So get out of my car, please.
Dude. All right, court's back, but
just sitting there, ripping a butt.
I'm gonna bring back the court.
Yeah, right.
Was it Halloween?
So that's a yes? Okay. Mr. Keegan was trying to get his oil changed, and he was driving down Main Street in Walpole, and he pulls into the CVS parking lot in Walpole, and then you pulled up next to his car, and you got in his vehicle, right? Well, can we agree that you got in his vehicle?
Yes.
And can we agree that you called the police? Okay. Someone else called the police.
I didn't call the police. I don't know who did.
And just sort of alluding to prior questions that I asked you, you had a restraining order on him, right? And that means that you went to a court and said, I'm afraid of this guy, keep him away from me.
Objection. Objection sustained.
Yeah, why
You
is
were
it
in- you-
sustained?
you
I mean, that's
represented to a court that you were in fear of imminent bodily harm.
sure.
It's established there was a restraining order. The court understands the standard. What's the next?
Okay, yeah, because it's not a
And
jury, it's a judge. He
You
gets it.
asked specifically
That's
to
fair.
keep him away from you, right?
Objection overruled.
Yeah.
And you got an order that said, probably similar to this one, that he needed to stay probably 100 yards from you, right? And yet, when you saw him, you went to him and you got in his car a couple of feet away from him, right?
That person. He followed me there.
So your children again, you're taking care of your children.
Oh,
again,
she's
right?
saying he followed her.
And it's just a chance encounter.
He's been calling me all day. Found out it was cousin when I lunch. And pulled into the parking lot next to me while I was in the drive-through line for the pharmacy. As my window was down, the passenger window, yelling at me to pull over, come over and park next to him. He wanted to talk to me. Trying to pull over next to him. I didn't get out of my car at that point. I stayed in the driver's seat. My window was down. He came over, asked me over and over for me to get out of my car to talk to him.
Isn't it true that he asked you over and over to get out of his car so that he could go get his oil changed?
Started screaming, threatening me, tried to drive away with my leg out the door, yeah.
No, dude, we just watched the video.
Tried
None
to
of that
drive
happened.
away with your leg out the door?
He went forward about 2 feet, pretending.
Why didn't you get out of his car
Isn't
then?
it true that the video shows him not even in the car?
Right.
Mr. Brito, the video speaks for itself.
Thank you.
Do you have anything further on this, or are you gonna move on?
No, Judge, I'll move on. Thank you.
Well, but Judge, like, I mean, he gets to like show her to be a liar. That's what he's trying to do.
Back to the Registry of Deeds parking lot. Who did you talk to arrange for you to meet that group in the parking lot?
Was I talked to for arranged to meet the group?
You don't need to repeat my words. If you want to just take a minute and think about them and then answer, that'd be fine.
It was Pete here who told me that I was invited, but to arrange to meet the group, I don't recall.
Did you speak with Jennifer McCabe about going to that spot?
I said earlier, I called her to invite the parking lot, but I don't remember if I spoke to her prior to that. I just don't remember.
Kate Peter told you that Paul O'Keefe wanted you to be there, right? And then you responded to her words to the effect through a text, Paul O'Keefe wants to talk to me, right?
We're completing two completely different conversations. Completely different things.
Sure. So Paul O'Keefe.
What just happened? Yeah, like we lost sound. I don't know why. Yeah, like that's not on my end. I mean, the Zoom is still up.
May I approach the witness? Your Honor?
There we go. We're back.
These are the ones you showed in your own, right? That's fine.
Photograph. Or first one here. Who's in that photograph?
I'm in this photograph, I can just make out my birds. I can't tell who the other people are.
The woman to your left is Jennifer McCabe.
Can you point to which person?
The woman on your left is Jennifer McCabe.
Okay, but that's you in the middle, the first chain on your shoulder?
Yeah.
And that's you going into the courtroom on 226, isn't it?
I have a question.
So you're going into the courtroom on 226 with Jen McCabe. Why? With the O'Keefes. Why?
Number 35.
The next picture, kind of a wider angle shot of the courtroom that day.
I can't wait to hear what Paul O'Keefe says
Second
about
row
this.
on the left side, correct? Paul O'Keefe is the gentleman in the row ahead of you on the end, right? He's got a light colored sweater on.
Yes.
And this is a fair and accurate picture of where everybody was that day? At that moment in time? All right, and further with respect to this picture, it shows Mr. Carney and Ms. O'Neill walking out, right?
Yeah.
They're offered as present.
Number 36.
And you said that it was a couple of minutes between when you walked in the courtroom and when Miss O'Neill and Mr. Carney left, right? Does 19 seconds sound about a little more accurate?
Guys, I just got the
And isn't it
police
true that
report
no one
for the Frankie Walpole
had to
thing,
tell Mr. Carney to leave the
which
courtroom,
I'll read later.
right?
I'm gonna put on some.
And your testimony is that he looked back at you coming into the room and mouthed the F word when he saw you. Is that right? Judge, I'd like to play a video at this particular moment.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. And if we could just go up to 445, please. We have a little warm up period here, I think, Your Honor, so I'll just step on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got the police report. I'm going to read the police report when this is done.
We are on the record, I'm calling over Karen Reed on docket 23 CR 117. Beginning of the prosecution, please the parties introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blackburn.
What is going on right now? Why are we hearing?
Elizabeth Little. Good afternoon.
Did you see Mr. Carney stand up there?
Oh, okay.
Mr. Carney stood up, looked towards the window, and then turned around and went to leave, right?
yep, to right now, so I was.
As soon as he saw her, he got up to leave.
On behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Little. Good afternoon, Ms. Giannetti. Good afternoon, Ms. Reed. Good. Oh, all right, so here comes Mr. Rowley. Were you expecting him, Ms. McLaughlin? All right, I'm sorry, I would not have started.
Thank you. And then by then you had already entered and sat where the picture's shown, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Mr. Carney left with Ms. O'Neill and you stayed in there to watch the hearing, right?
Right.
And what was your purpose in going there that day? And who's the family? Who invited you and how did that transpire?
All of you, wanted me to attend the hearing, because they wanted to show their support and solidarity.
Twitter's out of control right now, dude.
And it had nothing to do with the fact that you had a restraining order and you could cause the eviction of Mr. Carney. And are they still supporting you now that you don't have a restraining order, or is that still in place? Well, you haven't been to any hearings, have you?
I went to the protest, it's fine,
You haven't been to any court hearings, have you?
not inside because they don't let the public in.
So that was just the one hearing that you wanted to attend, and you had, Mr. Carney had just gotten out of jail and you had a restraining order at the time, right?
But then once the trial started, they didn't allow the public to go in because of the small courtroom.
And did you bring your restraining order with you on March 20th?
Bring it everywhere.
So getting back to 226, you had your restraining order in your hand with you when you walked into the building, right? And it's your testimony that you didn't have it in your hand when you walked into the courtroom?
Courtroom? Yeah.
How about, so let's start, I'm sorry, I was confusing. So when you walked into the courthouse, you had it and you showed it to a court officer, didn't you?
I went to security, I was asked to take it out to show that it's not this.
So who asked you to do that?
One of the court officers.
Can you describe them?
Can you describe them?
When did you first learn that Mr. Carney was in the courthouse or the courtroom?
I don't know, I think when we were in the hallway after.
So-
walked in, to go enter the courtroom, and we were standing there, the glass panes or glass panel, and I actually saw him going there.
And you were there for the sole purpose of evicting Mr. Carney at the behest of the O'Keefes and the Alberts and the McCabe's, weren't you?
So it's not.
Objection, Your Honor.
It was just a coincidence that
Stepping on my balls.
Mr. Carney had just gotten out of jail. This was the first hearing he was going to attend as a journalist.
On my old saggy
And that's
balls.
when you get invited by the family, right?
I had only just begun talking to the witnesses, and because he connected him and was getting harassed like they were, that's how we started talking.
It was just a coincidence.
Oh, I don't believe the other person. Oh, we're.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Excuse me. I object.
You let them use you to evict Mr. Carney from the courtroom, and you were all too happy to do it, weren't you? So Mr. Carney leaves with Ms. O'Neill, and the hearing's over in like 10 minutes, right? It was a lot quicker and a lot shorter than you anticipated, wasn't it?
I don't know how long it would be, but it was short.
And you had this situation in place that you referred to about the babysitter, right?
I don't believe.
You said in your statement that you had to get back for 3:10 to get your child off the bus, right?
Yes, I thought that, because my phone had died, and I was making sure I could get it.
And so
Fuck
you,
yeah,
you
bro.
really couldn't stay to watch the actual hearing,
I
could
didn't
you?
know my phone was going to die.
Yeah, so why did you
Nothing's ever your
go?
fault, is it?
Why did you go? You went solely to get this guy violated on his
Just a coincidence
restraining
that your
order? Are
phone
you
died,
kidding?
just happened to die, you didn't keep an eye on it? I'll withdraw that, huh?
Get
So-
the fuck out of here. So you couldn't even stay for the hearing. You had to get back.
You had this babysitter situation before you got there. And that's an indicator that you had to get out of there. Once you evicted Mr. Carney, you were gonna have to get out of there and go pick up your child at 3:10.
Yeah. Job done. I gotta go. That's what that
So-
that's
Your
wow.
son was getting off the bus at 3:10, right?
Yeah.
And you live in Medfield at the time?
Like she
And
strictly showed up
that's
to the
about a
courthouse to get
half-hour
him
ride
violated.
from the Norfolk Superior Court, isn't it?
25 minutes.
25 minutes, sorry, we'll go with 25 minutes. So you really didn't have much time to watch a hearing, did you?
You're a little cunt. My phone was going to die.
And so it's your testimony that because your phone, everything was okay until your phone died?
Yes, children. I don't have a phone call.
And you didn't want to rely on the babysitter, right?
Was relying on babysitter, but she hadn't met my kids before, so I wanted to make sure that she legally recognized her, she recognized them, we thought things that was okay, there was no issue.
You're lying.
I don't think it's bad.
And you're a piece of shit.
So it was a helpful coincidence for you that the day ended at 2:10 or 2:15, right?
Sure. I'll go.
And then you go to leave the courthouse, right?
Yeah.
Dude, she totally set him up.
Judge, I'd like to show a picture of the departure from the courthouse, if I may.
The departure.
No.
The departure.
Boy, cunt.
Dude, this woman is just sitting up there fucking full of shit. She didn't even do this good. Like Proctor set up a better frame up. Oh shit, the defense rests. That's it. That's it. Then we're gonna get rebuttal, then
That's
closing
the
arguments.
picture of
Karen Reed
what
case.
the front of the courthouse looked like when you were leaving, right?
Big thing, the registry.
Yeah. That's what someone walking out would look at when the hearing was over and everyone was leaving, correct?
I don't know when that was taken, but that would be the vehicle if we really could.
Okay, thank you, Corey.
Well, it was a
Defense hasn't rested
busy
yet.
scene full of many, many people, wasn't it?
So Sue O'Connell, come on, man.
So is that what it looked like or not?
And similar to that, I don't know what time it was taken. But pretty similar. To me, I thought it was more recent, but I don't.
Thank you for keeping us
Was it a
informed.
fair and accurate representation of what the outside of the building looked like or not?
Fine.
I'd offer that, Judge, as the next exhibit.
No, defense did not rest.
37.
For the love of God, man.
I could just have one more, please, John. You mentioned earlier that on March 20th, you attended a hearing? And isn't it true that's one of the hearings that Mr. Carney publicly stated that he was going to attend?
over.
You don't know. So you left with a group of people, correct?
On March 20th.
On 2/26. And who were those people?
You want me to list them all?
Yes.
China Kate, Chris Albert, Navigate, China Kate's sisters,
All McAlbert so far.
Megan, Colin Albert, Colin, Gabe, I'm sorry for them all.
How about Paulo Keith?
John Foley, who's in the group that left with us.
You left down the stairs and you went down the handicap ramp to the right, correct?
Correct.
You got down to the bottom of the handicap ramp and then you started walking towards Dedham Center, right? And you say that you saw Mr. Carney across the street at the registry, right?
When I was crossing the crosswalk.
I'm not asking that. I'm saying that Mr. Carney was, you say he was across the street at the registry, right?
When I first walked out, I first saw him standing on the steps of the street.
And so it's fair to say that you were walking away from him, weren't you?
No, I was walking down the sidewalk to get to the crossing lot, and he was walking perpendicular following him.
Mr. Carney was in front of the registry and you were walking towards Dedham Center when you first made it right off the handicap ramp, weren't you?
Yes, to cross the crosswalk.
So the laws of physics tell us that you're walking away from him, aren't you?
Well, not when he's walking with us, following us.
I'm asking you again. You're walking towards town. He's up at the registry of deeds.
Yes,
right?
I would be walking away. Love it.
Next question.
Then you make a left and you're walking towards the back of the registry of deeds parking lot, correct?
Yeah.
And you're still walking away from him, aren't you?
Still trying to, as he's still moving.
Trying to? Is anyone stopping you?
So he's stopping and moving, but he's still walking, following us.
And you saw this, right? He's following you?
Different locations throughout. I didn't see him actually walking as I was staring at him when I was walking. I was trying to look ahead.
Mr. Carney was in front of the registry building and you were walking away from him to the back of the building to the cars, right?
Trying to, yeah.
Trying to, okay. And you were increasing the distance between you and Mr. Carney as you walked away, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
And
I couldn't get away.
And walking and walking until you made it to your cars, right? So it's fair to say that you were walking away from where he was and you were increasing the distance between you and Mr. Carney every step, right?
No, not till I got to the end of the wall and he no longer followed us. Then I was able to increase the distance.
So Mr. Carney remained, to your knowledge, in the front of the registry building, right?
Now I literally just looked off.
What your testimony is that Mr. Carney followed you to the back of the parking lot?
No, I said stopped at the wall. The wall was on my left. As I was doing these, he stopped at the wall. So,
He did not follow you to the back parking lot, did he?
no, not to the back.
And every step you were taking was taking you further away from him, right?
Once I got past the wall, correct.
Now, can we, Judge, I have a video of the departure from the courthouse already planned.
Stitch incoming.
We got a special disliking for these Angolans.
That's you with the white purse, right?
Yes,
And there's quite a few people that have dark hair, dark coats, dark sunglasses, right?
yeah.
Twat!
So funny.
Shut your fucking mouth! Shut the
So
fuck
you're
up, you
walking
cunt!
towards Dedham Center there, right?
Yeah.
Shut
You're
it!
walking down to the crosswalk and you're walking away from the registry of deeds, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Judge it off for that as the next exhibit. 38, thank you. Now, no one in that video yelled liar, liar, right? You didn't react to Mr. Carney. You weren't pointing and saying, there's Carney, go arrest him. Help, there's the guy that I'm restraining order against. Nothing like that in this video, right? Play the next video, please. We continue on Judge, with this scenario.
Dude, man, Bradle is just cooking her right now, bro. Like, this is fucking, he's just got her on a grill and he's just kind of
Now,
like,
that's a video from across.
he's got an
the
apron
street.
on, telling
Looking
lies,
at the
except he's
Superior
not.
Court, right?
He's telling the truth. He's telling stories, but they're true. Did I ever tell you about the time I fed 400 people with a can of Spam? They had seconds too. He's just fucking playing video after video. Like, bro, like, why are we here? What are you talking about? Like, there's video that proves that you're a
everyone
liar.
still
And you
walking
know that
across
there's
the
video that proves that
crosswalk
you're a liar. What are
and
you
towards
doing?
Dedham Center, right?
Yeah.
Right up for that as the next exhibit, please, Your Honor.
39.
And in that video, no one's yelling liar, liar, right?
At that point, but there's, I don't know who took that video, and
I didn't ask you who took it. I said there's no one in the video yelling liar, liar, right?
that person's video.
So that's it. You're correct, Mr. Bradle. There's no one doing that.
No, not in that video.
Play the next video, please.
Bradle's being all dominant too. Say yes, correct,
Now,
Mr. Bradle.
you have some video
Say
from
the words, Miss Katani.
a gentleman of you going into the Dedham Superior Court, correct? Seen video of you going into the Dedham Superior Court? Yeah. So now we're going to show the same group.
This is going in, Mr. Davis.
That's you kind of scurrying on the right there with your purse, right? You're in a big hurry there. Why are you in such a hurry?
The men told us to get in between them, so they could surround us and protect us just in case Mr. Carney did show up.
Who told you that?
I don't call.
And is that Paul O'Keefe in a scully cap and a white sweater?
Yeah.
So you're walking in with Paul O'Keefe, right?
Yeah.
And Paul O'Keefe invited you in, right?
That's what I was told.
You're left with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Gotta get the kids off the bus. I love this shit, dude. This is I've been waiting so long for this.
Say something. stupid. Do it. Do it. Do it. Say something stupid. Do it. Say something stupid. Say something stupid. Do it.
Who's that? The person yelling, say something stupid. You don't know.
What? Yeah, who is that? That's not Aiden, is it? It's something stupid. Dude, all of this is so fucking dirty. Like, so ridiculous. That wasn't Turtleboy, right? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Get good angles. Come on.
Is it Grant?
That's your friend Grant Smith Ellis, isn't he? Known to the press?
How dare you?
You don't know his voice?
I don't feel comfortable identifying somebody saying something that makes you feel different.
So
that's assault.
He actually sent out a tweet about walking in with you, didn't he?
Objection.
Grant loves him some Lindsay Gittati. Don't you, Grant?
He came.
I know
with
you're
you,
listening,
you
buddy.
Filmed that whole thing, and you went into the courthouse with him, didn't you?
Grant and Lindsay be like,
Also, I just met him that day in the parking lot, so he wasn't my friend.
All right, so let's get back to that. How did you
I'm
come
the
to
town
know
that's
that you
gonna
were going to
keep you
meet these
dry.
people in the parking lot?
The plan for everybody to be walking.
How were you apprised of this plan?
Either, I don't know, probably, I don't know who else they talked to.
What did Kate Peter tell you about this plan?
Just that.
Objection. This will be the last time you're allowed to ask it, Mr. Fredo, and we'll.
I'm just trying to get a satisfactory answer.
It's the last time.
What did Kate Peter tell you about the plan?
Just that Jen was gonna meet me in the back of the parking lot, and then he gave me the numbers like, so I could call him directly and stuff.
And then you did that, didn't you? So you coordinated with Jennifer McCabe to meet in that back parking lot.
Or I just called her once I parked.
wow.
And what happened? Was she there?
Yeah,
Or
this
what?
is all so dirty, bro.
A couple minutes away.
And you said that during these walks in and out of the courthouse that you had tunnel vision, right?
When I was walking in, it was pretty jarring because I didn't know what to look at.
Well, you said the crowd was more raucous when you went out, didn't you? And you had tunnel vision when you went out. That's right.
When I went in, first time, walked.
Ain't right, love.
Happy and ended.
Okay.
So you said you saw Mr. Carney right when you came out of the courthouse, right?
Yeah.
You didn't tell a court officer.
Court officer was walking out.
You didn't go find a court officer. You didn't tell a Dedham cop. You didn't tell a state trooper. You didn't tell anybody.
When I was screaming, calling me off the word and all kinds of names, it was chaotic. You can see that as it was chaotic.
You could have had Mr. Carney arrested right then and there when you say you saw him. And you know that, right?
That was not my goal.
And if you really saw him, you would have had him arrested in about a half a second, wouldn't you?
Sustained. Move on from that, Mr. Fredo.
Sure.
Fact-based questions.
And we saw from those videos that that was pretty much a sea of women with dark hair, dark glasses, and dark coats, right?
Except for me and my bright white.
It was basically an Annie Lennox video. I don't even know if there's an Annie Lennox video with a bunch of women in dark hats, dark glasses, and coats. I just imagine there would be. I don't know if that exists or not.
Great job on all, please, Ron.
Robert Palmer, okay. This is just the most ridiculous shit ever. Dude, this is just so dirty. Like, there's so many dirty hands involved in this. Like, anybody, like, there are people, everyone who is trying to railroad Karen Reed and railroad Turtleboy, they all seem hell bent on it. And one has to ask why. You know what I mean? Like the vibe here is that there's something to lose. And they're scared of something to lose than
So isn't
something
it
to
true,
gain.
Ms. Catani, that in all of this video, there's been no expression of anyone saying liar, liar?
System,
Nothing further.
on the direct examination. No, it was right, and you were excused.
All right, so that's it for her.
Colin McCabe.
Colin McCabe. Who's Colin McCabe? I didn't even know there was a Colin McCabe until just now.
Sir, would you raise your right hand? You swear in the matter now I'm hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Introduce yourself to the court, please.
My name is Colin McGee.
And, Ms. McKay, Chloe,
Yes, I am.
married,
I'm married, yes.
what kind of work do you do?
I'm in construction.
And, directing your attention, sir, to, it's like, I think for February 26th, going on of, 2024. Did you have plans to go anywhere?
Did I have plans on February 26th to go anywhere that day? Yes, that's where I came and I showed up and went to the courthouse across the street.
Were you
So he's
alone
Matt
or
McCabe's
something?
brother?
I was with. a group
No,
of
seriously, I didn't know who Colin
And,
McCabe was. His name
When
never
you
comes
showed-
up.
You say you showed up, did you drive yourself?
people. Yes, I came by myself.
And where did you park?
I parked in that parking lot, behind the registry of deeds.
And when you got there, did you find the people you were supposed to meet?
Yes, I did.
And, noting your last name, sir, appears to be the same as one of the witnesses in the Karen Reed case. Is there a family connection?
Yes, my brother is a witness and my sister-in-law is a witness in the Karen Reed case.
And, have you attended any of the Karen Reed hearings before?
Yes, I have.
And, what was your purpose in attending them?
Just go to support the O'Keefe family and the witnesses that are involved in that case.
Did you make your way, at some point from where you were parked up to Norfolk Street?
Yes, I did. I walked up the driveway, past the registry of deeds, across the street to the courthouse.
And when you made that progression, were you alone or were other people?
I was with a group of people at that time.
And was, was the timing?
I do not know her, but she was not in the group of people that I was with when I walked in.
Who was in the group that you were with?
Other residents from Canton, some family members, and just people that.
Yeah, some residents from Canton, family members.
So when you got into the court.
That guy totally sounds like he drinks at Cheers.
Yes, I did.
And, where did you go from there?
Then I proceeded up to the top of the stairs in front of the courtroom where the hearing was being held. There was a group of other people there, a lot of people up there that just stood there waiting to see if I would actually get into the court.
And, by the way, did you actually get into the courtroom?
No, I did not.
So what did you wind up doing while the hearing was itself?
I went down to the bottom floor of the court.
Thank you, plot twist pending. Can't argue with you on that. I mean, everybody's lying.
Now, are you familiar with the gentleman's name, Andy Perry?
I know who he is.
And how do you know who he is?
Just from seeing, I have zero online presence, but just from people sending things and knowing that he's the guy that's been harassing my brother and my sister-in-law, doing this coverage of the Garrett case.
Oh, and the day in question, did you know where you looked?
I will say.
And did you have occasion to see him at any point?
During that day, yes. I saw him
Why is
multiple
this
times.
even allowed? This has nothing to do with Lindsay Gattani.
Situation, the first time you saw him, please?
First time I saw him was when I was coming across the street, saw him, there was a massive crowd of all his supporters and can't read supporters out there on the street. I just saw him out there doing what he does, taking pictures with his fans.
And then, you see him again, also with the court.
Yes, I did. Then when I was upstairs waiting, I saw him. He came up the stairs and actually he straddled my leg when he came up the stairs. He came up, he was trying to slither his way like a little snake through the crowd. And when he got to me, he said, "Excuse me." And I said, "Sorry, that, there's no room to go." So he tried to slither by my body, basically straddling my leg. People in front of me weren't moving, so then he realized he wasn't going to get by. He walked down the stairs, came up the elevator, came on the other side. Next question, looked over, smiled. I said, "Next question."
You waited until, the hearing was over, and then what did you?
Then I proceeded to leave with everybody that was leaving the courthouse.
Where were you in the line?
I was the last person. I was the last one in the line.
The very last,
Yes.
now, as you're leaving, did you decide to do it?
Yes, I took my camera out and started filming just because it was a crazy mob of people.
Next
And-
question. All right. And, did you view that recently?
Video? Yes.
And, did you edit that video at all, or was it, just a shot?
The video is just as I shot it.
Oh, I'd like to play the video.
No objection, no objection.
So I believe that's number
Still
5.
talking.
My memory is correct. Would you play exhibit? Would you play our number 5?
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that? And what could be more important?
Making fun of people, don't look in the mirror, man. Yes. Yes. Don't look in the mirror. Yes. What the fuck you say, big head? What's your fucking retarded? Well, Gary. Hey, can't wait till I was in the house.
What is happening right now in this video? Dude, if there's misinformation about the defense resting, man, man.
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that? And what could be more important?
Exactly, Bob. Exactly. We need true information on whether or not the defense rested.
Is that your voice for your facial years and things like that? No one can hear. Yes, that's my voice. So you're interacting with the crowd, so yes, it was. And at the end, is that your shadow that you see?
That is my shadow on the ground, yeah.
That's your video.
That is correct.
Now, did you have any discussion with Megan McCain about both of these videos?
No, I just pulled out my camera and started videoing just because with safety, who knows? I don't trust anybody. I'm sure what will take place. There's no question before the gentleman answered the question.
And what was your purpose in taking the crowd?
Just to document what was happening, just in case something.
True, Jessica
Were
Fritz.
you focused on Mr. Kearney?
Facts.
No, I was not.
Did you see Mr. Kearney as you were walking along? Did you notice it? She did not.
When I was walking along, no, I thought I might have saw him out of the corner of my eye at some point, but no.
That bitch, red, good, and my eyes are George Boy.
There's some time when you reviewed the video and you did notice.
Yes.
And I'd just like to go through a few of those points with you. And could you advance the video to about 0.05? And just here on this information, there's a couple of frames for every designation. All right.
Are these being entered?
They are, yes. And
Now, quick, does this video have an exit number yet?
Not yet, it hasn't been offered.
I'm happy.
What could be more egregious?
That 40.
And I was about to ask you, what does this show?
So that's Todd right there, a shot across the street from that, assuming that's the registry of deeds building. And zoom in a little bit on it.
Okay, smart ass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
Attorney. Objection, Your Honor. There's no way anybody can identify anybody in that video. I object. Next question.
Is this a zoom shot with that?
Yes, it is.
Any objection, Mr. Britt, to the Zoom shot?
Zoom, yes, I do, Judge. It's not what if you and I would see.
Understand.
I object.
All right, objection overruled.
45.
Next exhibit.
And could you advance the video to 30 in? It's probably the 5th or 6th frame and 30 in. That's an help to you with this property.
Keep your eyes open on Thursday for a special opportunity. Keep your eyes open on Thursday for a special opportunity.
Across the street of across the street. It's quite a red street.
You have a Zoom shot of each one of these, Mr.
Well, I have a zoom shot of some of them, Your Honor. Do you recognize this as the zoom shot of the same thing?
The card for Mr. Breda, why don't you review the Zoom shot?
Sure. Well, Judge, I think I know what I'm looking at, but I can lodge the objection that it's not what the human eye would see, what the person would see. The aided zooms don't adequately depict the scenario in the sense that it's a person observing and looking around.
What it is where somebody is reported to be. That's all it means.
Thank you.
All right, so you're all in.
No, my objection, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
in over the defendant's objection.
Thank you.
All right. So. And looking at, this exhibit. Can you tell us if you see Mr. Kearney there? Yes, I can. Or a person who believes to be Mr. Kearney there, where is he standing? He is standing, up on the lawn in front of the registry of deeds building, behind the woman wearing the, maintenance hat and two people sitting on the lawn. And can we advance now to 135 on this stuff, please?
No rebuttal from Spanky. Oh my God. I think that deserves a dance.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare. First of all, the recognize the second photograph was the demolishment.
Thank you, Patrick. Manning.
Yes. Yep. Did you see someone standing there holding the camera? Yes, I see Mr. Kearney up on the wall, holding his camera looking at the crowd of people that out of the water.
Objection, Your Honor. That's a total mischaracterization. Mr. Kearney, if that's Mr. Kearney, supposedly, is facing the other way, filming with his back towards the video person.
No, but that's his testimony and it can be rebutted and crossed
Sure.
to whatever degree.
The court can
I
draw some
understand people
conclusion.
offering opinions about what everybody can see. I understand that it's all in, wouldn't come this way with the jury.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
Let me show you one final photo. And I'm sorry, Mr. Crawford, I believe that's 140. Yes. And directing your attention to the upper left hand corner, just
Jesus, Cosgrove.
behind the wall. In the front of the
God,
building,
man.
yes, I see the person there.
I almost miss Mello. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like it would be nice to see Mello standing there with fucking
Does he counsel from home?
fucking an oxygen mask and shit arguing this case.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm doing the best I can here because I can't breathe. And Mr. Carney here is clearly a menace to everyone. Excuse me, Your Honor. Excuse me. Mr. Kearney.
The fuck is going on right now? Dude, glacial speed indeed. Glacial speed indeed.
All right, this trial will resume tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Thank
The
you.
trial will resume tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Commonwealth versus
Officer Barbosa, can we bring
Aiden
that-
Carney.
Thank you.
Commonwealth versus Aiden Carney. All rise.
Stop at exhibit 44, everyone.
All right, so what we're gonna try to find is some video footage of.
The Zoom will be available tomorrow as well.
Sweet. The Zoom will be available tomorrow as well. So tomorrow, 11 a.m., people, I will be here again, my friends. Liz88 gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Liz88. Oh my God. Hell yeah, you know I got you. You know I got you. All right, that's it for that. Let's see if we can find. I don't think there's gonna be maybe let's see if I mean, I don't know if they're gonna. The only people I know that are outside the courthouse right now that are streaming outside are resistant to silence. But I don't know if they're but yeah. Apparently, yeah, the Karen Reed trial is over. There's gonna be no jury tomorrow, as I understand it. There's gonna be no jury tomorrow, and there will be closing arguments Friday, as I understand it. And if things go as planned, I will have a nice dope ass recap for Friday's closing arguments. I have something in the works in its conceptual phases, folks. Okay. And I think you guys will enjoy. So, oh my God, man. Dude, did Bradle like hand fake victim her ass in that courtroom or what? That shit was beautiful. Like she looked so oafish. She was just stupid. She looked idiotic. She looked like a goddamn Jezebel, is what happened. Because you know what I want to do, bro? I kind of want to. Let me see what I got here. See if, yeah, see what happens. Oh my God. Hellfish Haven. Thank you so much. Member for 17 months. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Oh my goodness. All right. So I'm going to go and I'm going to read this police report, but I got to keep checking because hold on. Oh my gosh, man. Thank you for the reminder. Well done, man. See, this is why I love you guys. So this is the fake victims. This is the police report for that day. Oh man, hold on. I need to make this like larger, dude. No. There we go. There we go. There we go. Dude, come on, man. Oh,
Here we go. Okay, so the victim's identity as follows: Lindsay Gattani, address, blah, 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 blah. The victim's true identity is known to the Commonwealth. To protect the victim's identity for the remainder of this report, the victim will be referred to herein as victim, fake victim. On Thursday, July 27th, 2023, at approximately 17:15, Officer Ordway, along with Officer McCroson and Officer Gennard, responded to the CVS parking lot for a report of a disturbance between a man and a woman. Upon arrival, myself and Officer Gennard observed the victim, the fake victim, getting out of the white Cadillac with a man standing next to the vehicle. Myself and Officer McCroson began to speak with the victim about what had occurred. Officer Gennard began to speak with the male, later identified as Francis Keegan. The victim seemed upset and was not talking to Officer McCroson. I observed 4 children in the victim's vehicle, a van. Officer McCroson then engaged in conversation with the victim. I turned my attention to Francis, who had been speaking with Officer Gennard. I asked Francis what had occurred. He explained to me that he had children together, that they had children together, had been separated for a few months, and that he was trying to get his oil changed. He said something along the lines that he was driving down Main Street, pulled into the CVS parking lot, and the victim, fake victim, pulled up next to his car and got into his vehicle. He said she was talking to him about the child support and some sort of issue with it. He also indicated that some of the children in her car were his. I asked if there were any threats or physical violence by either party, in which he denied. I then returned to speak with the victim, fake victim, to see if she had told Officer McCroson anything. She had informed us that she went through the CVS drive-thru and saw Francis's vehicle drive through the lot. She stated that she knew he had wanted to talk, but because he called her and asked her where she was. She then pulled over to Francis's vehicle and then engaged in their encounter. The victim then showed me text messages from Francis to her. She also showed phone calls from him. She did admit to answering some of these, but said he reaches out often and that they speak regularly. She then also informed us that there is an active restraining order in place between the two. I then radioed into dispatch to see if there was an active restraining order. Dispatch confirmed there was. While this was occurring, Officer Gennard informed me that Francis stated he had a recording of the whole encounter with the victim, to which he informed her would show her getting in his car and him trying to avoid the situation. Officer Gennard asked if we could see the video, to which he allowed us to. We were unable to hear any audio on the video, but it did show the victim sitting inside Francis's car and him standing outside the car. When I asked Francis about it, if they had spoken at all, he said he might have texted her about the kids. He also admitted to knowing that there was an active restraining order in place. I then returned to speak with the victim and asked her, fake victim, and asked her about the encounter with Francis again. I asked her how she knew that Francis was going to talk to her, in which she said he told her over the phone. I asked her if she got in his car and would not get out. She said she was in the car because Francis asked her to get in. I asked her several times if she was in Francis's car when he was outside the vehicle, not wanting her in the car. She again stated that she was in the car only because Francis invited her. When I asked her if she saw Francis's car and followed him into the lot, she responded that she was in the drive-through line at CVS. She knew that he wanted to talk from the phone conversation. She also said to me that when they were parked next to each other, Francis opened her back door of her vehicle to say hi to her kids. It did not appear to this officer that the fake victim, was forced into this encounter, but actively engaged and played a role in the encounter. Based on the aforementioned facts, Francis was arrested for abuse prevention order violation. Bullshit. Like, even the cop acknowledges that she's full of shit in this thing. Even the cop acknowledges this, and yet homeboy still went to jail. Homeboy was in jail when Turtleboy was in jail, bro. Like, what kind of shit is that?
I mean, this dude was in jail when Turtleboy was in jail. What kind of shit is that?
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that? And what could be more important?
Exactly. Exactly, Bob. Let him know. What could be more misleading? That's so much fun, dude. Hold on, man. Should we watch like the end of the Karen Reed thing? What could be more misleading?
Before
I
the
have,
impact?
yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
If you answer my question.
I just did answer it. I
Oh
said
my
it wasn't.
God. This is fucking
When
spicy.
the crash test dummy is held by a forklift and the car hits it, it doesn't replicate the drag that the car will have on the crash test dummy as it would a real person, does it?
You can see if there's any drag because it's on like a pendulum. So if there's any drag pushing it forward, it's going to sway that way. It's going to move the dummy. It's not going to move at the distance that it actually would. If there was any distance, it would move it. But you can actually see the motion, and you can see in the testing, the 24-mile-an-hour testing, there was no motion, which is not unexpected for that type of a test.
There is a difference between a crash on center of mass and a fender vault, isn't there?
There is, yes.
A fender vault is a different type of collision than a center of mass collision. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
It is impossible to replicate all of the different scenarios with a crash test dummy on a fender vault collision, isn't it?
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to replicate, and it depends looking at the injuries or how someone was positioned. So if you know how they were positioned, you can try and replicate that, yes.
Could I have 59 of Dr. Renfro's PowerPoint, please?
Dude, this is the dirtiest shit in the world, bro. Like, I was talking to somebody last night about this shit, man. I was up late and I was texting with somebody. I'm not going to say who because I don't know if they care if I repeat our conversation or not. But, you know, I was sitting there thinking, like, I was brainstorming as to, like, everyone in this case, man, like everyone, like anyone who's got their hands in prosecuting Karen Reed or Turtleboy, like there's a certain chi in it that you have to pay attention to. Like you look at all the actions and we're seeing everything. We're going, God, how could Bev do that? But you're looking at the actions, right? The action is that there's no court on earth that you can imagine, like no court, at least in this country, that you can imagine where this would have gone to trial. And everyone seems hell bent. Everyone involved in Karen Reed's prosecution seems hell bent on it. Like they're not willing at all to give at all. Like, and they're so hell bent on it that they're willing to play dirty. What is driving this? What is the chi? What is the force pushing this is the question. And it's got to be money. It's got to be money. That is what makes the most sense. Occam's razor, because all of these actions are coming from a place of something to lose, fear. Like there's a panic here. They have to move forward. Brennan is so desperate to win this case that he tries to cheat. And he tries to manipulate this jury and hope that it goes over the defense's head. And Bev doesn't say nothing about it, and she lets it go unless the defense brings it to her attention. And then what happens? Bev still doesn't do anything about it. In fact, what Bev usually does is she gets defensive with a vibe and with an air of self-preservation. It's bizarre. I've never seen this before. Think about this. Is there a cookie jar situation here where if Karen Reed, what is it about convicting Karen Reed that makes these people that it's so fucking important to convict Karen Reed, or at least to try to do so? Why is it so important? When you know you don't have a case, when you know she's been framed, the facts don't lie. Because at this point, it's beyond the point. I used to say, if you believe that Karen Reed is guilty of this crime, then you're fucking retarded. I used to say that. I don't even say that anymore. Now it's beyond that point. It's beyond that, because even a fucking idiot sees this. They can't deny it. So if you are sitting there going around saying that Karen Reed is guilty, it's not that you're stupid. It's that you're a bad person. You are shit as a person. Because the corruption is clear. It is apparent. It is vibrant. It is in your face. It is shining like neon. You must be crazy or just a fucking shitty person if you're going around saying that Karen Reed is guilty. You've got to be a shitty fucking person at this point, because there's nothing but blatant misconduct taking place from the Commonwealth. No evidence, nothing to corroborate that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle. Nothing. The Commonwealth brought nothing to this case. Why are they so hell-bent on convicting her, or prosecuting her at least? Why are they so hell-bent on it? What do they have to lose if she's found innocent? What happens? Will it open the door for the feds to look into them? What are they afraid of finding out? Everyone here seems to be coming from a place of losing something if Karen Reed is found innocent. It's very bizarre. And how far does it go? Is it gubernatorial? Did you get that one, Professor? Does it go all the way up to the governor? How far does it go? What is going on here? This is the craziest, most blatant and public miscarriage of justice that has been ongoing for 3 years. High profile. Ongoing for 3 years. And the governor doesn't seem to give a fuck that this is happening in her state. Unreal, man.
In your PowerPoint, you cited an article, Vehicle Pedestrian Collisions, Validated Models for Pedestrian Impact and Projection, correct?
Yes.
And you put snippets up on the board?
Yes.
Okay. And these snippets talk about an engagement with the pedestrian in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why you took out a piece of that article that falls between those two paragraphs?
I don't think so, no. Those were the most relevant parts.
Did you cut out the part that says some frontal collisions
Right.
are with the
People
corner
will
of the
look for the
vehicle?
real killers. Absolutely true. But the thing is this isn't jiving with that. There's what skin does Beverly Cannoni have in this game? Like, let's just call this what it is. What skin does Beverly Cannoni have in this game? What skin does Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk County District Attorney, what skin does he have in this game? What happens? What happens if somebody else gets charged with John O'Keefe's murder? What kind of dominoes are going to fall when that happens? Because everyone's acting like that's what's going to happen. This is what I'm talking about. What the observation that I'm trying to express to you guys that I'm making right now is that all of the behavior, the collective behavior of everybody who's got their hands in Karen Reed's prosecution, right? All of the cops, all of the court officers that are involved. I mean, why are they so hell bent on this? Why are they acting like if Karen Reed is not convicted of something? If Karen Reed is not convicted of something here, we have something to lose. That is what everyone's acting like. No prosecutor would stoop to the depths so blatantly and so publicly that Hank Brennan has been doing, unless they were desperate. What are they so desperate? Why are they so desperate to convict Karen Reed? This isn't a search for justice. This isn't pursuit of justice. If you're in pursuit of justice, you don't cheat every chance you get. You find the evidence, you put it together, and you put it out there. If you have a case and you think this person is guilty because the evidence dictates it, then you fucking present it that way. But if you don't have that evidence, then you need to investigate elsewhere. Why? With the little of evidence that they have with Karen Reed, why the desperation involved in having to manufacture evidence against Karen Reed? Why? What is driving that desperation? Why are they so desperate? That is the question that I am asking. What does Hank Brennan have to lose from this? Why would he take on an unwinnable case in the first place? So high profile. Why would he do that? And why would he blatantly act so unethically in front of the entire world? As if it's a kamikaze case, it seems like, for Brennan. This seems like kamikaze shit. Like he just doesn't care what happens to his career or even possibly his freedom. I mean, he's committing crimes right now. He's not just behaving unethically as an attorney. He's committing crimes. He is lying. He's manufacturing evidence. This man is committing crimes right now in front of the world. Everyone can see it. The defense has called him out on it at least twice. I mean,
what could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that? And what could be more important?
Exactly, Bob. Why is Bev doing something so blatantly unethical? Is she merely acting like, hey, I'm hey, I'm a judge, so yeah. One second, guys. And then you just, I mean, and then you look at like why these efforts to shut Turtleboy up when he's exposing it. That's the issue right there. Like, think about that. Look at how much desperation is going into trying to shut Aiden Carney up. This is not to be overlooked, folks. This is not to be underestimated. This is a fair and accurate observation. There is desperation driving the prosecution of Aiden Carney and the prosecution of Karen Reed. Why is that? This is the question that everyone needs to be asking. This is what is the motive here? Is there a cookie jar type situation here where if that cookie jar is disturbed, then it affects everyone? What is the common denominator in between everyone's want to convict Karen Reed? That is the question. Because we don't really know what that is. And what's the answer to 99 out of 100 questions, folks? So, I mean, no, it's not as simple as Colin. Like, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up that everyone would put all of their careers, their reputations, their permanent reputations on the line so publicly to protect Colin Albert. That doesn't track. I'm sorry. That doesn't track. We're talking about tons of professional people here, dude. We're talking about Michael Morrissey. We're talking about Michael Morrissey. We're talking about fucking Hank Brennan. We're talking about Adam Lally. We're talking about Judge Beverly Cannoni. And hold on here, folks. There he is. What's up, buddy? Can you see us? We can all see you, but I don't think you can see us. Yo, can you hear me? I don't think he can hear or see me right now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you and see you.
Oh, we're good now, right?
Yeah, we're good.
I'm gonna try my Bluetooth.
Yeah, we are getting an echo.
Is there still an echo?
I don't think so. No, we're
Cool.
good.
Sorry, go right, I'm sorry.
Fucking Christ.
Sorry,
No, it's all
pay attention.
right. All right. What's up, man?
What's up, man? So yeah, we were listening to the trial. The sound wasn't too great. You couldn't really, I mean, you couldn't hear Cosgrove because he's Cosgrove, but you couldn't hear the witnesses on the stand very well at all. But Bradle came in nice and clear, so we got to hear the meat of the cross-examination of fake victim, which was great. So how are you feeling, man?
It's just a long day, man. I can't believe this is taking this long. I just want this to end. I'm missing the Karen Reed case, missing the whole thing. I don't know
Yeah.
anything that happened today. You got to fill me in.
I don't know. I've been following your trial.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
But no, from what I understand so far, the latest and like the meat and potatoes of it is that they're saying that the defense rested, but a lot of people are saying that that's not true. So I don't
What I
know.
was just told is that the defense rests conditionally. That tomorrow they're supposed to look at some sort of PowerPoint that Alan Jackson wants to use in his closing, and that if they don't allow the defense to use certain slides in the closing, then the defense is going to call more witnesses. So I assume there's something in there that he wants to use that probably hasn't been like entered into evidence yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm guessing. I don't know. Not a
I don't
lawyer,
know
I'm just
either.
award-winning
I'm gonna have
journalist, you
to.
know?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to brush up this evening. Are you going live tonight?
Dude, I don't even know. So like this trial was supposed to be over today. Like fucking unbelievable. 2-day trial for this shit. And like it's supposed to be done. And then Cosgrove is the slowest guy ever. He took an hour
Oh my god.
to just read Canton Cover Up Part 299. We went through the entire thing. I don't know what the point was. We went through the entire thing. And I'm like, with her on the stand, it took forever. And now we have to go back tomorrow. And I'm like, so now I don't have an extra suit. So I can't wear the same suit 2 days in a row, you know. So I got to go back to Worcester, get a suit. I'm probably just going to stay there and then wake up and come back here for 11. I don't even know how I'd have time to do a show. You know what I mean? I don't even know what I'm going to talk about. I can't talk about the case.
You can't
it's
talk about
not
your
over.
case either.
Right. So it's like,
Yeah.
exactly. I can't talk about either case. So I'm like, the fuck am I going to talk about? You know?
I mean, I don't know. I
Yeah,
mean, you
dude,
could
so-
you could just recap because I did catch some of Rentschler's testimony, some of his cross from Brennan.
Yep.
And he was fucking, I mean, he was knocking him out of the park. Like he was making Brennan look a fool. It was great. Yeah. So you could do reaction and go over it. You know, I mean,
That's true.
but
I could just watch it live for the first time, but
it's pretty good. Like, so I mean, if you're not too tired, that's just an idea if you decide to go live. But
yeah,
it's today was interesting. I mean, we had a hard time getting on the Zoom, but the Zoom you finally sent me ended up working. But
cool.
Couldn't get any video. It was
There's
just
no
audio.
video? Oh, that's gay.
Yeah.
You know, but you know they had a camera pointed right at Tim, so that's weird. But there is a pool camera from Long Crime, and he's gonna send me the whole thing. I paid him $500. I'm like, because I'm like, I want this on fucking video. They wouldn't. They made him turn the camera away from her though when she testified. Though it's like, you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's what I figured the issue was. The Zoom was, at least I theorized that, but obviously that's not the case. But I remember there being something about her privacy being protected or something during this whole thing, and that was a while back. But I don't know what.
I didn't have Twisted Tragedies as the babysitter on my bingo card. I don't know about you.
When I heard that, I didn't realize who she was talking about until somebody said it in my chat.
You should see the things that you should see the messages that she sent me about Twisted Tragedies, right? Jen Altman posted one of them. I could go through the whole thing. And it's like, oh, she's a crackhead. I wouldn't allow my kids around her, fucking like this and that. Like, and then that's the babysitter. Like, that's like the one that, you know? Yeah.
Unreal.
So yeah, dude, it's like just freaking long day, you know? But hopefully this ends. I don't know, I just have a great feeling about Karen. Personally, the vibe down here is fucking intense, man. There's like hundreds of people again. Everybody's back. The weather's amazing. And just like, I don't know, man, it just feels alive down there. So people, get your ass down to Dedham. Like, especially, you know, if they, I could see this we could have closing statements potentially on Friday. And, well, depending on if they allow this PowerPoint, the defense might have to call more witnesses if this conference doesn't go their way, So,
Right.
So I could see a scenario where there's closing statements on Tuesday. I mean, it's not Tuesday, on Friday, and then they deliberate for the jury Friday. It's like, that's crazy. That means I got to be there. It's like, holy shit, all fucking week.
Yeah. This is unreal. Like I've never seen any crazy, like, just, and right now your trial now with this fake victim shit going on at the same time as Karen Reed's case wrapping up. It's just an overload of insanity is what it is. It's just an overload of insane shit that you can't believe is happening,
Well, tomorrow we go. So the Commonwealth finally rested at the end there. He's got no more. Well, we just have to cross-examine Colin McCabe. And then who is, oh my God, have you ever seen this guy?
No.
Dude.
I was saying, I never even heard of Colin McCabe until today.
Dude, he's everything you imagined. And just watching him and Meg McCabe stroll into court, dude, it looked like two bowling balls going down the gutter. Like, it was like two balls just walking into court. Like, they're both so round. And he said I was humping his leg or something. That was actually true. I forgot about that. Like, so apparently I totally forgot until he testified that was true. Like, I attempted
humped his
to
leg?
get up this. Yeah, well, it was crowded. I humped his leg. It was wicked crowded. I'm trying to get up to the court. Just blocking the way in. Like, he would not let me in up the stairs. So I'm like, okay. And you've been in Norfolk Superior Court. There's an elevator there that will deliver you right to the court entrance. So I'm like, I'll just outsmart him. And so I jumped in. I went down in the basement, and then I jumped in the elevator and took it up to the second floor, and I kind of cut the line, and I got in. But that just proved that I was in the courtroom before all of them, which is
before everybody, right?
Like, dude, I can't even keep up with all the lies I heard today. I don't even know where to start. But I'm not going to comment on it now. But it's just, it's so stupid that we're in here for this. It's just fucking ridiculous.
That's all. That's what I kept saying. I was like, this is just asinine. Like, there's nothing but receipts that prove that she's a liar and that she's not credible. That's all there is.
Yeah.
I don't even know why this is happening. It's just crazy.
And we haven't even got into Baby Clay yet. We're not going to. But it's just like the lies. It's just like the lies. And
Clay strong,
just
bro.
being in there today, it's like, are you fucking kidding me? The crying today, it was intense. So,
Jesus
whatever.
Christ, man, that's wild, dude.
Yeah.
Well,
so anyway, I gotta catch up on testimony though. So, because I gotta go on Howie at 5:33 and have something to talk about.
Oh, right on. I don't know if I'll be on that long, but I'll stream it. If I happen to be on by then I'll stream it. But
all right, man, sounds good.
All right, brother.
I'll talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Be good.
Thanks. How the fuck did I get out of this thing?
I got it. Turtleboy, everybody. All right. So let's yeah, why not? Let's go over a little more testimony, dude. We're here. I got a little bit of energy drink left. Let's do that.
Alternatively, the transverse velocity of the pedestrian at impact may be sufficient to prevent head contact as the body rotates sideways off the bonnet. And these situations are known as fender vault. The models presented here do not apply to fender vault. Did you leave that part out purposely?
Oh, yeah, I did, sir, because this isn't a frontal impact with a sedan over the fender of the hood of a sedan. This is with the back of an SUV, so it's completely different.
You've cited many, many sources where it talks about front end collisions, because that is the majority of pedestrian collisions, the front end, isn't it?
The majority,
Yes.
It is, yes, sir.
And so there is a difference between fender vault and the center of mass collision, isn't there?
That's correct. And that's why you see a center of mass, you look at the testing we did, that's a center of mass impact. On a frontal impact, usually, if you're hit by the front of a car, it doesn't usually get your center of mass, you're too tall. That's why you do a fender vault, or you flip onto the hood, or you flip over the top of the car. So yeah, it's completely different. It doesn't pertain to allegedly what occurred in this case.
So let me get back to my question. When the tests were done,
This guy's such an asshole,
F was a
dude.
center of mass collision at 29 miles per hour, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Right. E, are you considering E a center of mass collision?
Which was E, the
24 miles per hour?
No, it didn't hit the center of mass of the
Right.
dummy, it just hit the arm.
Exactly. So there is a difference. In this case, you don't know the position of Mr. O'Keefe's arm at impact, do you?
Nobody knows. I don't think his arm was even impacted by the car, so no. I don't know the position of the arm at impact because it wasn't hit by the car.
You don't know the angle of his body at impact, do you?
The alleged angle?
Dude, the entire line of questioning is trying to confuse.
So
It's
ask the question
evading.
again.
That's very telling to the jury. It should be anyway. He's not trying to get to the truth. He's just trying to confuse.
About the angle.
He's trying to
of Mr.
argue
O'Keefe's
semantic after
body.
semantic after semantic. That's all he
At the
does.
time, the defendant's Lexus was traveling backwards on January 29, 2022, do you?
We have no information that he was even hit by the Lexus. So there wouldn't be any information on the angle if his body wasn't hit.
Right.
You talked about
Right.
with this juror.
He wasn't even hit.
You cited a number of pieces of literature, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you cited the literature, you cited all literature regarding concentrated forces, didn't you?
No, that's not true.
There's a difference between concentrated and distributed force, isn't there?
Yeah, I talked about that on my direct, yes, sir.
When you showed your slides. for
Dude, I
example,
wish I was a fly on the
hand.
wall in
Yes.
that jury
Can you see
deliberation,
slide 8,
dude.
please?
Like, seriously, bro. Like, I really wish that I was a fly on the wall in that jury deliberation, dude. Like, think about it. Think about, like, how amazing it would be. How great would it be if at least one of those jurors is just like, is anybody else feel like this is the stupidest fucking shit in the world? Like, why the fuck are we here? Does anybody else here feel like the prosecution here is wasting the whole fucking world's time? Because they have nothing? What the fuck was with the guy with the paint? And why was he such an asshole? Like, I feel like I don't understand. I can't imagine there's not at least one juror that feels like that. You know what I'm saying? I can't imagine that there's not at least one juror who's just like, dude, the entire time the defense presented their case, this Brennan guy acted like an asshole, and the judge just let him do it. It's really weird.
Let's try slide 56. You would agree with me, Doctor, there's a difference between a concentrated and a distributed load, wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
When you gave your opinions in this case, it was based on concentrated load, wasn't it?
No, sir.
When you gave your force equations, was that distributed load or concentrated load?
Well, that was the load at the center of mass.
Stop it.
And so you can evaluate that on a distributed load. You look at acceleration and you look at bending moment. So you can do both.
When you gave your charts and numbers, was that based on concentrated or distributed load?
No, that was based on the distributed load with respect to the center of mass of that arm and where the accelerometer was.
But this was not a center of mass impact.
We're assuming a center of mass is the most
widely distributed
dispersed
load.
impact. So if we want concentrated, then we look at a focal point, and you can do that with the hand. But center of mass, acceleration, and distributed across the entire arm, that's where it's the least amount of pressure if we're talking about force over area. And that's what I evaluated in this case.
When you gave your demonstration about the hand with the different hexagons on it, do you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. There's a difference between taking a small object and putting pressure on the body as opposed to a larger, wider object, isn't there?
Well, it depends on what it's contacting. And certainly not a difference when you look at the size of that impactor and the size of the knuckles and the metacarpal bones.
So for example, if somebody took a book and hit somebody off the forehead, it may or may not leave a mark. But if they use the same force and they took a high heel, the heel of a high heel, and hit somebody, there would likely be more damage with the high heel than there would with the book. Isn't that fair to say?
What the fuck are you
Soft tissue,
talking
but
about,
if the
man?
force is the same, you would expect the fracture to occur. You have to look at the distribution, you have to look at the strength of the bone, and you have to look at the overall force that's being applied.
Now,
Right.
you said in your differential diagnosis, you considered all evidence. Did you say that on direct examination?
I don't believe I did. I believe I considered evidence for a biomechanical and accident reconstruction analysis in this case.
So you didn't consider phone data?
Has nothing to do with biomechanics or accident reconstruction.
Did you consider text stream data?
I'm gonna allow that.
I'll strike it. Did you consider Apple Healthcare data?
No, sir.
Why would he?
I'll allow it.
Did you consider phone temperature, battery temperature data?
Why would he?
Has nothing to do with biomechanics, sir.
Did you
Exactly.
consider it?
I did not, no.
No. Why the
Consider
fuck
it
would
being
I?
Improper to ignore evidence. Are those your words?
For a biomechanical.
As a marine biologist, did you consider the lion's teeth?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Analysis, yes, sir.
Have you been to the scene of an accident before or a collision?
I have, yes.
Do you know what a debris field is?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen in your videos, E and F, there's debris fields after the collision and the taillight breaks, isn't there?
So first of all, there's debris in the yard. What that's from, is there a collision? Was there a collision? Where did that come from? Where it was positioned? That's all conjecture and supposition. Those aren't actual facts, sir.
Can you hear my question?
Conjecture.
about debris field? I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think it's in a.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh shit. Look, he's trying to let him have it. I love this shit. Dr. Rechler's about to let this man fucking have it, bro. I love this. I think it's inappropriate. Let him talk. This guy's like ready to fucking.
In a collision, have you seen debris fields?
I have, yes.
Have you seen debris fields where a taillight would shatter?
I have, yes.
In fact, in your video, yes or no, after the collisions, in video E and F, there are debris fields, aren't there?
There are at a certain point. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And so when you're looking at your studies, do you consider debris fields?
It depends on the evidence. It depends on how it was collected. It depends if it is accurate or reliable. But from a biomechanical standpoint, no, you don't need to look at the debris field or alleged debris
Gerda
field.
K
of
gifted
a
a
taillight
membership.
cover. That
Oh
has nothing
my
to do with the
goodness.
injuries or the position or the movement.
Thank you, Gerda K.
Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like possibly part of the taillight cover.
Right. Is that an alleged part of taillight cover, or do you think that's part of a taillight cover, sir?
I don't know
Fucking
specifically.
know.
It might be part of the actual taillight cover.
Well, when you
Wasn't
studied
there,
this case
asshole?
And you looked at all the evidence and all these different things. Did you look at these photos and see that alleged piece of taillight shard recovered from the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road? Did you consider that?
Well, I don't. Was that part of the one that was recovered by a leaf blower or not?
When you were doing your ample study, sir,
Yes.
what I'm asking you is, you were looking at all the available evidence.
Wow.
Did you look at this photo of this alleged taillight shard on the front lawn, 34 Fairview Road?
Nurse
I was aware that
Nurse Kim
there
has
was
better
debris in
on
the yard,
tonight at
but
6,
again,
I think.
that has nothing to do
But it's
with
Nurse
the
Kim
biomechanical
tonight.
analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it? Because all of that would be from something else. So unless you prove the core issue at this case, the contact, the post-impact movement, the head injury, without proving that, everything else is ancillary to what you're attempting to conclude.
Ancillary.
Do you have any evidence in your biomechanical studies how this alleged piece of taillight shard ended up on the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I don't know, sir. I didn't evaluate or investigate that.
Could I have Exhibit 76A, please? Did you see this photograph, sir?
I do, yes.
Is that part of a red taillight shard or an alleged piece of a taillight shard?
It looks like it, yes.
Did you consider this in your biomechanical studies that this taillight shard was found in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Was found. Can you give me a precise distance from where the body was found and where that was found with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, with respect to a reference point?
Did you consider this, sir?
There is none. So, no, I did not consider that.
Do you know how this taillight
No, bro.
shard got there?
How it got there?
Yes.
How the
That
fuck?
wasn't part of my analysis. There are certainly different
Exactly.
possibilities of how that actually occurred.
Exhibit 990.
Why the fuck would he know that? Dude, Spanky is losing his
You know what
shit.
that is, sir?
Like right here, he's falling apart.
It looks like part of the light assembly.
Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
Oh,
Did you
that's
look at
his
this
hat.
photograph?
I see now, yes.
Did you know he was wearing a hat that night?
Oh
I
my
did,
God.
yes.
And did you
This
consider
guy
how
can't
that hat
testify
ended
to
up
any of
on
this.
the ground in front of 34 Fairview?
No, sir, that was not part of my biomechanical analysis. There's a number of ways a hat can end up in a yard.
Right.
Is one of those
bro.
ways being in a collision with a Lexus?
Maybe.
I suppose that's a possibility, or someone could put it there. I mean, there's a number of different possibilities as to when or
It's
how
possible
a
he
hat
could
may
have
appear in the
floated
yard.
into
Who do you think
space.
put it there?
Well, I have no idea. I haven't seen any evidence of how it got there, and frankly, it's immaterial to a biomechanical analysis.
Do you have a theory you want to share with us about planting evidence? Is that what we're getting at, sir?
What? He hasn't even alluded to that. What is
By
going
the way, the
on?
x-rays you looked at earlier, when's the first time you saw those?
Dude,
It's immaterial to a biomechanical. I haven't seen any evidence of how it got there, and frankly, it's immaterial to a biomechanical analysis.
Do you have a theory you want to share with us about planting evidence? Is that? what
oh
we're
my
getting at, sir?
God. That is crazy what he just did.
By the way, the x-rays you looked at earlier, when's the
Like
first time
he's
you saw
having
those?
a meltdown, Bev.
I saw
Put a
those
stop
when
to
we got
this.
when I was on the case initially for the first trial.
No mention in your report about reviewing those.
It says I reviewed medical records and reports. That's how I actually word in every report I have. I just put generally that it refers to medical records and reports, which includes x-rays, MRIs.
Exhibit 74, please. Have you seen this photograph?
I have, yes.
Okay. In your studies or your testing,
Thank you, Cat
Did you-
Randall.
determine how Mr. O'Keefe's shoe ended up in the
No, sir.
curb? Did you
Here we go.
determine how Mr. O'Keefe's shoe ended up near the curb?
Whoop!
No, sir.
Exhibit 201A,
Bro.
please.
Did you determine how the shoe ended up near the curb?
Into the glare of the color house I showcase.
Hell yeah.
Have you seen this photograph before?
I don't know that I have.
Have you ever seen any container that had tail light shards that matched the defendant's Lexus that were removed from his sweatshirt and his shirt?
Oh my fucking
Have you ever
God,
seen any
bro. This is
container
the most
holding those?
pointless line of
I
questioning
haven't-
in the world. This guy has
Well,
nothing
I
to do with
believe
none
there
of
was
that
evidence
shit.
collected like that, but yes.
Okay, could we have 201E, please? Have you seen this photo?
I believe I have seen that, yes.
Do you understand those are taillight shards matching the defendant's Lexus, the broken taillight,
Yes.
that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's sweater or shirt?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. Did you consider that?
I'll try. I'd rather try to reformat it than come sidebar. Did you know that taillight shards were collected after Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and T-shirt was scraped?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
I need to see
Where is this debrief?
I mean, dude, this guy fucking, dude, this poor fucking guy, dude, him and Dr. Wolf, man, deserve like so much gratitude for what they've dealt with. This is wild, man. I've never seen any shit like this in my life.
Pieces of plastic were removed.
This guy looks
or
drained,
scraped
bro.
From Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, specifically his sweatshirt and his T-shirt. Did you know that?
I was aware that samples were recovered, yes.
Were you aware that these samples were consistent with the broken taillight of Miss Leeds' Lexus? Did you know that?
Yes.
Did you do any analysis how these broken taillight shards got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, I did not. The first step involved with that would be to actually perform a biomechanical analysis to look at the movement of the body, how the body was positioned, where it ended up. So
There's no
without
way to
that
know that.
knowledge, you
Right.
can't determine exactly how.
They don't have that
or if
knowledge.
those types of
The
shards
Commonwealth doesn't have
were
that knowledge.
deposited there as the result of an actual impact.
Based on the question that was asked. For the same reason I was going to get a sidebar. You're just being reformatted.
Yeah, like this is ridiculous. Put a stop to this shit. This is fucking dumb.
When you looked at these taillight shards,
There's no way this guy's going to be able to opine on anything that this guy is talking about. There's nothing that has to do with biomechanisms.
consistent with the break in Miss Leeds' Lexus. Did you consider how
Biomechanics.
they got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
Objection. Same objection.
I understand the objection. Word it differently. Start with the different one.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Worded differently. Yes, Your Honor.
I do.
It's like she's fucking rocking him to sleep, dude.
These were found in scrapings of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes.
I do.
And you understand that these broken pieces of plastic are consistent with the taillight of Miss Leeds' Lexus.
I do, yes.
In your studies and reenactments, did you make any determination how these pieces of broken plastic got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, when you look at those studies, first you have to know how the incident occurred. Then you can look at that and determine, if you want to, how that may have occurred. Because otherwise, there's, again, different ways, different manners in which that may have been deposited on the sweatshirt. Without knowing how this happened, you can't just then look at other evidence and try and predict how it happened. You need the actual evidence to look at the event. This all goes to the event. You need contact with the arm, I guess, apparently, to actually cause this incident to occur. And without that evidence of any of that happening, knowing how the body moved,
There's
knowing
no
how
way
it was
to
hit, knowing
fucking-
where it ended up,
Jesus.
any conclusions drawn off of information like this is just supposition, because you don't know
Right.
the movement of the body or the vehicle.
Right.
is putting the cart before the horse.
Exactly. Putting the cart before the horse. Couldn't have said it better.
Could I have exhibit 201D, please? Do you understand this is broken pieces of plastic
Oh my God,
consistent
dude.
with
Nobody gives a fuck.
the broken taillight of the defendant's car? Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
And do you understand this is a photograph of these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, do you understand
Well,
that?
if that's what you're telling me, then
I don't want you to rely on me. If you didn't see them, it's okay.
I don't recall if I saw those or not.
Have you seen this picture?
I don't recall seeing it, no.
Now looking at this photograph and seeing these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope with fibers near the plastic, is that something you would want to consider in your analysis, forming your opinion whether or not there was a collision between Ms. Reed's car and Mr. O'Keefe?
Again, if you can't do a proper biomechanical analysis, then that evidence is not consistent. You can't determine how it occurred. You can't say that that's consistent with it. You can't just look at certain evidence and not do a proper analysis. If you can't even tell that an impact occurred, you can't look at tertiary evidence and say, well, this proves that it occurred. In order to say from a biomechanical and accident reconstruction standpoint that an impact occurred and here's how it occurred, you have to understand the mechanics and dynamics before it. This could certainly support that finding and those conclusions, but by itself, I don't know of any methodology in any study or peer-reviewed article that says you can just look at alleged evidence and then form an opinion as to whether an impact occurred.
Can't be done. Not logically, not thoroughly, not properly.
They look sharp.
They look sharp.
I
don't fucking
don't have an
know.
opinion as to that, sir.
Jesus, dude. This is unreal, bro.
Tell me whether you think those pieces of broken plastic are sharp.
I would allow that.
Baby.
I guess
if
they look
you've
sharp. I have
ever
no idea
wondered-
if they are or not. It's under a microscope.
Wondered
When you
whatever
actually
you
put things
do.
under a microscope, it looks much different, and it is much different than
Maybe you
go
and
back
me
and
were
looking at the
never
normal eye.
meant to
Perhaps
be,
that can help.
but maybe think of me once in a while.
Not under a microscope.
I'm
If you
at
pay particular attention to the
WKRP
larger
in
one in the middle that looks like a shark's tooth. You see
Yes.
that one?
yes.
More like a
Do you
dog's
think,
tooth.
Doctor, that some of those appear sharp?
Some of those appear sharp, could possibly cause a laceration, sure, as opposed to an abrasion.
Do you think that any of those could cause an abrasion?
I don't think that you could get a consistent level of superficial abrasions along the entire arm of minimal depth of less than 0.5 millimeter through impact with the glass. To have that minimal force on every part of the arm to only cause superficial abrasions would be highly
I'm
unlikely.
living on the air in
Do you think
Cincinnati.
some of those sharp pieces,
Cincinnati,
if they were lodged in Mr.
WKRP.
O'Keefe's sweater,
Got tired of
cause
packing
an
back
abrasion?
in and unpacking. Down,
It's
down,
possible
ripping
if you
down.
had enough
Ooh,
punctures and holes in the sweater to correspond with the abrasions on the arm. That would be, I suppose, that could be a possibility.
In your testing, not to belabor it, I'm just going to show you one. I want to show you video E. Could we go to video E, please?
Video E. Video E. Can we go to video E, please?
Stop. In video E, the arm that is sticking straight out.
The arm that is sticking
Who
straight out.
determined that angle, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, well, we positioned it just so it would impact in the general area of what was shown in Dr. Welcher's paint test study, which apparently is irrelevant and doesn't show the alleged position of how the arm was at impact. But yes,
It's
we
irrelevant.
positioned it in that manner.
When
The
you say
paint
we,
test,
did
which
you
is
have
irrelevant.
input on the positioning of that, or did Dr. Wolf do it?
Well, I had input into how we were going to position it. It would probably be both of us, I would say.
So you and Dr. Wolf chose to position the arm straight out, correct?
In that test, we did, yes.
Is there a glass in Randy's hand?
There is not,
shit.
no.
Turtleboy's got an
glass,
interview
no?
with juror number 3.
In any of your studies, did you have a drinking glass in Randy's hand?
We did not have a drinking glass in the dummy's hand, no.
And you see when the taillight is shattering, those red things falling down. What are those?
were never meant
Those are part of the taillight.
Continue a little bit, please. Stop. Did you count how many taillight pieces broke?
We didn't count the taillight pieces. We counted how many punctures or holes there were in the sweatshirt, which was 0.
If you had done this test and changed the arm angle, do you expect the damage would look different as far as the brakes in that taillight?
Well, we conducted a number of tests. It may look somewhat different, sure.
If you conducted this test and moved the arm angle, not another test, this test, but you moved the arm angle, do you expect that the brake would look different?
That the brake would look different?
Yes.
It could look a little different. I mean, certainly the brakes looked a little different in the test, but they were comparable to each other.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
Well,
No, I'm going to allow that.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
if he was standing, if the impact occurred, then no, nobody knows how he would have been standing.
You would not know what his arm angle was, would you?
No.
You would not know the exact speed of any vehicle that hit him that night, would you?
Sustained.
The debris, the broken taillight, is that traveling in a consistent or a different direction?
What do you mean consistent or
Is
different?
it all going in the same direction or is it going in different directions?
No, there's some spread to the debris.
So the pieces don't all fall right in a pile with each other, do they?
They do not, no.
Continue, please.
This
Stop.
is so stupid.
Do the majority of the pieces land on Randy?
Like right now, I'm just killing
No, they do
time
not.
until Turtleboy goes on Howie
And so
Carr,
if they fall,
and then I'm going to stream that and then
Randy
call it
were
a
to-
day.
Were to fall, many of those pieces would not be.
We got about
among
10 more
the immediate
minutes.
Area of his body, would they?
Exactly 10 more minutes, actually.
If the dummy fell right there, no, they would not be.
Now, the dummy can't fall because the dummy is on a forklift, correct?
It's suspended like a pendulum, correct?
And you see in your test that the tail light at what you say is 24 miles per hour can be broken without the dummy's knees touching the vehicle. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
You can't tell the full movement and fall of this dummy the way you've set up this test, can you?
Well, knowing the physics, you can certainly determine or estimate where it would be, but no, you could release it and it would fall primarily straight down. It would twist and it would fall down.
Is there something that could affect the dummy if you let it fall? Is there something that could affect its movement after being hit?
Like what?
Like could its feet be twisted and then hit another object like a curb?
Like what, bro?
Well, there's going to be very little lateral movement of its feet, but even if it did, then it would just, it's still going to fall over right where it is.
Can you continue, please? Can you see the feet, doctor?
Yes,
Are they twisting?
So fucking stupid.
they are, yes.
Is that because of the rotation of Randy after he struck?
Yeah, that's the rotation of Randy.
Did his
Again,
shoes stay
as
on?
you- As you said, that's not a normal person because there's no normal force acting on the dummy. We just have it barely touching. So a normal individual, you aren't going to twist to that extent because this is a dummy which is suspended with just a little contact on the
And
ground.
after being contacted by a vehicle enough to break the light, could it cause a person to stagger backwards?
What?
I mean, you're making some suppositions here. There's no evidence that that would occur in this case, and not if you're spinning like that. You're not going to stagger backwards. First, you're going to spin if you get hit with your arm, as I described in my direct. But Is it possible? Can't say it's impossible, but there's no evidence of that.
Could a person stumble backwards after being hit?
I'm going to allow that.
What do you mean by backwards? Because you'd be spinning. So what direction is backwards?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb, sneaker come off, and then stagger backwards and fall on their head?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Doctor?
Can you answer that?
I mean, I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that. So it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
You think John O'Keefe did somersaults into the front yard of 34?
Wow, dude. What
No,
are you
I
talking
don't
about?
think he even got hit by the car, sir.
Right.
Yeah. No, there's no evidence of what he did.
I fucking love that shit. Let's hear that one more time.
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir. No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's no
Stop
evidence of what he did.
There's no evidence of what he did, bro.
Okay. Oops.
There's no evidence of what he did, dude. You're out of your fucking mind. You're talking out of your ass, guy.
For my report for yes, sir.
I'm going to allow that. So, hold on. Let's get an answer, Dr. Mitchell. Your objection's noted, Mr. Jackson.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose. Yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
Your Honor, that's not the evidence. That is not the evidence.
So,
Glass.
hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Brennan.
I can
do you have a
reword
quick-
it.
Okay.
You're welcome. Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? What material that was?
I believe it was glass.
Did you want to know in your assessment about collision where that came from?
Well, I did evaluate that, and it's actually entirely inconsistent with coming from an impact with the vehicle.
Can we have Exhibit 52A, please? Do you know what that is, Doctor?
It's hard for me to see from here. I believe that's the drinking glass.
A drinking glass. Do you
Yeah.
know where that is in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe it was found in the vicinity of where he was found.
What
Can I
the
have
fuck
Exhibit
does this have to
195,
do with biomechanics, dude? None of this has to do with biomechanics.
You recognize that?
That is another photograph of the drinking glass. Yes, sir.
197A, please. B. C. D. And in your assessment, did you know that a piece of glass that fit the broken drinking glass was found in the street area in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, sir.
98, please.
Right now.
A little more, please. Do you know what that is, sir?
It's hard for me to tell from
Does it
back
look like
here.
a drinking straw?
Okay, the black, that does appear to be a drinking straw, yes.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen that photograph before.
And you appreciate that is in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And sir, in your analysis, in your reconstruction analysis, did you consider the broken glass analysis?
Well, my biomechanical analysis, I did consider especially the glass in the nose, yes, and whether that could have been as a result of the impact.
A result of what?
A result of the impact with the vehicle.
When did you find out about the glass from Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
All right.
Right now. I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now.
Shout out to
no panty
Obac.
on right now.
Obac posted this on Twitter.
I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now.
I love
no
the
panty
saxophone.
on right now.
You hear the saxophone?
I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now. No panty on right now. I ain't got no panty on right now.
Okay, that's enough of that. Hold on. Aiden should be coming on Howie Car right now. Let's go check that out.
JJ Manning Auction, you set the terms, you control the P&S, and you pick the closing date, period. Working with JJ Manning, you're in the hands of a 50-year firm with over 16,000 auctions under their belts. Here are some upcoming auctions from Howie listeners. June 12th, a riverfront home in Methuen, Mass. June 25th, a beautiful colonial home in Kingston, Mass. Mid-September, a home in the Oak Bluff section of the Vineyard, and a home in Lincoln, Mass. on almost 3 acres. So if you have commercial, residential, or land to sell, contact Charlie Gill at 800-521-0111 or visit jjmanning.com. Call Charlie today and mark it sold.
Mark it sold. Let him know, Howie. Howie, let him know. Who do you love?
844-500-4242. Tomorrow, the jury's not going to be coming into Dedham because they're just going to discuss the charges and jury instructions, that kind of stuff. So closing's Friday. Alan Jackson is asking for an hour and a half. Good luck with that. That's not going to happen because he needs an hour and a half. So obviously he's not going to get it. But joining us to talk about what happened today and what's going to happen going forward is Turtleboy, also known as Aiden Carney. He's the guy who broke most of the stories in this horrible miscarriage of justice, and he's on trial himself, or has been on trial for various trumped up charges. Aiden Carney, first question: what happened with your trial today?
So, Howie, yeah, I didn't really get to watch any of the proceedings in the Canry case. I'm still catching up because Triple Dip Cosgrove is the slowest talker you've ever heard. It's like watching molasses cross the road, Howie. To get going on anything with this guy. I mean, the defense still hasn't gone. This is the simplest case ever. And yeah, we're getting paid by the hour, Howie, on the taxpayer dime. The defense is not enough. And so he's running up the bill on the taxpayers, going after little old me for a alleged restraining order violation that happened over 2 years ago. And it's happening right during this. And then Paul O'Keefe has to testify tomorrow. So the trial has been extended a third day into tomorrow which kind of works out because I guess there's no real
court. No,
major court
nothing going
yeah.
on. Yeah. So this guy
Paul's gonna
Triple Dip
testify, yeah.
Cosgrove, if you're new to it, you don't remember. This guy's got 2 pensions. He has never worked a day in his life. First, he was he worked in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office back in the days when they were framing Freddie Weichel. Then he becomes a judge. So he's got a $140,000 judicial pension, a $63,000 DA's pension, and so $203,000 a year. And now he's the special prosecutor against Turtleboy. I was talking to Brian Kelly, the former the Whitey Bulger prosecutor who went up against Brennan today. And he's in Norfolk County too. And he says, how many special prosecutors are we paying for?
Right.
3, aren't we? 3. What, Hank Brennan, Triple Dip Cosgrove, and then the guy Ken Mello. He's still on the. He's still at the dole, isn't he? He's at the trough.
And there's another guy. There's another guy named Novak that was on my case too. And never mind the PIs that they pay for. I mean, it's crazy, Howie.
4?
All for a blogger is intimidating Lucky Lochran and everything else. So I don't know what they're going to blame. They're probably going to blame me when she's acquitted in a couple days, which is going to happen. The jury could potentially start going into deliberations on Friday because, like you said, they're going to have closing arguments, I guess, Friday. I mean, that's kind of set in stone, it sounds like. What they're going to be able to put in their closing arguments seems up for debate tomorrow. But
Mr. Jackson, witness, so. I'm gonna preclude you from using a few words. The first 2 words are reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I guess I've heard that they want to show some of those clips that Hank Brennan has shown from Karen Reed.
Yeah,
particularly the one where Karen Reed says that, "Hey Jen, it's either me or you, Jennifer McCabe. One of us is going down." Like they've played that one, but I guess the whole clip is they ask her, "Who do you blame more, Jennifer McCabe or Michael Proctor?" And she says, "I blame Michael Proctor more because he's police. We're supposed to trust him, and he's corrupt, and he violated our rights, and blah blah blah." But with Jennifer McCabe, I understand why she did what she did because it's either me or her, and one of us is going down. So it's about survival. Whereas Michael Proctor didn't have to do any of this. So they play that whole clip to the jury, and they're like, "Oh wow, you first of all, you lied to me, Hank. You misrepresented what you were saying."
Right. Again.
And now here's this clip of here's what she actually thinks about Michael Proctor, and it sounds a lot worse for the Commonwealth. So go ahead.
Yeah, this is a texter says, hopefully the verdict slip will be different this time, and Auntie Bev will allow the jurors to vote not guilty.
Yeah, hopefully the juror slip is different this time around, and hopefully there's a little more transparency when it comes to who's being taken off of this jury and who's being put on as an alternate.
Yeah,
I'm sure you've heard by now, but one of the recurring themes of the testimony today from Dr. Rensler was ham sandwich. You heard about this? Let me play one of these. Let me play one of these cuts and get your reaction. Sandwich. We have multiple ham sandwich cuts. I'll just play one of them for you. Cut 3.
After you testified, where did you go?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people. And so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, "Come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport." So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
You had a ham sandwich. Did you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
Yeah, bro.
When you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
I got to play the other one for you, Turtleboy. Cut 4.
And how long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long do you think that went on for?
I honestly don't know. 10 minutes. How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
And after you finished your ham sandwich, and then you told us you stood in the corner.
You've indicted
a ride back to the airport.
Peggy, you know.
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is what you missed today, Turtleboy.
Oh my God! Did you put anything on it? Was there any horseradish? How about some American cheese? What was on your ham?
What kind of bread? Rye?
This is what
whole wheat?
How bad does he look? Like the laws of science just completely worked against you and proved that Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you're
And
talking
your
about a
response
fucking
to that
sandwich.
is, well, tell me more about this ham sandwich that you ate.
Right.
So they gave it to you, huh? Were you getting chips with it? Was there any juice?
Did you
Was there
try
any
the
juice,
pickle
sir?
chips?
What kind of juice you have with that sandwich? Were you full, sir? Were you full?
He's so bad. He's just I really hope that the lawyers and Karen Reed unload on him and Auntie Bev and Meatball Morrissey and the rest of these people when it's over. I hope they don't turn the other cheek. They gotta take them down. This is outrageous.
Hell
what's been
yeah.
going on.
Let them know, Howie.
I mean, Hank Brennan is destroying whatever brand he had doing this. I mean, this is what he's going to be remembered for.
Exactly.
Is not being able to close the deal that Lowley, at least got a mistrial for. At least he got a hung jury.
Right.
You're the guy that came in and I mean, she's going to be acquitted. I mean, it's just this defense is so. I get why they didn't do the McAlberts now. It just confuses everybody. It's like, it makes the jurors have to believe that something crazy happened, whereas now they just have to believe that this didn't happen. I mean, what's crazy is believing he got hit by a car. Like, that's the crazy thing now. And it's not their job to say who killed John O'Keefe. It's their job to prove that this woman didn't do it. And I think how much more could they show that they didn't do it, Howie?
I know, and they had the prosecution was given 3,000 pages by the feds, 3,000 pages of evidence, including all the ARCA stuff that's now been used to totally decimate their case.
Right.
And yet they still went through with this persecution of Karen Reed twice.
Yeah, they said that 90 to 95% of the materials in the TUI report just kind of help them come to the same conclusion that they did. Like, it's the same thing. What are you? The butt dials were in there. The 222 phone call between Brian Higgins, destruction of
All
the cell
that
phones,
shit.
all of Proctor's text messages,
All that
the
shit.
ARCA guys, everything was in there, and they're just
All
like,
that shit.
time to make the donuts. Let's go into work tomorrow, same time tomorrow. Nothing's changed at all.
And I would assume the 3,000 reports also mentioned the 32,000 text messages that the state police, Meatball State Police, couldn't find in the Sandra Birchmore murder case.
I don't even know if that was in the TUI report, or if that was a completely separate thing. But it wouldn't surprise me. Put it that way. Either way, these people went forward with the prosecution. I mean, ethical lawyers, after they get a report like that, they sit down, they consume it, and they say, this is too much. We can't go forward with this. It's going to make us look bad, and it's just unethical to do this. Sorry, this case is going to go unsolved, but it's not our fault. I mean, it's Michael Proctor. You have a fall guy. You can blame the state police, but all these institutions are like too afraid to put any blame on one another because they're all in the hackorama together.
Yeah. No, you're right. Let me play one more cut. This is unlike Dr. Wolf, Dr. Rensler finally got kind of disturbed by being questioned by this white collar thug named Brennan. Listen to this cut. Cut 6.
Goon. Have you seen crash tests with crash test dummies where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or a second before the impact? I have,
yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
You answer my question.
I just did answer it. I said it wasn't.
He just keeps asking the same question over and over again. Yeah. And it's like he thinks, I've really made a good point here. I want to really hammer it home for the jury. And the jury, and it doesn't, if the SUV didn't strike John O'Keefe and the tail lights did not make the dog bites on his arm, the case is over.
Yeah, exactly. So, just listening to that too. So he expected this guy to cut the strings to the thing that Randy was hanging on at the last second before the car got there. Is that what he was suggesting?
I think that's what he was suggesting. Yeah. I mean, none of it makes any sense.
Expert painted himself blue. and you're criticizing these guys for not like their high-tech experiment where they like
painted
bought a
himself
Lexus
blue,
and
bro.
multiple taillights and had to hit a dummy multiple times. That wasn't good enough for you, and your guy painted himself blue? Are you kidding me? You can't be serious.
Welcher was supposed to come back, but I guess he's not coming back now. Right? So I mean, is this the? Are they?
He can read the room.
Are they waving the white flag? Is that what this is all about? I hope it is.
I think this is just he realizes how unlikable his star witness is, and he's like, I'm not bringing that guy back to get roasted. Like, why would I want to do that? Like, well, we'll just go with what we have now and just see if the jury's dumb enough to believe it. Because Hank isn't stupid. He knows how bad Welcher looks, especially after that spanking he got yesterday from that nice second grade teacher there, Dr. Lapisano, the librarian who just absolutely destroyed him. And he, by the way, he didn't have that. He was missing. I've heard a little of him today. He was back to Mr. Tough Guy today, I see. He wasn't so tough yesterday with Dr. Lapisano, was he?
Well, this morning, though, it was really weird because, it was kind of like he was falling asleep like he was a little bit last week. And Auntie Bev had to make the objections for him. She had to make at least 2 of the objections for him. Again, I don't think I could be speaking to a lawyer that has 40 years experience. I don't know. I personally have never seen a judge make objections. Have you, Turtleboy?
Yeah, I've never seen it. That happened today? I didn't see that.
Twice. We'll play a little bit of it. We got a little. Some of it is just kind of mixed up, but one of them you definitely hear her called a sidebar. Whenever Jackson or any of them or Alessi or Yannetti close in, there's always an objection. But usually she she gives them the sign like the third base coach, take or hit away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I guess he wasn't. I guess he wasn't looking the right way. He must have been looking at some girl in the stands or something. So she had to start like calling it herself. Cut 5.
I was, yes, sir.
Did you undertake an analysis based on his reporting and his PowerPoint presentation?
Yes. So I want to see you both at sidebar for just a minute, please.
What are we looking at in these series of photos?
So let's go to sidebar for a minute and Mr. Jackson, bring your PowerPoint, please.
Well, he did object to those too.
Jurors, I apologize that took so long, but it was necessary to do rather than sending you out. So.
It was necessary. It's so difficult to rig a case when there's no evidence for the prosecution.
Your Honor, I object!
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case!
That sums it up.
Yeah, I know that's Jim Carrey, but it's a comedy. But it's the other one is I object to this travesty of a mockery of a sham of a trial. I mean, this is what this is.
Yeah, like if Hank Brennan could take whatever Jim Carrey was on, he'd say objection. Well, what's your objection over? Well, we all know John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, and they're proving that he wasn't. So I can't have this, Your Honor. I'm going to lose.
You're right. I don't think this is good for the Hank Brennan brand.
So insane, dude.
Someone called me today. Somebody called me today and said, "Will you check to see how many times it took him to pass the bar exam?" I haven't heard back yet, but I'm gonna. I called the SJC. I've got the official inquiry, and I'll let you know if I hear it tomorrow.
I love it.
Yeah. All right, Howard, you do that.
Well, listen, are you on the show tonight? You doing a show?
Yeah, I'm going to do a show. I'm supposed to be having on a juror from the last trial who's going to come on for the first time and talk about her experience. So
I love it.
As long as that's still on, I will be doing a show tonight at 9 o'clock.
Oh, so this isn't Ronnie. This is a new juror.
No, it's a woman.
Oh, nice. That's great. Okay.
Love it.
Yeah, so it's good. Yeah, so I'm trying to she's decided that she wants to come on and talk about it. She believed Karen was not guilty. She's one of the alternates, so she's going to come on.
All right. So she believed Karen was not guilty, so of course she was an alternate.
Yes, exactly.
All right. So you can follow Turtleboy on Twitter at Dr. Turtleboy. His website tbdailynews.com, and you can watch him tonight on YouTube at 9 o'clock. Thank you, Turtleboy, and good luck. Good luck tomorrow in your case. I hope it's dismissed soon.
All right. Thanks, Howie.
Thanks. Paul O'Keefe was wearing a new blazer today. I should have mentioned that to Turtleboy. I think he wants to put on a good show for the judge and for Triple Dip, who'll be questioning him. All right, it's almost Father's Day, and you know what Dad wants.
Turtleboy and Howie Carr never, ever disappoints, folks. All right, people. That's going to be it for me. It's been a long day. I feel great about spending it hanging out with you guys. I am so grateful to you guys for hanging out with me today. Thank you guys so much. Please make sure to hit the like. Thank you guys to all of you who already have. Please, if you haven't, go ahead and hit that like. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already. I realize I got a bunch of new subscribers today. I really hope you guys enjoy the channel moving forward, and welcome to the Glare community. And all of the support I got today, man, means a lot to me. I got a lot of Venmos, or a few Venmos, but very, very, very kind, very generous. You guys are amazing. And a big shout out and thank you to Dr. Turtleboy himself, Aiden Carney, for and my homie for joining here after we covered his trial, and for giving me the the right Zoom code to get on. We'll be doing the same thing tomorrow. I will see you guys again at 11 p.m. Now, when you leave here, folks, when you leave here, head straight over to Nurse Kim's, okay? I want you guys to head straight over to Nurse Kim's, because in 8 minutes, my friends, 8 minutes, Nurse Kim will be on with Mark Betterow. She will have the mighty Mark Betterow on, and they're going to discuss today's shenanigans, folks. Well, you know what to do when you get over there. Let them know it's a nurse. Let them know it's a Glare raid in Nurse Kim's chat. Okay? Glare raid. And Mark Betterow loves it when you call this trial 2.0. He loves it. When you get over there, be like, we're here for trial 2.0, Glare raid. Just do it. He's going to love you for it. I promise. Just like Cherry loves when you drop cheese emojis and say happy birthday. Guys, you guys are absolutely amazing. I love you guys so, so very much. I'm the luckiest dude in the world because I have the best community in the world. I love you very much, and we will do this again. Wait. Stop. Before I go, I have to shill something. So, guys, what I'm going to need you guys to do, go into the description. I have a Patreon link. Join my Patreon, because now Sundays, well, Saturday night, following Dr. Turtleboy's Saturday night show, midnight, I will be launching a new Patreon show exclusively on Patreon for exclusive Patreon members only. And I will be reviewing movies. And I'm calling it He Fucking Ruined It. I'm going to wreck movies, dude. What I'm going to do is I'm going to review movies that everyone loves, and I'm going to point out why those movies actually suck. So I'm going to ruin your favorite movies, okay? With lots of commentary, lots of, blah, 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 a lot of bells and whistles, all the bullshit that I do. So I'm going to be doing this with your favorite movies. This Saturday night, midnight, will be Top Gun, okay? So join Patreon. Saturday night, I will give the link. I will share the link in the Patreon. It'll be a post in the Patreon. So once you join Patreon, all you have to do is watch out for the post. And I will post on Patreon the link in which you will go to watch my decimation of the movie Top Gun. And I'm going to do this every week. I'm going to do this with a different movie every week. So, yeah. Now, again, folks, real quick, I also, because Cherry's going to get mad at me if I don't do this. Hold on. So this, folks, is the Glare merch. We don't have a whole lot of choices yet, but this is the Glare merch. Here's the link. I'm going to drop the link. If you want Glare merch, I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Now, you can now get your merch. You can get t-shirts, coffee mugs as an official alumni of the Glare Institute of Law and stuff. Okay? You can now get those. You get Clubber and Drago merch, as you can see right there, for the ladies. And then you get my coffee mug. I buy the gourmet expensive shit. Okay, folks? And then, we got the classic neon design, all kinds of different stuff. T-shirts, hoodies, tanks, coffee mugs, Drago and Clubber merch up the yin yang here. Get this beautiful hoodie right here. You guys get the idea. You guys get the idea. So drop the link in chat one more time, folks. And yes, now is when I'm going to wrap it up. Guys, thank you so much. I absolutely adore you guys. Thank you so much. I love you very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. 11 a.m. tomorrow.